Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is Gladiator in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 71, Southern Water Tribe 4. Nothing today either? Asked Katara, when the warriors had reached the fire that stood in the middle of the village. Nothing at all, replied Katon, sinking on his seat and digging straight into the dish that sat closest to him. I'm starting to suspect they're not going to do anything, said Uro, who had been Katon's companion on today's shift to keep watch on the settlement. It's been months now. If they were waiting for reinforcements, wouldn't they have arrived already? Maybe, said Hakata, frowning. But dropping our guard wouldn't be wise. Our sentries will have to continue watching the settlement, no matter if they try to strike at us or not. Katara nodded at her father's decision, agreeing with it wholeheartedly. Aang, who was trying to eat sea prunes without grimacing noticeably at their taste, listened but didn't intervene in the conversation. It was a tribal tradition to hold open feasts once a week. It was a way to keep their community as prosperous as it could be, since all families cooperated in order to make enjoyable meals for everyone. Aang loved the kinship between the members of the tribe. He often engaged in conversation with whoever spoke to him, and he also played with the children, but as of yet, he still hadn't found a dish of water tribe food to his liking. Seaweed noodles were the one thing he could eat without making faces, but they only cooked them on rare occasions. Therefore, he was left to eat prunes during the feast, trying to ignore the scent of the meat cooking above the fireplace. Aang had revealed his abilities to the settlement's soldiers several months ago by now, and while everyone in the tribe had been bracing themselves for the Fire Nation's imminent counterattack, it never came. Aang had decided he would fight for the tribe, and he would find a way to send the Fire Nation people back where they belonged, yet he had expected to have a genuine fight ahead of him, instead of months of tiresome waiting for the enemy to attack. No one from the tribe had asked him to attack the settlement out of his own accord, for everyone knew Aang was too much of a pacifist to do such a thing. He only resorted to violence if he had no other choice, and he wasn't about to start any fights with the Fire Nation himself. Even so, Aang was perplexed by this sudden period of tense peace that had suddenly settled over the South Pole. To Katara's surprise, he actually seemed uncomfortable by it. She would often find him mulling things over, resting on Appa's saddle and asking his bison friend about his thoughts on the matter. It seemed as though the creature understood him, but if his deep groans were words of advice, they didn't seem to have helped Aang in the least. So, who'll be up for tomorrow's shift? Asked Katon, raising an eyebrow as he reached out for another fish he would soon devour. Nobody answered, since the job of watching the settlement was beyond tedious. Usually Hakata would have to pick someone from the tribe himself, because nobody would willingly put themselves through such a boring task. The chief looked around the fire and sighed when he found everyone else had suddenly decided to dig into their meals hungrily, to avoid answering Katon's question. Any volunteers? He asked, raising an eyebrow. As expected, there was no answer. Hakata rolled his eyes and shook his head. Well, then, I guess I'll have to choose. I can do it. Everyone looked at the Avatar in surprise. He usually was spared from the daily activities the rest of the tribe had to take care of, a privilege he was awarded both for being the Avatar and for not actually being a member of the tribe. Aang still felt as a guest to the tribe members, even though it soon would be a year since Katara had found him. He didn't mind being spared most the hard work, for he had never liked overexerting himself, but he did feel guilty about getting special treatment, so at times he would decide to join the tribe's activities even though nobody expected him to. Katara assumed this was just another instance in which Aang's guilt had gotten the best of him, and thus she smiled when he volunteered for the sentry job. Then if Aang is going, said Hakata, his gaze flickering towards his daughter. Katara raised an eyebrow. You're making it sound as though Aang and I came in a set, she said, at which Aang blushed. Well, don't you? Asked Hakata, and nearly everyone around them laughed. Sure, I'll go with him, said Katara, chuckling. It should be fun, right? Right, said Aang, smiling as well but biting his lip. Katara didn't miss out on his strange behavior. She raised an eyebrow and regarded him with confusion, but it seemed he wouldn't disclose whatever he was thinking just yet. The feast proceeded smoothly, and everyone headed to their homes eventually, save for the warriors tasked with keeping vigilance around the tribe for tonight. Katara and Aang returned to Hakata's igloo along with the rest of the waterbenders' family, and they helped Kunna into bed. The woman was still quite strong in spirit, but not so much in body anymore. Katara worried a lot over her grandmother, but she did her best not to seem pessimistic about Kunna's health. "Say, did you decide to take up that shift for a reason, Aang?" asked Katara, before Aang made towards his own room, the room that had once belonged to Katara's brother. "Huh? Well," said Aang, looking somewhat nervous upon the question. He flashed Katara a smile before saying, "I did, but I'll tell you why tomorrow." Katara stared after him as he entered his room, and she kept frowning in confusion before moving towards her own room. That kind of mysterious behavior was odd, even for someone as mysterious as Aang. Yet she had no idea just how odd it was until the next day, when they were already watching the settlement from afar, sitting next to each other behind the mounds of snow that concealed them from their enemies. "You want to what?" Katara asked, scandalized. "Are you nuts, Aang?" "Oh, I do miss nuts." Aang sighed, looking into the sky with a dreamy gaze. "Aang, we can't just go up to the settlement and ask for a word with a soldier," Katara exclaimed. "They'll kill us." "They can't kill us, you know we're stronger than they are," said Aang, matter-of-factly. "We're both great benders, after all. And I'm sure if we tell them we mean no harm they'll agree to cooperate with us no problem." "Aang, quit being so naive. You can't walk in there and hope you'll survive just because you happen to believe in the goodwill of people," said Katara, shaking her head. "Imagine what would happen if they knew you're the Avatar. By walking in there you'd be handing yourself to the Fire Lord on a silver platter." "Well, then, fine, I won't go inside the settlement," Aang said, sighing in resignation. "But we need answers. And I'm sure we can get them if we just try, Katara." "How?" she asked, frowning. "Well, we could seize one guard," said Aang, pointing at a man who was performing his round of vigilance by the settlement's metallic enclosure. "And we can coax answers out of him." "Huh? You want to question a soldier?" asked Katara, dumbfounded. "What of it?" asked Aang, surprised by her reaction. "It's not like I'm going to hurt him. It's just a bit more aggressive than your usual style, that's all," said Katara, smiling weakly. "I didn't see that one coming from you." "It's the best idea I can come up with that won't involve getting us into serious danger," said Aang, shrugging and looking out towards the settlement, where a single guard was pacing outside the walls right now. "And I'm sure any of those soldiers would be willing to cooperate with us, so long as we isolate him from the rest, for starters." "How?" asked Katara, raising an eyebrow. "What's on your mind, Aang?" "You're about to find out," said Aang, licking his lips and smiling excitedly, rubbing his hands together as he got ready to bend the snow around them. Katara frowned as she sensed what Aang was doing through his bending. She raised an eyebrow as he bit his lip, moving his arms steadily. On the surface, it seemed as though Aang's movements weren't affecting anything, but Katara knew better, for she was a waterbender all the same as the Avatar was. And she felt the ice shifting a few feet below them. "Aang, this isn't a good idea," she muttered, and he simply looked at her with skepticism before smirking a little at her. "You're right, it's actually a great idea," he declared, chuckling as he made the last movement of his sequence. And the ice underneath the single soldier by the settlement suddenly cracked open. The man hardly realized anything was happening when he was quickly enveloped by the snow under his feet. He disappeared as though he had been swallowed by the polar casket itself, and he went down with a scream that was quickly muffled when Aang used his bending to cover the hole with loose ice again. Aang proceeded to push the man through the underground ice sled he had created, and in no time, the soldier had popped out of the snow mounds next to them, still screaming. Katara had been impressed by Aang's capacity to bend at such distances, but her admiration was soon replaced by annoyance upon the soldier's irritating wailing. "Hey! Hey! Quiet down!" said Aang, waving his hands before the man as an attempt to get his attention. The soldier had kept his eyes shut tightly while he shouted, and it seemed he hadn't even noticed he was in the surface already. He opened his eyes now and looked at Katara and Aang with utter surprise before jumping back and falling atop another mound of snow. "Savages! Savages! Get away from me! Why, you don't know what I'm capable of!" he exclaimed, a hand reaching down his waist for a weapon. But Katara used the snow to slap his hand away from his body, binding it down to the ground through ice. And her movement prompted the soldier scream unbearably loudly yet again. "Spirits, he's got some lungs," said Aang, before stuffing the man's mouth with snow in hopes to shut him up. The soldier found himself coughing up the snow after a moment, and he made a few faces as he grimaced upon the unpleasant feeling of cold against his teeth. "What are you? Leave me alone. Let me go. We haven't attacked you savages in ages now, so leave me be," he exclaimed, shuffling away from the pair. "I wasn't asking for any trouble, I was just doing my routine vigilance round. So let me go already." "Well, at least he's talking now instead of shrieking," said Aang, while Katara glared at the soldier with irritation. "Hey! I don't shriek," retorted the soldier, twisting against the ice binding that kept his hand in place. "You were shrieking just a moment ago," said Katara, before turning towards Aang. "Aang, this one won't do. Maybe you should send him back and get someone rational instead." It's tempting, but I don't think we should get picky about the soldiers we seize." "Don't sugarcoat it. You're abducting me," exclaimed the soldier. "You're taking me prisoner. Help. Help. Oh, damn it, shut up," Katara exclaimed, yelling so fiercely that both Aang and the soldier stared at her in utter shock. She looked back and forth between them for a moment before settling her gaze on Aang. "Well? Didn't we borrow this guy for a reason, Aang? Get it done quickly before he starts making noise again. The other soldiers might notice he's gone." "Oh, right," said Aang, turning towards the soldier, who seemed a bit sad now. The man in question had brown eyes, and his head was covered by a helmet. He wore no mask, which Aang found unusual, but thanks to that the Avatar could tell this soldier was narrowly Katara's age. The soldier's youth wasn't that surprising, though, for those screams would have made a 5-year-old proud. Aang had no idea how to do what Katara asked him to, though. He had never questioned anyone in his life. How was he supposed to do this? He guessed the best way to get answers would be by being nice, though. "Hello there," he said, with a grin. What's your name?" "My name? What did you want my name for?" asked the soldier, staring at Aang with distrust. "What, your mom told you never to tell strangers who you are?" asked Katara, condescendingly, and the soldier blushed. "What's your problem? Didn't your mother tell you the same thing? Why, you know what, I don't like you. I'm just going to talk to." "Wait, I don't like you either," he realized, as he looked at Aang. "You sure shouldn't, you would still be performing your rounds if it wasn't because Aang had the brilliant idea to pull you here," said Katara, at which Aang smiled apologetically at her. "Still, see, we're not going to hurt you," said Aang, smiling at the soldier now. "We just want to ask you a few questions. I figured we'd be attacked by the soldiers if we just walked up to the settlement." "Yeah, you sure would have been," said the soldier, smiling proudly. Katara raised an eyebrow, and the gesture made the man swallow his confidence. "Which is why we decided to do it this way," said Aang, still doing his best to be friendly. "So we mean you no harm, all right? We just want to know a few things, that's all there is to this." "So you're extorting me for information? That's what this is about," exclaimed the soldier, glaring at Aang accusingly. "Well, I won't talk. You're not getting anything out of me. But it's just a few questions." "I'll say nothing," exclaimed the soldier, at which Katara huffed in annoyance and dropped on the ground, her arms folded. "You just had to seize the most unreasonable soldier in the settlement, huh?" she said. "Well, I had no way of knowing soldier would be like this," said Aang, shrugging. "What do you mean, soldier?" said the man. "I've got a name, you know. It's Kino." "Kino?" said Aang, looking at him with curiosity before smiling. "Well, he's answered the first question already, Katara. See? He's not as bad as he pretends to be." "Huh?" was Katara's response. Had Aang planned on coaxing the soldier's name out as he had? Yet, Even if Aang had gotten his name by chance, Kino was now writhing and shaking his head in utter disbelief over what he had done. "I'm such an idiot," he sighed. "Well, it seems we can all agree on that, at the very least," said Katara, smirking. Hey! He squealed again, blushing and glaring at Katara, who simply laughed at his reaction. Okay, said Aang, chuckling as well. "Let's try to be calm, all right, Kino? We're not going to ask you for the Fire Nation's royal secrets or anything, so there's nothing wrong with cooperating with us. You're the enemy. There's nothing right with cooperating with a pair of savages," exclaimed Kino, angrily. "Hey, that's really offensive, you know," said Aang, frowning. "Katara isn't a savage, and neither am I." "Well, that's what Fire Nation people are like, Aang," said Katara, shrugging. "I told you they treated us this way, but you never listened to what I said." "I'm sure Kino doesn't really think of us like that, though," said Aang, smiling at Kino. "Don't you? Why wouldn't I think this way? And why are you smiling like that?" said Kino, gulping. "Well, I'm just thinking you don't want to make enemies out of two waterbenders, do you?" said Aang, shrugging innocently. Kino looked at Aang and Katara in utter disbelief before he realized that the man spoke the truth. Kino hadn't tried to make sense out of how he had suddenly cracked through the ice and wound up with these two, but all of a sudden it seemed the answer to his unasked question would be waterbending. They were the waterbenders. The Water Tribe's two waterbenders. "Feeling a little more cooperative now?" asked Katara, smirking. And not as much as you'd hope. I'm not going to betray my nation because of you two," said Kino, gulping. "Nobody's asking you to betray anyone, Kino," said Aang. "We just want you to answer our questions, as we already said." "Why yeah, well, why you're delusional if you think I'll feel like helping the waterbenders that have ruined everything we've worked for," was Kino's bravado, as he folded a single arm across his chest, for when he tried to fold both he found the other one was still held down by the snow. "Hey, could you please do something about this?" "Only if you promise not to run," said Aang. "We'll let you go back no problem once you've answered our questions. But if you try to run, we're going to stop you," Katara declared, at which Kino flinched. "And since we are the waterbenders who ruined everything for you guys, then I think you should be well aware of what we can do." "Heh, well, it's more like what he can do," said Kino, jerking his head towards Aang. "You're not that tough, you're the same one we've been fighting since about 2 years ago, so." "Hey. What do you mean, I'm not that tough?" Katara exclaimed, offended, and Aang leapt towards her to calm her down. Now, Katara," he said, grimacing. "It's okay. He's just trying to tick you off, you know you'd beat him in battle no problem." "I sure would, him and his entire settlement of cowardly Fire Nation jerks," Katara shouted. Yeah, sure thing," said Kino, waving a hand towards her. "About the snow, though. My arm's going to freeze off, you know." Right, said Aang, nodding and allowing the snow to soften so that Kino could move at ease again. Kino rubbed his arm to regain the warmth he had lost, and then he promptly crossed both arms over his chest stubbornly, as he had planned on doing earlier. "All right, then. What do you two want?" he said. To ask questions," said Aang, blinking. "You're going to answer us now? Because you just said." "Oh, right," said Kino, freezing for a moment before returning to his former attitude. "I'm not going to tell you two anything about." "Ugh, for crying out loud," said Katara, a hand going to her forehead. "This guy is an idiot, Aang. He's useless. Send him back already, he's not going to give us anything because." "Hey," Kino said, with a pained look on his face. "I'm not useless." Both Katara and Aang were paralyzed upon that. Kino's behavior had changed drastically, and was it for the better or for the worse? Now he looked genuinely depressed. "Katara didn't really mean that," said Aang, smiling and kneeling beside Kino. "Though if you don't want her to insult you, you could try and not insult her for a change, you know? She's not a savage, just as you're not useless." Well, I suppose not," said Kino, scratching the back of his head. So nobody's going to insult anyone here, said Aang. We're all going to talk calmly and that's all there is to this, all right. What do you want to talk about, though? Said Kino, raising an eyebrow. You people have never wanted to talk before. If we had wanted to talk before, would you guys have listened? Asked Katara, skeptical. Probably not, Kino confessed, with a goofy grin. Either way, we're going to talk now, and we're asking you to please answer our questions, if you'll be so kind. Said Aang, smiling. Fine, so what do you want to know, then? Said Kino, staring at Aang warily now. I'm not guaranteeing you'll get an answer out of me, but if this is what you captured me for, the sooner I've answered you, the quicker I'll be back in the settlement. Well, we want to know why you guys haven't done anything ever since I revealed I was a waterbender, said Aang. You could have tried to attack the tribe and strike back, or you could have gathered reinforcements, but you didn't. Why? That's not really your concern, is it? Exclaimed Kino, lifting his head in stubborn demeanor. Katara huffed in annoyance and Aang frowned. Apparently, Katara's reaction wasn't a big deal, but seeing the male waterbender growing irritated made Kino rethink his choices. Why you don't have to look so mad, you know? He said, gulping. As you just said yourself, the sooner you've answered us, the quicker you'll be back with your people. So if you'd just talk, you'd be on your way. Said Aang. Come on, Kino. Don't make this more difficult. It's just a simple question. Well, I guess, said Kino, sighing. Fine, we're not plotting another attack on your tribe. Nope. That's in the past. In the past? What do you mean, in the past? Asked Katara, frowning. You guys attacked us just a few months ago and now you're making it sound as though you want to strike a bargain of peace with us. I'm not the one who makes the decisions here, so don't look at me like that. Said Kino, lifting his arms up in gesture of defeat. We informed the mainland of the discovery of another waterbender, and we all expected the Fire Lord to respond by sending his entire army here to blow your huts to smithereens, but instead we got a notice telling us not to attack you guys anymore. Not to attack? Asked Aang again, surprised. Why? But that makes no sense, said Katara, frowning. Either he's lying or he's keeping something from us. Hey, I'm not lying. Said Kino, looking at her earnestly. This is what I know. It's the message we got at the settlement. I was the last one to read it, yeah, but it's not like the other guys would alter it just to tease me or something. I guess not, they're your comrades after all, said Aang. It'd make no sense for them to try and mess with you like that, would it? I wish they would, though. Said Kino, sighing, a gesture that surprised Katara and Aang. At least if they picked on me they'd acknowledge my presence, you know. They don't acknowledge your presence. Katara asked, surprised. Half the time it's like I'm not even there, Kino whined. I wish they'd pay me some attention, you know, just to greet me, or to tell me about the weather, or to complain about the lack of toilets, but no. I'm always the last one to find out about everything and nobody notices it. I was the last one to hear that the captain had an affair with the old lieutenant's wife, and I'm always the last one who gets the menu for the day. I'm always stuck with the leftovers because nobody calls me for dinner, and I had to stick with the bottom bed on the bunk even when I wanted the upper one. So, it's not like you're briefed about the more important stuff, then. Said Aang, thoughtful. I get briefed about what I need to know, along with the rest of the soldiers, said Kino, shrugging. I'm not anywhere high on the authority pyramid, if anything I'm at the base. I'm just a regular private, nothing more to me than that. Well, that doesn't really work to our favor. Said Katara, folding her arms over her chest. Seems like you don't have a hectic life, then. Yeah, I guess not, being abducted by you two has been the most exciting thing to happen ever since I got here, you know? Though, wait, I shouldn't have said that. Said Kino, gulping. Hey, that's okay, said Aang, smiling. But see, thanks to us, you'll have something fun to tell your fellow soldiers. Come on, Aang, you can't just encourage him like that, said Katara, looking at the Avatar in disbelief. He's not going to cooperate just because. You're saying I'll be the one in the spotlight, said Kino, his eyes gleaming with excitement now. They'll want to hear what I have to say, haha, yes, they will. I'll be a celebrity, almost. Nobody else has been abducted by the two waterbenders. Though well, from what I heard, you people took someone once, but that was about 3 years ago, so. You took someone? Asked Aang, surprised, turning towards Katara with a look of utter confusion on his face. It was back when we lost my brother, said Katara, at which Aang's expression softened. We questioned a soldier, but he had nothing to tell us. He didn't know what had happened to him. Right, said Aang, turning towards Kino again while hoping not to look too troubled. Yet Katara's facade had darkened noticeably after speaking aloud about Sokka. Well, then, Kino, this is the full extent of your knowledge? You don't think you'll attack the tribe anytime soon? Not unless the Fire Lord suddenly changes his mind, we won't, said Kino. I have no idea why he would tell us not to attack, to be honest. The captain thought that, since you're such a nasty waterbending threat, we would get tons of firepower and we'd hunt you down with it, but, nope. None of that. Instead, we're even being told we might even have to change locations and return to our old station at Whaletail Island. What? You guys will leave the settlement? Katara exclaimed, shocked. Well, that's not definitive yet, said Kino. But we were told we might have to leave the pole altogether. Why? Said Katara, dumbfounded. Why, all of a sudden, after all these years of fighting? I don't know, and I wish I did, said Kino, shrugging. But if it's an order by the Fire Lord, we'll have to comply. Not that I'm too fond of the idea, really, but I guess at least we won't have to eat stale food in Whaletail Island. Stale food? Repeated Aang. Yeah, it's awful, you know. Exclaimed Kino, grimacing. We get ships bringing us food like every 10 weeks, and the food's already all old and musty when it gets here. I miss natural, yummy, fresh food. Seems like being Fire Nation in the Water Tribe isn't easy, said Aang, smiling weakly. Tell me about it, said Kino, sighing. How do you guys cope, seriously? Nobody brings you food. Well, they hunt for it themselves, said Aang, gulping. That's how it works in a tribe like this one. I don't hunt, though, I just have prunes and seaweed. Just prunes and seaweed? Asked Kino, aghast. How can anyone live on that alone? It's what everyone asks, but, it's, my way of life, you know. Said Aang, growing nervous. He had made quite a blunder there, and Katara had noticed as well. If he was to pretend he was Water Tribe, all the same as she was, he couldn't be so careless, so he'd better make up for it. I just love going against the rest of the tribe, you could say I'm a rebel of sorts. A rebel? Hey, that's seriously cool. Exclaimed Kino, nodding approvingly. So that's why you don't even look Water Tribe. Ever since you were born you've been a rebel. That's so cool. It is, huh? Said Aang, smiling awkwardly while Kino nodded approvingly towards him. It's a great way to get people's attention, I'll give you that. Said Kino. Still. I don't want people to be mad because I'm rebellious, you know? I'd rather they like me instead of thinking I'm a freak. Hey, they don't think I'm a freak. Aang said, surprised. Yeah, I may not hunt nor fish, but... Fish? Exclaimed Kino, interrupting Aang brusquely. Why you guys, you Water Tribe people go fishing? Yeah. Said Katara, raising an eyebrow. It's pretty much what we do most, actually. Why you guys? Kino said, his eyes gleaming. I've always wanted to go fishing, you know. What? Are you serious about that? Said Katara, frowning. Why would you want to do that? I mean, fishing is it's just catching a fish. And that's not what we got you here for anyways. Well, I already said everything I know, so what are you gonna get out of me now? Kino said, frowning. I don't know, but this really can't be everything you know, said Katara, in denial. The Fire Lord must have had a reason to do this. I suppose I could try to find out if he did or didn't, you know, said Kino, shrugging. If you guys want, I could ask over at the settlement. I doubt they'll know much more than what I've told you, but still. You're willing to do that for us? Just like that? Asked Aang, surprised. I'm doing this as an exchange, actually, said Kino, with a mischievous smile. You'll get what you want, so long as you take me fishing. Take you, fishing? Katara repeated, with a grimace. Yeah. Exclaimed Kino, beaming. I really want to give that a go. I get the feeling I'd be good at it. So you're saying we're going to meet again? Asked Katara, raising an eyebrow. And you're asking your worst enemies to take you fishing? Well, if it's you two then sure thing, said Kino, smiling and standing up. While the two of you are stuck with me, you won't be able to attack the settlement. And without the power of their waterbenders, your tribesmen won't risk attacking us. How could you be so sure? Asked Katara, frowning now. For all you know, they just might. Heh, well, if you pull some sort of ploy like that on me, I won't tell you whatever I learn about the Fire Lord's orders, or about your brother. Katara's eyes widened and she looked at Kino with disbelief. Kino looked at her with raised eyebrows, his arms folded over his chest. What did you just? Said Katara, stepping forward. What do you know about my brother? Answer me. Whoa. Calm down, water lady. Exclaimed Kino, grimacing and moving away from Katara. You mentioned you'd lost him, and I've heard about some trick your tribe tried to pull on the settlement around 3 years ago. I don't know much about the details, all I know at the moment is that most the warriors escaped, except for one. Sokka, said Katara, breathing heavily. That was my brother. Yeah, that's what I thought, said Kino, nodding. I don't know for certain what his fate was, though. Still, I can figure that out for you, if you really want me to. Why you could tell us if he's alive? Asked Katara, eyes wide as she stepped towards Kino. You'll know where he is? I can't promise I'll find out everything about what happened to him, said Kino, grimacing uncomfortably as she came closer to him. But I can still try. The captain surely knows a lot about it, he keeps the records of everything that happens in the settlement. So I can ask if he knows how things went that day, with your brother. I doubt he'll have any reasons not to answer my questions. Katara's eyes now gleamed with a very different expression, something that bothered Kino slightly. The girl's blue eyes were hopeful, and that worried Kino. Nobody had ever placed any hopes or expectations upon him, until now. And even though he had wanted to be important for someone, one way or another, this was something bigger than anything he'd had in mind, and he wasn't sure he was mentally prepared for it. What if he had to tell the hopeful girl that her brother was dead? Can you really do this? Katara asked him. See, can you? You're not going to trick me with this, are you? Well, why would I trick you? Said Kino. I don't think your brother's fate is some state secret or anything. I don't think I'll have a reason to lie to you about it. Then do this. Please, said Katara, gritting her teeth. Whether he's dead or alive, I need to know. I need to, please find out, I beg you. Why you're begging now? Asked Kino, raising an eyebrow but knowing better than to use her pleas to his advantage. Clearly, the girl was very emotional when it came to her brother. He knew that wasn't something to mess with. Okay, I already said I'd do it, but you're taking me fishing. Both of you. Be both. Said Aang, grimacing. Do I have to? Yes, you have to, said Kino, smiling happily. You'll teach me how it's done, and I'll have my first fresh meal in over a year. You will, said Katara, nodding solemnly, her eyes on the ice under her feet. You will. Just be here by tomorrow again, with the information you've promised. Tomorrow? Asked Aang, raising an eyebrow. They'll get suspicious in the tribe if we come out here tomorrow as well. Then what? Should we wait a week? asked Katara, grimacing. That's too much, don't you think? I take the outside shift every 3 days, said Kino, tapping his chin with a finger. Come back by then, and I'll have all the information I can gather, both about the Fire Lord's orders and your brother. So, make sure to bring fish rods with you. And whatever you guys use as gear to catch fish. Can you just walk out of your watch as if nothing, though? Asked Aang, surprised. It's a miracle they haven't realized you're gone right now. Nah, they won't, said Kino, waving a hand. As I said, they hardly notice I'm there at all. So if I'm not there, they won't tell either. Don't worry, we can go fishing no problem. And if they find out I walked off, I can make up excuses for it. I can make an excuse for my disappearance just now, too. I could say the stale food took its toll on me. Yeah, surely that'll keep them from asking questions, said Aang, grimacing before smiling kindly. Well, then. I guess we're doing this. 3 days, then, said Katara, taking a deep breath. You don't have to be so eager to meet me again, you know, said Kino, winking at Katara. Sorry, but you Water Tribe gals aren't really my type. Wah. Yuck. Exclaimed Katara, shuffling away from him. What makes you think Fire Nation morons are mine? Now, we were all finally getting along, said Aang, sighing. He couldn't help but feel somewhat angry at Kino for his attempt at flirting with Katara, though. Even so, Aang was relieved that Katara's rejection towards his advances had been as blunt as it had. Come on, we can all leave this meeting without any hard feelings whatsoever, can't we? If he behaved like a decent man, we could. Exclaimed Katara, frowning. Heh, you just can't deny I'm attractive no matter how hard you try. Said Kino, laughing happily as he walked towards the hole he had popped out from. But never mind, I know better than to steal someone else's girl after all. What? Exclaimed Katara, though this time she blushed, all the same as Aang, whose feelings of irritation seemed to disappear at that. That's. I'm not someone's girl. Yeah, said Kino, rolling his eyes. Whatever you say, Water Lady. Now, are you going to send me back or not? Aang bit his lip and nodded, getting ready to shoot Kino through the ice tunnel again once the soldier had settled himself inside the hole. Don't forget about meeting with us in 3 days, all right? Said Aang. You guys really think I'm that forgetful? Said Kino, raising an eyebrow. I'll remember all right. I'll see you both by then, Aang, was it? Yeah, said Aang, smiling. And she's Katara. We'll meet again. Sure thing. Said Kino, smiling and waving before Aang cracked the ice wider so that Kino could fit into the tunnel more comfortably. To their surprise, Kino began screaming again as he was sucked into the tunnel, but this time he seemed to shriek excitedly instead. He appeared on the very spot he had been standing at before, and Katara and Aang watched him as he looked around himself, probably wondering if someone had noticed his absence, but it seemed no soldier had taken notice of Kino's disappearance, even though he had been gone for quite some time. I guess he wasn't lying about his fellow soldiers not paying him any attention, huh? Said Aang, grimacing. Well, that's better for us, said Katara, sighing. If they really don't take him into account much, then they probably won't believe him if he tells them about what happened today. We're playing a weird game here, I'll say, said Aang, biting his lip. But I think we can trust this guy. He seems nice. Heh, nice for a Fire Nation soldier, maybe, said Katara, frowning. You can't trust them, Aang. When they thought they could get the better of our tribe, they attacked it in the most cowardly way. Now, because you're too powerful for them, they're huddling in their settlement in fear, and they'll probably stay there until they get reinforcements. By then, you might think twice that about trusting Fire Nation soldiers. I don't know, Katara, said Aang, smiling. You saw how this guy was. He wasn't what anyone would expect from a Fire Nation soldier, is he? If anything, you could see he's a normal human being. That he's a soldier doesn't make him evil. How can you say that when they destroyed your people, Aang? Asked Katara, looking at Aang in disbelief. How can you still believe in the good within them when they've done so much wrong? Because I want to believe the world can change, said Aang, sighing. And if Kino turns out to be a good man, if he keeps his word and promises, then maybe you'll start to see things as I do. The wrong the Fire Nation has done can't be erased, but we can hope the new generations will be able to mend the damage caused by the previous ones. I still think that's very gullible of you," said Katara, sighing. "How do we know it's not some trap? How do we know the Fire Lord really said they shouldn't attack? And, why would he say that, for starters? It's so confusing." "Well, hopefully we'll find out in 3 days, said Aang, smiling and patting Katara's shoulder. Katara sighed and nodded at that. He was right, of course. For now, she needed to be patient. Hours later, they returned to the tribe again, and all the while, Aang watched Katara worriedly. Knowing she might soon discover what fate had befallen Sokka made her anxious, far too anxious. She was afraid of knowing the answer to that question, for she would dread to hear her brother was dead, but what if he lived? What if? Everyone in the tribe noticed Katara was acting strangely, but she kept from saying anything. Aang and Katara had decided not to reveal what they had been up to until they had gotten results from their deal with Kino, and thus they both remained silent about it during the 3 days they had to wait before meeting Kino again. Whenever they went training, Katara would begin asking questions nervously, and Aang could only laugh before telling her not to worry, for everything would work out well in the end. And if things didn't work out on their own, they would make them work somehow. Katara would only sigh at that, and she continued practicing her forms, her mind still lost in thoughts of her brother. Eventually, the eve before the chosen day came, and Aang and Katara volunteered for the watch again. Hakata had been rather surprised by their quick response, for nobody had ever seemed enthusiastic about taking a shift to watch the settlement before, but he came to his own conclusion soon enough. After agreeing with letting them take this shift, Hakata made the firm decision to keep tabs on his daughter's relationship with the Avatar. For even if he didn't mind having Aang as his son-in-law one day, he would need the young man to abide by tradition and ask to court Katara properly if he meant to take her as his wife eventually. "Your dad started leering at me last night after we asked for this shift," said Aang, as he walked with Katara towards their vigilance site on the next day. "I don't know if he suspects something about what we're up to." "Well, it's not that big a deal if he does," said Katara, breathing heavily as they reached the snow mounds. "Because once we're done with this today, we'll be able to tell them whatever Kino tells us." "You think they'll take it well?" asked Aang. "That we're getting information from a Fire Nation soldier?" "They won't, but it's too late to worry about that now," said Katara. "Besides, whatever they think isn't that important. What really matters right now is, he's there, Aang." Aang glanced over the snow towards the settlement, and just as Katara had said, Kino stood by the metallic wall, looking around himself as though he were searching for them. Aang couldn't help but smile before proceeding just as he had during his original capture of the soldier. Kino was startled again when the ice cracked underneath him, and soon enough he was screaming again as he moved under the ice. Katara rolled her eyes at the sound and wondered just how was it that the Fire Nation soldiers didn't pick up on Kino's shouting. Either they weren't too smart, or they were really set on ignoring this particular comrade of theirs. Kino was squealing by the time he appeared before them. He opened his eyes and stopped screaming when he came to a halt, and he found Aang smiling down at him while Katara looked at him in disapproval. "Oh, hey there." "Hello," said Aang, smiling kindly and extending a hand towards Kino to pull him to his feet. "You don't have to scream every time you go through that tunnel, you know," said Katara, looking at Kino skeptically. "But it's fun," exclaimed Kino happily, beaming. "Good to see you both again." "Why so enthusiastic?" asked Aang, surprised. "Because we're going fishing, right?" said Kino, smiling brightly. "Oh, yeah, sure, but first," said Katara, stepping forward towards Kino. She had almost forgotten all about the fishing trip by now. "Tell us what you found out. Please, tell us." Kino looked at her in surprise before clearing his throat and nodding solemnly. Both Aang and Katara looked at him expectantly. "Well, first of all, nobody knows why the Fire Lord gave the command," said Kino, his hand going into his armor to pull out a sheet of paper. "This is the official notice, in case you guys still don't believe me. The guys told me I could keep this one, we've got a few of them after all." And well, as you can see. Katara took the sheet of paper in her hand, and Aang peeked over her shoulder to read the letter along with her. They both frowned as they read the content, and the looks on their faces were those of utter confusion. How can this be? Asked Katara, looking at Aang in disbelief. If this is real. It looks real, said Aang, blinking a few times. And it says just what Kino told us, so. See? I said I was serious about it, said Kino, folding his arms over his chest. It's why we haven't attacked you people lately. Not to mention that your waterbending prowess had us all very scared. Aang, how do you do it? This girl can't make half of what you. Hey! Katara exclaimed. I'm getting better at waterbending with every passing day, I'll have you know. Yeah, said Kino, waving a hand carelessly. And well, even if this were true, said Katara, leaving the letter in Aang's hands. What about Sokka, Kino? Did you find out something? Well, said Kino, gulping. I found out a few things. It took me quite a while to get a hold of the captain, and he was so busy that I had to tail him for a whole day before he finally had time for me. So, well, the captain wasn't here when the incident happened. He was still in the mainland, apparently, but there were rumors about what happened. According to what people were saying, General Chan had defeated the Water Tribe warriors when they attacked the settlement, and he had saved Princess Azula. Afterwards, the princess stopped at a village before returning to the capital in order to drop a slave there, and... A slave? Said Katara, her eyes widening. Why, you don't mean... Yeah, well, and that's not really all of it, said Kino, biting his lip. Thing is, apparently they'd caught a Water Tribe warrior indeed, and he became a slave, but rumor says that the princess decided to take him as her personal gladiator not long ago. What? Katara exclaimed, looking at Kino in disbelief. Why, you're saying, the Fire Nation princess enslaved my brother and turned him into? He's her slave. How can that? That's impossible. Sokka wouldn't let something like this happen to him. He's too stubborn, too hot-headed, too. He's alive, said Aang, looking at Katara gently when she stopped talking suddenly. The realization brought tears to her eyes, even though it was what she had wanted to hear for years now. It was almost as though her numb heart had been revived by the news, and it was starting to beat as powerfully as it had back when her brother had still been here, when he had been around to annoy her and goof around in the village. He's alive, Katara, said Aang, smiling and placing a hand on her shoulder. He's alive. Katara couldn't hold back the tears anymore. She turned towards Aang and held onto him tightly, crying on his parka as he surrounded her with his arms. Kino watched them with slight discomfort, feeling out of place completely. Were they really going to fish if she was so upset about the news he had given her? And here he had thought she would be happy to know her brother was alive. But he's in the worst situation, Aang, said Katara, pulling away after a moment, with a pained look on her face as tears streamed down her cheeks. He's the princess's gladiator? What sort of? What's that supposed to mean? Well, if I may, intervened Kino, earning himself their attention again. It was just a rumor. I have no idea if he's really with the princess or not. I'd need confirmation of some sort, but this is just what the captain has heard. Maybe she got herself another gladiator, one that has nothing to do with your brother, and people are mixing both stories up. That's likely the case, truth to be told, said Aang. Well, but even if that were the case, we still can't leave Sokka in their mercy now that we know of his situation, Aang, said Katara, looking at him with despair. We have to do something, somehow. Do what, exactly? Asked Kino, frowning. You're not expecting to cause trouble in the Fire Nation just after we decided to leave you guys alone, are you? Katara froze upon that. The soldier was looking at her judgmentally, a silly pout on his face. She gritted her teeth and shook her head. I can't just stand by and leave my brother in some ashmaker's control. She muttered. No, I guess not, said Aang, nodding. Still, there's little we can do as we are. We'd have to travel to the Fire Nation or so to discover if what Kino told us was right or not. And how do you plan on doing that? asked Kino, raising an eyebrow. You guys wouldn't make it 10 minutes through Fire Nation waters, anyone would know you don't belong there. Especially her, since she's got Water Tribe written all over her face. Ugh, true enough, but we have to do something, I don't care what, but we do. Said Katara, pacing nervously. How about we go fishing and then we figure out what to do? Said Kino, biting his lip. You guys promised, after all. Aang was taken aback by that, and he looked at Katara with a raised eyebrow. Well, we did promise, he said. And while he fishes we could decide on how to find out the truth, I guess. Katara looked at Aang in dismay before sighing loudly and shaking her head. Fine, let's take him fishing now, but we're going to figure out how to rescue Sokka. The guy might just be living as a royal and you're insisting on bringing him into this frozen wasteland. You know, if I were your brother, I'd be mad at you if you did that to me, said Kino. But never mind, it's your brother and your problem. I say we should just go catch some fish. Katara swallowed hard as she and Aang started towards the fishing area together, with Kino treading beside them enthusiastically. Aang smiled at Katara and placed a hand on her shoulder, and she lifted her gaze towards his. See, you could believe in your brother after all. He's still out there, Katara, he said. And if he's been strong enough to survive this long, I'm sure he'll survive until we find a way to bring him back home. Believe in his strength, Katara. I will, said Katara, gulping again and nodding. I will. It's Sokka, after all, he wouldn't just let the Fire Nation kill him. He's too stubborn for that, isn't he? Aang smiled when she suddenly chuckled, as more tears she couldn't hold back poured from her eyes. He's alive, Aang, she repeated, laughing in relief. He's alive. Chapter 72, Pairs Tournament 1. And after your last 2 fights, you're officially at the 199th spot in the ranking. Shoji exclaimed, beaming as he looked at the Blue Wolf and his sponsor. With a grand total of 5,734 points. Sokka's jaw dropped, but Azula smirked in approval. She had been expecting Sokka's results to be positive after his latest fights, and even though his new privileged position in the ranking was a surprise, she was satisfied rather than disbelieving upon the news. The people who passed them by in the Grand Royal Dome's vestibule looked at them with reverence. Some greeted her with a nod, others smiled, some bowed respectfully, but almost all the people who passed them by acknowledged Azula and her gladiator's presence one way or another. And earning the masses' respect, commoners and noblemen alike, also stirred satisfaction within Azula. Her history with Sokka within the gladiator business had been anything but smooth, yet this new respect they had obtained was proof that their reputation had recovered from the blows it had received in the past. The pair of them were currently more successful than they had ever been. But time would tell whether their streak of good fortune would continue or not. That's real crazy, said Sokka, gulping. I'm way too high. What, afraid of heights, are you? Azula teased, smirking. If anything, we're where we should be. And we can still aim much higher than this. Heh, well, if you say so, said Sokka, gulping. Long ago, when Azula had found him, he had never even dreamed he could rise at all within the superior Gladiator League's ranking, surviving while being within the lower half had been a surprise already. Being amongst the top 200 fighters was a lot to digest, and rising from here on promised to prove far more difficult than everything they had faced up to date. What challenges do we have, Shoji? Azula asked. Oh, I'll get them for you right away. He said, moving towards the cabinets where the pending challenges were stored. Azula glanced towards Sokka, finding he was fidgeting. She couldn't help but smile at the sight of him. And what are you so nervous about? She asked. You're usually so pleased with yourself, why do you seem bothered by being the 199th? Well, it's a lot of progress, you know, said Sokka, scratching the back of his head. I didn't see it coming so fast, if it came at all. With that, he gave her a nervous chuckle. Azula raised an eyebrow, but she couldn't continue to question Sokka, for Shoji approached them again, giving Azula the sheets of paper where her challenges had been written. There they are, said Shoji, smiling. They're not too many, but maybe one of them could interest you. Angela frowned and took the 6 challenges Shoji had given her. None of the names of the challenging gladiators were remotely familiar. Where in the ranking are these fighters? She asked, waving the challenges towards Shoji.
Well,
They're all below the Blue Wolf, actually, said Shoji, smiling weakly. It's to be expected, since you're already at the top half of the ranking. You're bound to get more challenges from lower-ranked gladiators from now on. Which isn't very helpful, said Angela, disapprovingly, placing the challenges on the counter. The last time Sokka fought someone below him, it was a crazed waterbender who wanted to kill him. I'm not taking that sort of risk anymore. You think I'll be safer by fighting people who are above me in the ranking? Asked Sokka, looking at her in disbelief. I think the fighters above you might be the type to fight you for the sake of points, perhaps for money. The ones below might have crazy intentions or delusions of grandeur, and I'd rather avoid people like that, said Angela. Well, you can always issue out your own challenges, of course, said Shoji, smiling. Or better yet, now I think about it, you could join the pairs tournament in Ba Sing Se. Pairs tournament? Asked Angela, raising an eyebrow. I didn't say anything about it before, but the Blue Wolf is in the proper level of the ranking to participate in the event now, said Shoji, smiling. In fact, he's in the exact position he had to be at to join the tournament. It's open from the spots between 100 to 200, after all. Right in the nick of it, said Sokka, surprised. Well, that doesn't sound so bad. Of course not, but who would you have as your partner? Asked Angela, raising an eyebrow. I figure pairs implies you'll have to fight alongside another gladiator. Could be better if it meant that both the gladiator and the sponsor would fight together, don't you think? Said Sokka, smiling. Oh, well, we would win the tournament without a doubt if that were the case, said Angela, smiling proudly. But I don't think that's the way it works. It's not, actually, said Shoji, smiling weakly. As you said, it's 2 gladiators fighting against 2 gladiators. It's a pretty interesting tournament, though. I wish they would hold them here from time to time, but it's a location event, just like the scavenger hunt is always held at the Ring of Ash. All pairs tournaments take place in Ba Sing Se. Still, even if traveling there takes a while, this is the sort of tournament that you two would surely join if you could. Surely? Asked Angela, raising an eyebrow. You're all that confident you'd know what decisions we'd make, Shoji? Well, I just think you'd like to take part in this event, said Shoji, blushing weakly. See, for every fight you win, you take the points from both fighters you defeat. So, if what you want is a boost in the ranking, you're sure to find it with this event. Angela raised an eyebrow, now actually intrigued by the tournament. That does sound appealing, I will admit, said the princess. Still, there's also a big risk, said Shoji, smiling weakly. If you lose, you get your opponent's gladiator value deducted from your total points score as well. Sokka said, jumping. Losing points? Oh, no. No. Not a chance we're going to risk something like that. Not when we got this high. Indeed, said Angela, frowning. The idea of taking points for 2 fighters in a single fight is quite appealing, but losing points takes away that appeal instantly. And even if we didn't care about the points, we can't join this event. We don't have anyone to join with, after all. Well, you could try to ask other sponsors with fighters in this level, said Shoji, shrugging. I'm sure there are plenty of them who would comply. Surely, but we don't know how efficient their fighters are, let alone if they could work well with Sokka, said Angela, shaking her head. I don't think I can genuinely trust in joining forces with anyone else. Yeah, we've done well by ourselves so far, said Sokka, smiling proudly. So let's just send off another challenge and forget this tournament thing. Indeed, let's do that, said Angela, nodding. Can I see the ranking, Shoji? Sure thing, said Shoji, handing the large sheet to them. Angela inspected it closely, with Sokka looking at it from over her shoulder. The princess frowned as she looked at all the available fighters, hardly any of them spiking her interest. Who is Miracle Stone? She asked, raising an eyebrow. Is it someone interesting? He's a pretty strong earthbender, truth be told, said Shoji, grimacing. I would stay clear off that one for the time being. The Blue Wolf has improved, and he's had a great streak lately. And you think this guy could break it? Asked Angela, sighing. Well, not this one, then. How about the dancing staff? That's a good one, but his sponsor has a weird policy, only sends challenges and never accepts them, said Shoji, shrugging. But maybe he'll send you one someday. I'm not about to keep waiting until he does, grunted Angela, sighing in defeat. I'm looking for a fight we could win, simple as that. Well, maybe we could try to fight against someone who's higher than them, said Sokka, taking the paper himself. I do think we've gotten too high too fast, but if you think about it, I fought against some pretty strong people back when I was just starting out, didn't I? Indeed, said Angela, thoughtful. And I've gotten much stronger since then, said Sokka, also more resourceful. Which has worked to our favor, despite how extreme your latest resources have been, said Angela, raising her eyebrows before turning towards Shoji again. How is the smoked gladiator doing? Have you had any word on it? He survived, if that's what you're wondering, said Shoji, smiling a little. Mayor Quan had him moved to a hospital over at Fire Fountain City, where he's being cared for. His battling days are over, though. Said Sokka, sighing. Well, I'm glad he didn't die, at least. What were you saying before, though? Angela asked Sokka, raising an eyebrow. Just that, if I'd already fought against people ranked higher than this dancer gladiator, we should be able to go up against tougher ones yet, he said, looking at the ranking. See, the Savage Hook is up here and he's currently the 148th. I beat him back then, and I'm much tougher than I was when I fought him. We've definitely got to be stronger than him by now, I think. And we should also be stronger than. Then? Asked Angela, raising her eyebrows when Sokka didn't finish his sentence. Sokka seemed to grow nervous when she looked at him questioningly. He really didn't think mentioning Kyoshi's heir would be a good idea, not when their relationship was doing better than ever. But even though he wanted to simply point at her name to show Angela what he'd meant, to avoid any problems, he quickly realized he couldn't find it. He frowned as he continued to browse through the paper, a confused frown on his face. Where is she? He asked, looking at the top 100 fighters. She can't be that high by now, or can she? Who, exactly? Asked Angela, though she already knew what the answer to her question was. Sokka gulped and looked at her with mild guilt, and Angela raised an eyebrow slowly, giving him a dangerous look. Why, you know, Kyoshi's heir was the highest-ranked gladiator we've fought against, so I figured we'd be better than her by now, but I don't know if I missed out on her or something, said Sokka, frowning and looking at the ranking carefully. I mean, she should be around 120 by now, maybe more, maybe less. I figure, at least. And she's not? Asked Angela, raising an eyebrow and looking at the ranking herself. Maybe she dropped instead of rising, if you can't find her up there. I suppose it's a possibility, but I still don't see. You're asking about Kyoshi's heir? Said Shoji, biting his lip. Yeah, said Sokka, looking at Shoji and dropping the ranking in front of him. I beat her, so I thought I'd be able to fight against some gladiators around her level just fine, but she's not there anymore, Shoji finished, earning himself a confused frown from both sponsor and gladiator. What do you mean, she's not there anymore? Said Sokka. What is it, did she change names or? She's off the ranking, replied Shoji, sighing. She's not there anymore because she dropped out a few months ago. She dropped out? Why? Asked Angela. Was it because of wounds? Or did she go 3 months without fighting? Maybe a 20-loss streak? Asked Sokka. None of those, said Shoji, shaking his head. On her last fight she even killed her opponent. He was a tough one, but she managed to defeat him and got out of it unscathed. Maybe she didn't mean to kill him. Said Sokka, frowning. Of course she didn't, said Shoji, shaking his head. But that wasn't it, not really. See, I also thought it was odd to get a sudden message one day telling me to write her off the ranking, so I decided to dig a little deeper into it. And what did you find? Asked Sokka, a hand on his waist as he looked at Shoji expectantly. Not nearly enough, said Shoji, shaking his head. I tried to find out why I had gotten an official army message to tell me she wasn't going to fight anymore. Official army message? Azula repeated. What would the army have to do with this? That's what I was wondering when I received it, said Shoji. It didn't make much sense to me either. When gladiators drop out, either the sponsor himself comes by to inform it, or he sends the message himself, but that's not what we got with Kyoshi's heir. So I wasn't sure what had happened. It was quite a hectic week, to top it all off, so. A hectic week. Sokka said. But if you said that was months ago, then. It was back during that incident when we were all sent underground, said Shoji, nodding. I received the message once the arena resumed working. We had a few things to reschedule, some fights had overlapped because we had lost almost 2 whole days of activity, and getting messages about gladiators dropping out in that situation would have been understandable, maybe. People were scared, and they feared the terrorists would come back to the capital, so they might have wanted to flee from the mainland. But it's one thing to get a dropout message from a sponsor and another one to get it from the army, said Azula, frowning. Especially when the army was as busy as it was at the time. I thought so too, said Shoji, nodding. So after a few weeks, I went over to the army's barracks to ask about it, and I got very vague answers at first, but from what one soldier told me, well, it seemed her sponsor was one of the terrorists. What? Azula exclaimed, her eyes widening. Her sponsor? That old man was a member of the White Lotus. That makes no sense, said Sokka, shaking his head. Why would they be members of the White Lotus? And if this is true, then that means I got Kyoshi's heir locked up in jail. I don't know if she was a member of this Lotus thing like her sponsor was, said Shoji, shaking his head. But even if she were, she wasn't sent to jail. I asked them about her exclusively, and they told me what happened with her. She wasn't directly involved in the situation that you two dealt with. She probably wasn't on that ship, then, said Sokka, frowning. And she wasn't one of the people they were breaking out, right? No. I think her sponsor was, but not her, said Shoji. According to the lieutenant I talked to, a large group of soldiers went into Oyoji's house to search it, trying to find anything else that might link him with the Lotus people. I don't know if they found what they were looking for, they wouldn't tell me, and I didn't really care about that too much. But they found her there, and apparently she tried to send them off when they barged into the house without permission. Still, even though she was so strong, there was little she could do in such a small space, fighting against at least 10 fire-bending soldiers. Sokka's eyes widened, his fists clenched as he heard Shoji's words. What happened to her? He asked. They didn't kill her, did they? No, they didn't, said Shoji, shaking his head. They had no idea who she was. None of the soldiers were the type who frequented the arena, so they had no clue she was a gladiator. They were impressed by her strength, but they didn't understand they were dealing with an accomplished fighter, so after subduing her, leaving her unconscious, they sent her to the slave market. The slave market? Asked Sokka again, aghast. They sold her. They didn't, they just threw her in the market, said Shoji. They made no money out of it. They figured she was just Oyoji's servant or so. Oyoji wasn't going to need her services anytime soon, so they sent her to the same place where they figured Oyoji had gotten her, so that she could be sold to someone who could keep her in line. That's what they told me, at least. And then what? Asked Sokka, worriedly. Did she get sold, or is she still there? Did she rejoin the ranking under another name, with a new sponsor? No, she didn't, said Shoji, shaking his head. I went to the market after that, and I asked at every servant stand, hoping to find whoever had taken her after the soldiers had dropped her here. The lieutenant described the salesman who had taken her for me, but he didn't know his name, so it took me some time to find him. When I finally did, I asked him about her fate, and he told me she had been one seriously feisty slave, and he'd had to use shackles and chains to keep her in line. And that, just a few days before I asked, 2 men had showed up at the stand, and they'd decided to buy her. What sort of men? Asked Sokka, looking more worried with every new bit of Shoji's explanation. Did the salesman tell you anything about them? He said the guys told him they'd come from Shuwo, an old town located southeast from here. It takes a long trip to get there, said Shoji. And, well, I have no idea what sort of men they were, but the salesman wanted to get rid of Kyoshi's heir as quickly as he could. She really was too much to handle for him. He took them up on their first offer, and that's the last I've discovered about her. So she's working as some guy's slave? Sokka repeated. Maybe in the amateur league now. I doubt it, said Azula, frowning. I don't think there was an amateur league arena there. I've never heard of such, at least. Gladiator fights, even the amateur ones, are too organized a practice for a town like Shuwo. They don't even have their own slave market, which is why, when I first brought you to the Fire Nation, we took you to Huiyi instead. In all honesty, it would have been far worse to leave you in Shuwo. Worse? How could it be any worse? Asked Sokka, looking at her worriedly. Shuwo means rat's den, said Azula. It's one of the worst locations in the Fire Nation. It's similar to that nest of scumbags we found when we were looking for the rough rhinos. Sick practices of any sort take place there, whatever nightmares you can imagine, it's certain to happen there. The army raids the town occasionally, to keep the town's crime in check, but as soon as the army is gone, it goes back to its usual state. How can such a place exist here? Said Sokka, looking at Azula in disbelief. This is the Fire Nation. Aren't you guys boasting constantly about being advanced and civilized? That town sounds like the entire opposite of that. Well, precisely, said Azula, lowering her gaze. Order and civilization don't work unanimously everywhere. There will always be rebels, just as the rough rhinos. The only thing the Fire Lords could do to keep from slaughtering their own people and bringing about a civil war was to seclude those sorts of rebels in specific places, such as towns like Shuwo. That's stupid, said Sokka, shaking his head. It's preposterous. And she's there, in a rat's den, being subjected to hell knows what treatment. This is awful, Azula. I know it is, but there's nothing we can do about it as we are, said Azula, shaking her head. She might have gotten out of there already, for all we. If the salesman kept her chained, he must have told the ones that bought her to do the same thing, exclaimed Sokka. Chained, Azula. She's being treated like some wild beast or something, has been treated like one for months now, and we're what, Sokka? She asked, looking at him with raised eyebrows. How were we supposed to know her sponsor had anything to do with the White Lotus, or that her fate is as awful as it is? It's not like we got her there, we had absolutely nothing to do with it. But we can have something to do with it now, he said, frowning. I get that you're not her biggest fan or anything close to that, but we have to do something. She doesn't deserve a fate like that, Azula. Nobody does. I know as much, said Azula, staring right back at him. I did just say it would have been beyond cruel to leave you there, didn't I? And what do you even want me to do, Sokka? You think I'm some sort of advocate for slaves' rights? You think I can just walk into that hellhole and pull her out of there because I feel like it? Of course. You're the princess, said Sokka, looking at her in disbelief. If anyone can get her out of there, it's you. The girl is a slave, and those guys bought and paid for her, said Azula, folding her arms over her chest. By law, she's just a possession, so by taking her from them I'd be committing a crime, no less. That's, yeah, sure, a crime, said Sokka, gritting his teeth. And what they're doing to her isn't a crime as well. If, as you said, that place is the sorts where nightmares come true, she's got to be in a living hell right now. And even if you don't know what that's like, Azula, I do. Do I have to remind you that you were the last person I would have ever wanted to join forces with back when you found me in Huiyi? I agreed to your deal because I'd rather become my worst enemy's gladiator than to continue living like that. Hell, I didn't even have a clue if I'd continue living or not. For all I knew, my next day could have been my last. And I almost You almost what? Asked Angela, frowning, when he shook his head. Never mind. What I'm saying is, if you got me out of there, we can get her out of this place too. Angela, please. She said, shaking her head. Do you expect me to save every single slave we meet, Sokka? Do you think I have magical powers and I can just give every one of them a new, better life just because you ask me to? As much as you may not think so, my resources really aren't unlimited, so. So, you're not doing this, then, said Sokka, his gaze hardening and making Angela freeze in her spot. You're just going to let her rot there, that's it. Sokka, that's not what I'm saying. I get it, don't bother explaining, he said, shaking his head and staring off towards the arena's doors. Sokka! She called after him, frowning. She would have pursued him immediately, but people were staring towards them now. She didn't need negative attention, not now. Are you going to challenge anyone at all? Asked Shoji, biting his lip. I'll get back to you on that later, said Angela, shaking her head before following Sokka outside, a heavy frown on her face. Okay, then. Said Shoji, sinking in his seat and watching them leave, worriedly. It was a relief that someone had finally asked about Kyoshi's heir, now that he knew more about her whereabouts, but he definitely hadn't expected it to end this way. Angela blasted through the arena's doors, her eyes looking for Sokka frantically until she spotted him already walking down the street, his head hunched and his arms at either side of his body, hands balled into fists. She gritted her teeth before following him, knowing this new conflict they'd landed themselves in couldn't possibly end well, just when things were starting to move along smoothly for them, to boot. She could hardly believe her bad luck. Sokka, stop. Sokka. She called him before reaching him, grabbing him by the shoulder. What? Said Sokka, frowning and turning towards her. Changed your mind? No, I didn't change my mind, but you can't just storm off like that. She exclaimed. Why are you acting like this? It's not like you said things with you two hadn't gone well, so why are you taking this so personally? It's not like you're responsible for what happened to her. I already told you, I may not be responsible, but I can make a difference. Said Sokka. We can, the two of us. You saved me from my own hell, why can't we do the same for her? Because as I said, I can't go around saving the lives of every single slave you happen to have dated once or twice, she growled. You alone have caused me more trouble than I could handle on most accounts. So why don't you try to step into my shoes for a moment and realize I'm in no position to steal other people's slaves just because you're asking me to do so? I didn't tell you to steal her, you could just buy her off, couldn't you? Said Sokka. Hell, you're the princess. Whatever you say should be a command, Angela. The moment they see you they'll crawl to your feet and tell you to do as you wish, that's how it works. And then what? Asked Angela, frowning. What do you want me to do with her, huh? Set you two up so you can live happily together in your house? When we found Song, I bought her for you because you clearly needed someone like her in order to survive. I didn't do it out of the goodwill of my heart, out of some irrational urge to save the lives of everyone in pain that I might come across. So you're saying it doesn't matter, then? He said, looking at her in disbelief. You're saying that the pain a slave is subjected to, it doesn't matter? Unless that slave can be of some use to you, you're not going to bother? Is that how it works, then, even after all this time? Angela froze at that. No, it wasn't the way it worked, not really. Not anymore. But she couldn't save this girl, she couldn't even consider it. Her entire body was against the notion, simply because she knew she had caught Sokka's eye once. But the more she thought about it, the more ridiculous that excuse seemed to be. It's not because it's her, Angela. Said Sokka, shaking his head. It's not like I'm asking you to do this because I want her for myself. You can get her and, I don't know, free her, maybe. Let her return to the Earth Kingdom, something like that. My real problem is that she's living in those conditions. I can't fathom that someone like her is in that situation. It's wrong, by all accounts, it's just. She's not the only slave in a dire situation, Sokka, said Azula, shaking her head. If your problem is that slaves are mistreated, well, I'm sorry, but I can't do anything about it right now. My father established the slavery system as it is. Telling him to abolish it would be to ask for a death sentence, especially when I'm not even on his good side after refusing his wishes as openly as I did during my birthday. You still could try, damn it, you could do something, said Sokka, his head dropping. I don't think slaves deserve to be treated like this, Sokka, said Azula, stepping towards him. And I will do something about it, when I have a chance. But as we are, it's not going to work. I know it's not reassuring at all, Sokka, but I will do something about it, one day, I will. One day, said Sokka, looking at her reproachfully. One day, when all the gladiators in the amateur league have killed each other and there's none left. When all abused slaves have died at the hand of their masters. Is that when you'll be able to do something, then? Sokka, you can't just. I'll do everything in my power to change that, but I can't do it at the moment. She said. I can't save everyone just because you ask me to. No matter how hard I tried right now, it would never work. Yeah. I guess not, said Sokka, shaking his head. I've done my best when it comes to you and Song, said Azula, looking at him with a frown. But that doesn't mean I'm some sort of slave savior or anything of the sort, Sokka, The problem is, Azula, said Sokka, with a bark of skeptical laughter. That you saved me. And I. You what, Sokka? Asked Azula. I'm a mess, Azula, he said, shaking his head. I'm an idiot, and I keep making mistakes. I'm not that great a person, you know? So, while I am what I am, I'm your gladiator, while someone like Suki, who probably had never done anything bad in her life, is stuck in that town, enslaved by a pair of scumbags. That's what I just. That's it, then. You think you're not worthy of this, said Azula, looking at him, but he refused to meet her gaze. For some reason you think you shouldn't have an easy life. That there are others who should have this life, but not you. Why? Azula, you wouldn't understand, he said, shaking his head before turning around. Forget it. Forget it. Where are you going? Azula asked, frowning when he started walking away. Nowhere. Never mind, he muttered so softly she hardly heard him. Azula gritted her teeth and turned around, huffing in frustration. She could hardly believe he was behaving so unreasonably, and yet he was acting as though the unreasonable one was her. She couldn't deliver justice to every soul out there, not when she was simply a princess. Once she became the Fire Lord, she would be free to change laws and make different decrees that would treat slaves more fairly, perhaps, but right now she was virtually powerless. And she couldn't save every single slave individually, that was simply preposterous. Still, she couldn't help but feel guilty as she thought about the things Sokka had said. Indeed, if she didn't act soon, most slaves would die. Heaps of them already had. But she felt helpless, she couldn't do what he was asking from her, even if she had hopes to do so one day. And she frowned while wondering what Sokka's problem was. It wasn't the first time he confessed to feeling unworthy of the benefits he had obtained by being her gladiator, but this time it seemed worse than before. This time he was more upset than usual, and he had even walked off on his own accord, and it was all because of this girl, of course. Even when she was gone, when they hadn't even seen her in months, the mere mention of Kyoshi's heir could estrange their relationship in a matter of seconds. Azula shook her head and sighed. She shouldn't care about that, she really shouldn't. Her heart shouldn't ache upon the thought of Sokka worrying over someone other than her, for why should he only care about Azula? He was his own person, and he had every right to worry about whoever he wanted to worry about, right? But she feared being replaced again. She feared he might have underlying intentions when it came to this girl. Back when he had first met her, he had tried to use her to forget about Azula, he had confessed as much. Who could say he wasn't hoping to accomplish the same feat now? Maybe he was worried, maybe he really wanted to save her just for the girl's sake, but what would come next, right after saving her? Angela was rubbing her forehead with a hand when she heard a familiar groaning sound coming closer. She raised her head to find Xin Long landing right before her, making people scatter in fear and admiration of the dark creature. "Ah, nice timing," said Angela, sighing and approaching the dragon, caressing his helmet gently. "Finally, someone whose real thoughts I can see without an issue." Xin Long had perceived how troubled she was, and he had flown towards her quickly. He sniffed her clothes and prompted her to jump on his back, and Angela sighed before complying with his wishes. "I don't know what he expects of me," she sighed, lying back on the saddle as they flew through the clouds. "I guess I'm the only person who can change things for the better, but that's easier said than done. I can't possibly tell my father to abolish slavery, and I can't just go save that girl because he asks me to. By that logic, I should save every single slave, right?" Xin Long groaned and nodded, though he made a point to say she shouldn't be so opposed to the notion. What was so wrong about saving this girl? "You don't understand, Xin," she whispered. "She's not just any girl. I mean, I guess at least she's not that slut of a bounty hunter. If Sokka had asked me to do anything for her, I'd burn the moron to a crisp before informing him that I'd rather relinquish my position as princess than to have anything to do with her. But still." Xin Long snickered before asking if this former gladiator girl was competition. Angela retaliated by kicking his flank lightly. "Competition? Well, for all I know she might be," growled Angela. "No matter how far he tries to go with me, he'll never get what he wants through me. She could do that for him, whereas I can't. And if he really thinks she's so wonderful, that she mustn't have done anything bad in her life, who's to say that's not what he wants? But I'm not going to gift him with a wife just because he asked nicely." Which he didn't, by the way. Xin Long's next response made Angela glare at him. For the dragon believed that, if she didn't want Sokka to mate with anyone else, she should simply mate with him herself, screw the consequences. If mating with anyone was all Sokka wanted, then he wouldn't ask her to save this girl for that purpose anymore. This way she could save her without fearing he would abandon her. It was all really simple, it seemed to Xin Long. "You deserve another kick for that," she grunted. "I already said I can't do anything of the sort. And it's anything but simple. I don't want him to get involved with her, or anyone. And well, he actually said he wouldn't involve himself with anyone, now I think of it. That he would focus only on fighting for me because I wouldn't let him have a life." Xin Long turned his head to look at her worriedly when he felt Angela grow more miserable still, as she remembered the worst argument she had ever had with Sokka. "I guess he was right," said Angela, sighing. "I won't let him have a life. He was willing to let me marry someone else, and I won't give him the same luxury. Maybe I'm really not as wonderful a sponsor as I thought I was, maybe I'm just..." Angela sighed and shook her head. Only one word came to her head that described what she really thought of herself right now. And it was depressing, because it was true. There was one main reason why she refused to comply with his wishes, and as much as she tried to deny it, it was undeniable. "I'm really a bad person, aren't I?" she muttered, sitting up and rubbing her forehead with a hand. "Because of an old grudge that's actually no fault of hers, I'm willing to let that girl suffer until the end of her days." Xin Long asked her if she really would do that. Angela sighed and clenched her jaw. "I would, but I guess I won't," she muttered. "I owe him as much, after all. I might just be paranoid about her because of what happened back then, maybe nothing would happen between them if I brought her back here somehow. But even if she wanted to believe that, she couldn't quite do so. The fear of being forsaken by Sokka could only linger inside her, growing stronger if she tried to fight against it. It really wasn't that odd for Angela to brace herself for the worst-case scenario, was it? It was what any capable strategist would do, but this wasn't about strategy. It was about saving someone's life, even though she wasn't really sure she wanted to do that. She sighed and realized she really had no choice. If she didn't do something about this, Sokka would fall into the same mindset he had been in when he fought against Jet. She knew his fighting was at its best when his mind was at peace, so she had to bring him peace somehow. Even if she didn't think it would end well for her, she had to do it for his sake. He had fought for hers just a few weeks ago, it was only right for her to return the favor, wasn't it? But she couldn't just fly there herself and fetch the girl. Maybe it was her pride that told her she shouldn't follow that course of action, maybe it was her common sense, for a princess snatching a slave randomly would be perceived as nothing more than abuse of power. So she couldn't do it directly, but maybe someone else could. Someone who could take care of the girl once she had been brought to safety. Someone who could watch over her and employ her somehow, someone who owed Angela a favor, and who could keep this girl away from Sokka, at least, for the time being. She was already regretting her decision as soon as she had made it, but it was better than nothing. And it was definitely better than saving the former gladiator herself. And if what Sokka really cared about was ensuring that Kyoshi's heir was no longer a slave in Shuwo, he would have no right to object to this course of action, right? It still wouldn't keep him from getting involved with Kyoshi's heir if that was what he wanted, of course. But this way Angela wouldn't have to deal with her directly. She wouldn't hand the slave over to Sokka as some plaything, telling him to do with her as he saw fit. Xian Long touched down at the location she requested him to fly towards, and she still didn't feel comfortable at all about what she was doing. Nonetheless, she approached the house and knocked on the door swiftly, but loudly. The quicker she was done with this, the better it would be for her. Once her demands had been conveyed, she would have nothing to do with this matter anymore. She heard sounds coming from the upper floor, and she frowned as she raised her gaze, wondering what was going on. Voices spoke agitatedly, then hurried footsteps. And after a moment, Ty Lee opened the door hastily, looking outside nervously. "Hey Angela. What are you doing here, out of the blue?" she asked, once she had realized who her visitor was. Angela's face contorted into a disapproving grimace as soon as she detailed Ty Lee's appearance. She only wore what seemed to be a bathrobe, and her hair was in total disarray, not assembled into the braid she was always so careful about. If that hadn't given away what she had been up to, her flushed cheeks and odd stance sure did. "Well, I was just hoping you'd be available. For some reason I was under the impression that you kept your fun activities with Haru to a minimum while we're still in broad daylight, but, apparently, I was wrong," she said, looking at Ty Lee with a raised eyebrow, and the girl blushed and slinked into the house, a weak smile on her face. "See Simon, Angela, it's not like you really blame me, do you?" she said, ushering Angela inside. "I don't know how you hold back around Sokka, but I sure can't do the same thing with Haru. Which is why I figure you'd appreciate it if this visit is done quickly," said Angela, sighing. "Well, my business won't take long anyways." "No? Ah, well, good to know," she said, smiling with relief. "I kind of left Haru in a bit of a troublesome situation and you need to get back to him. I get it, I don't want nor need any details," said Angela, lifting a hand to stop Ty Lee from rambling. "I'm only here because you owe me a favor, in case you've forgotten. A great one, apparently, for you're still enjoying your gladiator in more ways than any sponsor should." "Oh, come on, if you could get away with it you'd do the same with." Nevertheless, Angela interrupted her, hoping to change the subject before Ty Lee began pestering her actively about Sokka. "I finally have something to ask of you. And the sooner I'm done telling you what it is, the sooner you'll be back with your dear boy toy." "Okay, then," said Ty Lee, a little nervous. "Shoot." Angela took a deep breath, resisting the urge to turn on her heels and leaving right away. She had gotten this far, there was no point in delaying this anymore. It was for the best, she just had to focus on that. "I need you to travel to Shuwo," she said, trying to ignore the look of utter horror in Ty Lee's face when she heard the town's name. "And find a slave who was a gladiator of the Superior League once. You might have seen her fight, maybe Haru has heard of her." "Why would you need someone who wound up in Shuwo?" she asked, grimacing. "That's a very nasty place, Angela. I don't think I want to go there." "You owe me a massive debt, Ty Lee," Angela growled, glaring at her friend. "So either you do this and I consider that debt settled, or you don't do it and I'll find an even worse way to make you pay for it. How do you feel about that?" "Can't say I'm thrilled by the idea," said Ty Lee, gulping. Well, alright then. It can be done, I think. Who do you want me to find, though?" "Her gladiator name was Kyoshi's heir," said Angela, her stomach burning when she pronounced the name. "Heh? Kyoshi's heir?" That's the one who fought Sokka ages ago, right? Said Ty Lee, tapping her chin. The one he was being all? Yes, I know who she is, Ty Lee, no need to ramble about that, said Angela, gritting her teeth. You watched that fight? Ah, yeah, I even dragged Zuko to see it, said Ty Lee, smiling. But, what is she doing in Shuwo, Angela? Why did she? What matters is for you to get her out of there, not why she's there or how she got there, grunted Angela. Buy her off from whoever owns her at the moment and bring her back to the capital. That's all you need to do. But. I don't think I need another slave, said Ty Lee, frowning. Clearly, considering how the one you've got is already catering to your every need, said Angela, disdainfully, and Ty Lee smiled guiltily. But you're going to do this, Ty Lee, because I'm telling you to. I don't care if you don't have any use for a slave like her, taking care of her will be part of the debt you have to settle. Eventually we shall figure out what to do with her, but right now, you're doing as you're told. Am I clear? Ah, well, on my mission's contents, you are, but not on what's the point in doing this. Said Ty Lee, scratching her head. You don't need to understand that, you just need to find her and bring her here. That's it, Angela stated, moving towards the door. And try to do it soon, if you'll be so kind. Well, I was kind of in the middle of something right now, so I can't say I'll be going right away, but I'll make sure to do it, don't worry, said Ty Lee, smiling nervously. Good, Angela replied, stepping outside into the street again, where Xin Long awaited her. Make sure to inform me once you've accomplished your goal. Sure thing. Said Ty Lee, smiling. This is cool, though. It almost feels like I'm some secret agent on a royal quest of sorts. Right, said Angela, looking at her in disbelief. Think whatever you will of it, no matter if your idea of what you'll do is somewhat delusional. Hey. Please, do me a favor and don't resume your tryst with Haru until you've made sure I'm out of earshot, said Angela, sighing before climbing atop Xin Long. I definitely don't want to hear you two going at it. Now, it's not like we're that loud. Said Ty Lee, giggling. In conclusion, just make sure to fulfill what I've asked from you, and let me know once you have, Angela repeated, looking at Ty Lee sternly. I will, her friend replied, smiling. Very well, then, said Angela, sighing and ushering the dragon to take off again. Xin Long tried to encourage her with enthusiastic thoughts as they flew towards the palace, but his intent served for little. Angela's mind was lost in thought, in speculation and in picturing all the worst-case scenarios she could fathom as a resolution for this mess. And the more thought she gave the matter, the more she regretted having done as she had. She could have coaxed a better favor out of Ty Lee, one she might have actually felt good about. For this one was a good thing, or so her conscience said, but she couldn't keep her surging jealousy at bay no matter how hard she tried. Why was it so complicated to do a good deed? Her life had been so much easier when she hadn't known Sokka. And for all she knew, her life would soon return to what it had been before Sokka had appeared. That depressing thought did nothing for her bad mood, and she climbed off Xin Long at the palace by saying she surely was not good company for him at the moment. The dragon tried to tell her otherwise, but Angela had walked out of the refuge, her fingertips rubbing her brow. She kept trying to appease herself, but it was serving to no avail. Should she find Sokka and tell him what she'd done? No, that would make him think she was trying to get to his good side and nothing more. Though in truth, that was the main reason why she had sent Ty Lee to find Kyoshi's heir. But Sokka needn't know that. Her thoughts were brusquely interrupted when she collided with someone in the hallway. Angela frowned and glared at the person she had run into, and upon realizing who it was, she felt even more compelled to lash out at him. Physically incapable of walking with your head raised, are you, uncle? She asked, her teeth bared towards the man. Ah, I am very sorry, Angela. Exclaimed Iroh, giggling happily and showing her a flyer he was holding. I was just reading this, see? Well, do your surroundings a favor and don't walk while reading, said Angela. An old man shouldn't do something so risky, the next thing you know you might just stumble down a flight of stairs. Ahaha, that would be unfortunate, said Iroh, scratching his head and smiling at her. And you are right, I am growing old. It is actually quite lucky that my eyesight still works well enough for me to read these tiny words. Indeed, that's quite an accomplishment, uncle, said Angela, rolling her eyes. Let's hope it runs in the family, said Iroh, smiling. That way, once you're an old woman, you will be able to read as well as I can. And I'll make sure not to bump into my niece because of being as careless as you are, said Angela, with a skeptical smirk. Now, perhaps fate intended for us to bump into each other, Angela, Iroh stated, smiling. Into each other? Didn't we establish you bumped into me? Angela muttered, irritated. I just went to the Grand Royal Dome today, said Iroh, ignoring her deliberately. And I was given this flyer for a pairs tournament. Angela frowned as Iroh showed her the paper. It was the same tournament Shoji had told her and Sokka about. Why, I suppose free flyers might be something exciting and shocking for one like you, uncle, but it really isn't all that interesting to me, said Angela, frowning. And I already know about that tournament, Shoji told me about it. Oh, then did you know it's open for my gladiators level? Asked Iroh, excitedly. Toph is currently 179th in the ranking. How about the Blue Wolf? Why would you ask where my fighter currently is? Angela asked, uneasy. It's none of your concern. Because we should enter this tournament together, Angela, exclaimed Iroh, happily. A trip to Ba Sing Se should be fun. Why you're kidding, aren't you? She asked, glaring at him. You aren't really asking this, you can't possibly think. It will definitely be fun. There are great tea houses in Ba Sing Se, said Iroh, beaming, and Angela's eyebrow twitched. Why am I not surprised to hear that? She grunted, rolling her eyes. Your logic baffles me, uncle. Thinking a trip to Ba Sing Se is fun is one of the most ridiculous things I have heard from you, and that's saying quite a lot. Do I need to remind you of how much fun both our trips to Ba Sing Se have been up to date? Oh, no need, said Iroh, shaking his head. But I thought giving the city another chance wouldn't be so. Not in this life, uncle, Angela interrupted him. And definitely not with him as company, she thought, looking at Iroh with disdain. Now, Angela, there's no need to be so stubborn, said Iroh. The event will take place in a few weeks, so I don't have much time to find a partner. If all you want is a partner, you can fetch one in the Grand Royal Dome just as easily. You have to be out of your mind to think our gladiators could ever join forces, said Angela, shaking her head before resuming her walk through the hallways. Ah, well. Your loss, Angela, Iroh called out, but he still smiled at the paper in his hand. Who should I ask, then? Angela rolled her eyes upon what her uncle had said, wondering just how foolish that old man could be. It wouldn't be her loss in the slightest. Joining that pointless tournament would likely mean a bigger loss than refusing to enter it. But now she thought about it, joining the tournament with a ruthless fighter such as the Blind Bandit as their fellow fighter wouldn't be so bad. Toph had yet to lose a combat, and she probably could take two gladiators on at once without much issue. If they were to have a partner in a tournament such as this one, it should be someone with a track record like hers. Still, it was stupid. It was preposterous, really. Angela had no idea why she was even allowing herself to think of the possibility of joining this pointless event when she didn't care for it at all. She would have to take off tomorrow at most to reach Ba Sing Se on time, if she wanted to join. So it was a hassle, one she couldn't bother taking upon when. Angela slowed down suddenly, a frown on her face. She didn't really have any responsibilities to tend to right now, and the one thing she needed to keep an eye out for would be Ty Lee's rescuing of the slave girl. But that wasn't in her hands anymore, and she wanted nothing to do with it after all. She had asked Ty Lee to report to her once she had finished her task, but Angela didn't really need that report so desperately. What she really cared about, what really bugged her was Sokka, and how he would respond upon seeing this girl again. If she took him to Ba Sing Se, his reunion with her would be delayed. Maybe Angela could tell him she had tended to the matter, just to appease him, and then he would be back to his normal self. Well, if it was necessary at all, of course. Maybe it wouldn't be, maybe Sokka wasn't as upset as he had been in previous occasions. The things he had said hadn't been as insulting as those he had uttered that night, which was still highly ranked as one of the worst in Angela's life. So maybe he really wasn't in such a bad place as back then. And maybe she could drag him away from the capital, to distract him while Ty Lee finished her errand. The tournament would surely require all of Sokka's focus, especially if they were to fight alongside someone who usually was his enemy, so this could be an answer. Maybe not a definitive one, but it could be. Ty Lee would still save the girl, and Angela would have a chance to keep Sokka away from her for a while longer. Maybe I should ask Nightmare Trigger's sponsor. Iroh was saying behind her, and Angela turned towards him. Uncle! She called him, startling Iroh. The man looked at her, frowning. That tone of voice gave away that his niece was plotting something, which instantly made him feel wary. He looked at her with confusion, raising a bushy eyebrow. Yes. He said, looking at her worriedly. Is there anything you want, Princess Angela? I have reconsidered your offer, said Angela, a slow smirk spreading over her face. You and your dear Gladiator must want to participate in this tournament, after all. Iroh said, his eyes widening. But you just said. Angela, you said you didn't want to do it. I wouldn't want you to do something you don't want to. Enough of that gibberish, said Angela, walking towards him with determination. You need a partner, and I'm saying I'll do it. You were so insistent about it just a moment ago, so why back down now? A trip like this one should provide us with some quality uncle and niece bonding time, don't you believe? Iroh definitely didn't appreciate the sarcasm with which Angela spoke, let alone the mischievous smirk she was presenting him with. In truth, he had only suggested for them to join the tournament together as a joke. He hadn't imagined his niece would accept, not now, not ever. Not if she didn't have an ulterior motive to do so, and the smile on her face said that she had found said ulterior motive. I'm not really sure, said Iroh, panicking slightly. Please, what could possibly go wrong? Said Angela, smiling. You said it would be fun, after all. Iroh's unease only increased at that. This was exactly why he would always move carefully when it came to Angela. The girl was sly, conniving, witty, and certain to get away with what she put her mind to, whatever that was. What on earth had he gotten himself into by playing with her as he had? He sure didn't feel ready to find out just yet. He reached the building, frowning upon realizing he didn't know in which apartment the former Gladiator had lived in. The area was one of the cheapest in the city, as cheap as living in the Fire Nation capital could possibly be. Sokka wouldn't have thought about coming here hadn't he walked Suki back to her place after their fiasco of a date. He sighed and moved towards the closest apartment, knocking on the door and hoping to get a few answers from any of the neighbors. They might be more cooperative about the situation than the soldiers Shoji had asked questions to. Why yes? Oh, said the girl who opened the door for him, jumping in surprise when she saw him. She seemed to recognize him, although Sokka could swear for the life of him that he had no idea who she was. Hello, he said, trying not to seem uneasy by her behavior. Sorry to intrude, but... Why Yuri the Blue Wolf? Squeaked the girl, pointing at him and dropping her jaw. Sokka smiled awkwardly and nodded. Yeah. Oh, please, this is... Why would you come here? She asked, nervously. The Blue Wolf, I can't believe. Oh, is the princess nearby too? Nope, said Sokka, gulping. She's not with me today. Rather, I'm not with her, well, anyhow, yeah, I'm the Blue Wolf, but... I'm such a fan of yours. She exclaimed, happily. I watched you in the arena a few times. Or well, I did, back before things, well. Before what? Asked Sokka, frowning. Well, it's not a pretty story, really, said the girl, biting her lip. And I'm not going to bore you with that, unless that's what you're here for? I mean, there's no chance you're knocking on my door by accident, or because you came to see me, I mean, you don't even know me, so. Yeah, I'm sorry, but I really didn't, he said, smiling awkwardly again. knew someone who lived here, and apparently she doesn't anymore. She was a gladiator all the same as I was, her name was Suki. Kyoshi's heir, said the girl, dropping her gaze. Someone came here to ask about her after all this time? What for? Did you know her? Hardly, but I just heard a story about her, something that may or may not be true, said Sokka, frowning. You could help me figure that out, I think, if you were here when it happened. We all were, said the girl, sighing. It was dark already, and a raid of soldiers suddenly came into our building, asking where Oyoji's room was. Someone told them, they barged in there and, it was awful. The screams, the fire, it was terrible. They dragged her away, and, well, we've never really known why that happened. It just did. I used to watch a few fights in the arena, but once she disappeared I just stopped going altogether. Sokka's frown deepened and he breathed deeply, trying to keep himself calm. Then you don't know anything else? You didn't try to ask the soldiers why they'd done it? No, and, well, it was hard to think about it when it happened, too, because not long afterwards that crazy thing happened where you saved the city, right? You and the princess, that's seriously amazing, you know. Said the girl, smiling again. That you two would work together like that to save us from those dangerous rebel people. Huh, yeah, said Sokka, smiling a little. Well, thanks for your help, then. Though, could you tell me where she lived? Ah, yeah, of course, said the girl, pointing towards the left. 2 doors down. It's a mess. Don't hope to find much stuff in there, it's all scorched and whatnot. Nobody has dared buy or rent it after what happened there. Yeah, can't say I'm surprised to hear that, said Sokka, sighing but making towards the apartment. Wait. Could you? The girl said, biting her lip. Could you sign something for me? Please. I guess, said Sokka, smiling and shrugging. Upon his positive response, the girl scrambled into the house, and soon scrambled outside again with a piece of paper and a brush wet with ink. My name is Han Lun, if you want to dedicate it, or so, she said, smiling eagerly. All right, then, said Sokka, nodding and signing the paper as the girl wished before returning it to her. Thank you for the information. Thank you for the autograph. She squealed, hugging the paper. This is a treasure. A real treasure. Sokka couldn't help but chuckle. That was a story he should tell Angela. She would never believe someone would think his lousy handwriting was worth so much, surely. Thinking about that brought a nasty feeling to his chest, though. As he walked towards the apartment Han Lun had pointed to him, he couldn't help but sigh. He had been somewhat unreasonable with Angela earlier, and just when things were better than they'd ever been. Trust it for him to ruin everything without even trying. He stepped into the apartment after pushing the unhinged door with a hand. It was still broad daylight, but the room seemed rather dark. Sokka frowned and looked around himself, hardly knowing what he was looking for. Maybe he wanted a sign, something that confirmed that Suki's sponsor had been a member of the White Lotus, something that confirmed the girl herself was a member of the group, maybe. Yet there was nothing to be found inside the apartment other than torn-up furniture and charred walls. It looked as though someone had turned the whole apartment upside down, and it probably had been the very soldiers who had taken Suki, searching for clues that gave away Oyoji's belonging to the White Lotus. Sokka sighed and dropped his head, knowing it had been pointless to come here, but having needed to see things for himself to make sure it was all real. It still seemed unbelievable, as though it was nothing but a nightmare. And it was someone else's nightmare, not his own. Suki was living in who knew what conditions right now, and there was nothing he could do about it, it seemed. He could only let himself be overcome by helplessness, apparently. What good is there in being strong when you can't save anyone? He grunted, his fists balling again. For it wasn't just Suki. She was an acquaintance of his, he had known her, and he knew she didn't deserve something remotely similar to this. But countless others were in the same situation, whether he knew them or not. And he could do nothing for any of them, all the same as he could do nothing for Suki. I'm useless. He muttered, shaking his head and turning on his heels, incapable of staying in this place for another second. As soon as he was outside the building he began walking down the streets, not really knowing what to do now. His mind wouldn't stop reminding him of how weak he actually was, and he could only grimace at his own failure to save those who direly needed it. If he had allowed that ship to get away, would Suki be safe today? Or would the White Lotus have forgotten about her, and taken off without their gladiator? Since they would have gladly kidnapped a princess, Sokka wouldn't put it past them to be so unconcerned with Suki's fate. Azula had talked to Shoji back when they had first accepted that challenge from Kyoshi's heir, though, and Sokka frowned as he recalled the conclusion Azula had reached back then: Kyoshi's heir's sponsor is into this for the money. So, if that was the case, and he was a White Lotus member. Sokka grimaced and shook his head. Suki had been a money generator for the Grand Ancient Society, of course she had been. So maybe she really had nothing to do with the group, but her sponsor clearly did. All along he had used her to help fund the White Lotus. Well, at least that was one less mystery to worry about, Sokka figured. But it still didn't appease him in the slightest. First being used by the White Lotus, now by the Fire Nation's worst scum. Suki didn't seem to catch a break at all. And he couldn't provide it to her even if he wished he could. There was nothing he could do. But someone else could do something. Maybe Azula didn't think she could help right away, but she could in the long run. She could change things, Sokka believed as much. And she had the intentions to do that, Sokka thought, but she really was in no position to make demands to her father right now. Still, the day would come, surely, when Azula could turn the Fire Nation into a better place, and some time ago, he had told her he would stick around until she managed to improve it. Azula hadn't seemed too happy about that, but she hadn't said she wouldn't do it, right? Sokka sighed and raised his head, finding his feet had been leading him towards the royal palace without realizing it. He probably should apologize to Azula for being as forceful as he had been. He hadn't intended to come off as a jerk, but then again, he almost never did. It seemed it was his nature to make a mess of things. He entered the palace without any inconveniences, as usual, and headed towards the dragon refuge. When he found Xianlong was placidly sleeping, Sokka assumed Azula would be somewhere in the palace, and the only place he thought she could be at was her room. He decided to head there, feeling somewhat uneasy, but determined about what he would do. He believed in her, and he would make sure to tell her as much. He wasn't too patient, never had been, but he understood that, in order to get better results, he had to wait for the right moment. It was a basic fighting rule, after all, no matter how unpleasant being patient was, he would have to endure it. He knocked on the metal door to her room a few times, but there was no answer. Sokka sighed, assuming she wouldn't want to talk to him after his behavior earlier. But he'd better fix this before making another mess out of a seemingly small problem. Azula, it's me, yeah. I don't know how you knew, but, yeah, he said, guessing it would be wiser to start the conversation from the other side of the door. She surely wouldn't want him intruding in her room right now. Look, I didn't mean to be so harsh on you today. I know you're not responsible for this, not really. You're not the one who got her stuck in that town, you're not the one who captured her, and really, we didn't bring this about, so neither of us should feel responsible for what happened. You're right about that. Still, I can't help but think we're the only ones who could make a difference if we just tried. As much as you're not sure of it, you are the princess and even if your dad isn't too happy with you right now, he probably will be again, someday. So, you could make a difference one day. Maybe not today, I get that, but, eventually, right? Still no answer. Sokka sighed. What else was he supposed to say? I'm sorry you're mad, he said, placing his head on the door. I was too harsh, I know that. I just get stupidly emotional about a lot of things, even when I shouldn't. Don't take this the wrong way, though. It's not like I'm doing this because I'm interested romantically in her, if that's what you thought. I know we went on a date once, but it was just a one-time thing and it was terrible in the end. I want to help her, yeah, but I'm not doing it in hopes to be some sort of savior for her or something. I don't want to be anyone's savior. That's a stupid notion for stupid people to bask in. That's not the way the world works. But I still want to make a difference, and if I can make it by asking you to help her, I'll do that. See, I believe in you, Angela. I have, for the longest time, and I know you can change her life, and that of countless other slaves as well. If you just put your mind to it, you could do wonders. And yet there wasn't a single sound from within the room. Sokka closed his eyes and shook his head. I'm sorry, he muttered. I never meant to make you feel bad about anything. I just want for this world to be better, you know? One way or another, and I end up getting carried away by my feelings more often than not. And I guess you know that firsthand, don't you? Because that's why I keep doing things I shouldn't when it comes to you. That's why I can't stay away from you, even though all logic says I'm just going to end up being both our ruins if I keep up being so reckless around you. And see, here I am now, trying to get through to you somehow, hoping to get you to stop being mad at me, because I'd much rather see you smile. I don't think I've ever told you just how beautiful you look when you smile for real. Well, you look beautiful all the time, really, but I don't even know what it is. All I know is that I don't want to let that smile disappear from your face. I don't want to make you miserable ever again, and I don't want anything else to make you miserable. Damn, I don't even know what I'm saying anymore. The thing is, you seem to be having quite the passionate conversation with my door, that would be the thing. Sokka jumped back and turned on his heels, horrified to find Angela had been standing behind him, arms crossed over her chest while she stared at him with a raised eyebrow. Hey Angela! He squeaked, his voice cracking as he realized he had been talking to an empty room. I understand quite well that you wouldn't want to make a door miserable, of course. Said Angela, nodding. Especially a metal one. If it closed violently on your head it could easily chop it off for you, did you know that? I didn't quite know, but I'll keep it in mind, said Sokka, trying to keep from blushing. Well, that was seriously embarrassing. Would he ever stop making a fool of himself? And just how much had Angela heard him say? Please do. You never know when one might slam on your face, after all, she said, with an unpleasant smile. Sokka grimaced. Yeah, that wasn't the smile he had been talking about earlier. Yes, she looked beautiful, but terrifying as well. And that was a bit worrisome, he couldn't deny it. Still, I won't say I care if you seek to pursue a relationship with it. Only, try to keep the mushiness to a minimum, or else you might not let me sleep. I wasn't trying to pursue a relationship with your door, I wasn't. I thought. Sokka started, but even though he had been courageous enough to talk so much earlier, all his bravery seemed to have disappeared after being caught in such embarrassing fashion by the princess. Well, good to know. That way the distance between you two won't bother you during the upcoming weeks, if that's truly the case, said Angela, at which Sokka frowned. What? Distance? Next weeks. He said, blinking blankly. Lost your ability to conjure a proper sentence, did you? Asked Angela. You heard what I said? We're going on a trip starting tomorrow. A trip? Said Sokka, astonished. What sort of trip? Where? Why? Huh. Angela rolled her eyes and shook her head. Trust the wittiest gladiator alive to fail to understand the mere concept of traveling. Said Angela, looking at him coldly. Sokka would have taken her first words as a compliment if only he hadn't been as confused as he was. You recall you stormed off and left before we could actually decide what to do about your next fights, don't you? Yeah, and I'm so dash. I don't want to hear it, Angela said sternly, making Sokka freeze. So he wouldn't even be able to apologize? Well, that probably meant she hadn't heard everything he had said to the door, at the very least. It doesn't matter anymore. Because I've already made up my mind on what we'll do next, whether you like it or not. Sokka frowned in confusion, and looked at Angela warily. Why wouldn't I like it? He said, uneasily. Because you have a history of opposing my every wish and decision whenever you put your mind to the task, said Angela, smiling sarcastically. But it doesn't matter now. It's been settled, and our entry to the tournament has been sent through Messenger Hawk already. So gather everything you might feel like taking with you for about a month or so, because we're going to be Sing Se. Sokka's eyes widened, and he looked at Angela in utter confusion for an instant. Dash? Wait. What? He said, his jaw dropping. You can't be serious. To the pairs tournament? How? With whom? And why? Yes, the tournament. And simply because I've decided it'll be for the best, said Angela. Sokka frowned. All right. You want to do this so suddenly, that's fine, even though it really isn't, he said, frowning. But who are we supposed to join forces with? Why didn't you answer that question, Angela? Angela replied with a sigh, and Sokka grimaced. The fact that she looked bothered by who his partner was could mean a lot of things, and not a single one of them could be good. There was a sinking feeling in Sokka's stomach right now, one he was afraid would only grow stronger once he found out who was supposed to fight beside him in Ba Sing Se. Chapter 73, Pairs Tournament 2. When are we going to get there? I'm sick and tired of being stuck in this crappy metal boat. Sokka rubbed his forehead with his fingertips, a frown on his face as he tried to ignore the blind bandit's protests. She had spent the entire trip complaining about their schedule, for it failed to include any instances where she could step out of the royal barge and enjoy the feeling of the earth under her feet. Her mood had only worsened with every passing day, and she often resorted to picking on everyone else as a method to cheer up a little. Don't call it that, Toph, said Iroh, grimacing. I'm certain my niece won't appreciate any slights against her ship. Meh, ship, boat, what's the difference? Said Toph, pacing around the deck with her hands linked behind her head. It's still a crappy thing floating over water, and that just means it sucks. I may be wrong, but I think the more offensive part was calling it crappy instead of saying it was a boat, Sokka said, through gritted teeth. Now, you're not going to defend this big metal nonsense of a boat, are you, dog? Asked Toph, stomping on the deck loudly while walking by where Sokka stood. It's so boring. There's nothing to do here. Well, if you want something to do you could always train with me, Sokka said, with a pleased smile on his face. Toph scowled. Oh, haha, I'm so funny, I'm the funniest guy in the world, she mocked Sokka, deepening her voice to imitate him. You think that because there's no earth here I wouldn't be able to beat you, huh? Well, yeah, said Sokka, shrugging. Toph blinked a few times before sighing and shaking her head. Sadly true. But don't worry. Once we're in solid ground we can go ahead and train all you want. And I'll kick your ass as I've never ever failed to do before. Yeah, well, I wouldn't be so cocky if I were you, stated Sokka, folding his arms over his chest. Last time we faced off you underestimated me, and it didn't end all that well for you, did it? Sure it did, I won, said Toph, frowning and turning towards him, her hands balled into fists and settled on her waist. You don't think that because you bested me over 2 objects you're better than me, do you? Because, in case you need a reminder, I had seized all the other 8 and I walked all over you in the end. Maybe, but we still found out that you're not smart enough to outsmart me through the scavenger hunt, said Sokka, smiling. Doesn't seem I need to be smart to beat you to a pulp, dog, Toph growled, and Iroh finally stood up from the place he had been sitting at, brewing tea. Now, there's no need for arguments or bitterness over here, he said, placing a hand on Toph's shoulder. We are all very tired, for it has been too long a voyage and we could all use some rest. Relax and drink some tea, Toph, will you? I'm not the one who needs to relax. I'm fine. She declared, and Sokka rolled his eyes before stepping away from them, moving towards the area of the deck where a dragon was placidly sleeping, his rider caressing his head. The trip to Ba Sing Se had extended for several more days than they had anticipated. Traveling all the way to the other end of the world was going to take a long time, but the tides had been against them throughout the entire trip. A raging storm had only served to delay them further, and with all those inconveniences, they only had 1 day left to reach Ba Sing Se on time for the tournament. The unexpected issues had soured everyone's already sour moods, and Angela was probably the most irritable of them all. After their latest conflict, the relationship between Angela and Sokka had hit a stop that neither of them had anticipated. Sokka felt at a loss upon it, always hoping to find the right moment to speak to Angela privately, but he was having a hard time to do so when either royal guards or their new partners were constantly around, stopping them from being alone at all. She wasn't acting as distant as she had back when they had journeyed to the former Earth Kingdom the first time, but there was still coldness, and a lot of bite, in most words she sent his way. Sokka reached her, looking at her worriedly for a moment before sighing and stepping towards the nearest enclosure of the ship, letting his back rest against it. Angela didn't react, even though she clearly noticed he was there. "Say," he muttered, trying to start their first proper conversation since they left the Fire Nation. He couldn't help but hope that talking would help appease her anger towards him somehow. "Why are we doing this at all? And why with them, of all people?" For a moment he thought Angela wouldn't respond, but eventually, she did. "Is it really that hard to guess?" she said, raising an eyebrow and continuing to slide her hands over Xin Long's slick hair. "Our concern was that we might lose points if we joined this tournament, but if we join it with that girl as your partner, that's quite unlikely to happen. She's never lost a fight, and we know she can take on multiple fighters without a hitch. We won't be risking anything by entering this event with her." Maybe that's so, but," said Sokka, grimacing. "I'm getting the feeling she's planning on knocking me out when the fights begin because I'll get in her way." "Then don't get in her way," said Angela, shrugging. "It's that simple." "And no it's not," said Sokka, grimacing. "You remember what the Green Gates is like. There are real rocks in there, big ones she could use to kill anyone if she felt like it. And..." "You're exaggerating matters," said Angela, shaking her head and standing up. "She didn't kill you when her old sponsor had told her to, why would she do it now? I kind of hurt her pride back in the Ring of Ash, if you might recall," said Sokka. "Oh, indeed," muttered Angela, sighing and stepping towards the enclosure as well, standing right next to him. She frowned as the ship drifted past what looked like tall, thin stone peaks. "Was this the Serpent's Pass? I recall you let that nasty little dirt worm grab my hairpiece, that's what I remember most." I had told you of my plan already, you knew what was going to happen," he said, blushing a little. "Though I didn't want it to happen at all, but it was the only way to make sure we'd take points in the end." "And miraculously, it worked," said Angela, nodding. "Surprisingly, you're only 20 spots away from her. I was certain that after her result in that event she'd shoot off immediately towards the first 100 fighters." "Well, it takes a while to rise that much, doesn't it?" said Sokka, smiling a little. "The ranking isn't something to take lightly, not even for her." "Which doesn't bode too well for us," said Angela, frowning. "If the upper gladiators are such a threat even for her, this tournament may not be a smooth ride, but then again, the Blind Bandit really has gotten this far without a single loss. With that track record, we should do fine. So long as you don't make any stupid mistakes that cause you two to lose your matches, we should be fine." "It's going to be a bit hard, though," said Sokka, grimacing. "We don't exactly get along with those two. They may be compatible with one another, but that doesn't mean they'll be compatible at all with us. If there's someone I know my uncle isn't compatible with in any sense, it's me," muttered Angela, sighing. "If I didn't expect this operation to benefit us in the end, I wouldn't have accepted his proposal at all." That was a lie, of course, but Sokka didn't have to know it. Maybe their odds of winning were quite high with the Blind Bandit as their partner, and they had a great chance of securing heaps of points in the Green Gates, but Angela's true reason to accept Iroha's request had been one that hardly had anything to do with the tournament itself. And it was the actual reason why she had been keeping her distance from Sokka as of late. If he only wanted to talk about the tournament, she wouldn't mind, but she definitely didn't want to discuss the matter that had caused them to drift apart recently. And almost as if he could read Angela's mind, Sokka seemed to decide it was time to attempt talking about the matter now, to Angela's chagrin. "I figured as much," he muttered as a response towards her previous words. "You, say, Angela." "What?" she said, frowning. Just his voice tone gave away that she wouldn't like whatever he was going to say next. "I just wanted to, well, talk," he muttered, nervously. "See, what did you hear when you found me at your door, exactly?
Nothing much, said Angela, shrugging. I was just heading towards my room once I was done submitting our entry to the tournament. You were rambling nonsense about smiles and misery, and I figured I shouldn't intrude upon your heartfelt moment with my door, but alas, it was too promising an opportunity to miss it.
Why yeah, right,
said Sokka, grimacing. She really hadn't heard anything, had she?
Well, then, I really wasn't talking to your door, you know.
Then you were talking to yourself? Asked Angela, raising an eyebrow. There was nobody there, after all. I just thought. You think too much when you don't need to, and when you do need to, you forget how to make your brain work altogether, Angela declared, making Sokka freeze. Your thoughts at the moment really weren't that important, if you ask me.
That's not.
Sokka exclaimed, before sighing and shaking his head.
Look, I just have something I want to tell you, if you don't mind.
As a matter of fact, I do mind, muttered Angela, frowning. You're making a fuss over nothing as ever, aren't you?
What do you mean, over nothing?
Said Sokka, gulping.
Angela.
The whole matter really is nothing to me anymore, but apparently it still is to you, she said, shrugging. And I honestly am not in the mood to hear you make up excuses for the way you acted. We both know that you're not the kind of guy who keeps his innermost thoughts hidden, after all, so telling me now that you didn't mean any of what you said?
Well, I wasn't going to say that, but I know that what I said wasn't fair to you, said Sokka, frowning. I know I keep making mistakes when it comes to us, but... Us.
Angela repeated, a sarcastic smile on her face.
This has nothing to do with us, whatever that means. This is about you and me as completely different and separate beings, with our own flaws and issues. You are brutally honest and not very bright, and in the meantime, I'm a selfish hag. Did I miss out on anything?
Wadash.
No.
Who the hell said that about you?
Sokka exclaimed, looking at her in disbelief.
That's not it, not at all.
Ah, so now it turns out you don't think I'm selfish? Or is it you don't think I'm a hag?
She asked, still smirking.
Neither.
Nobody said that, Angela.
I'm trying to say that I acknowledge my faults, Angela, not that.
Well, then, I acknowledge mine too, Angela said, frowning now.
But it's not something I need to tell anyone about.
I already know where I went wrong, and it's too late to fix my mistakes now.
And you have yet to understand how that works, from the looks of it.
Angela, I know I can't take back what I did wrong, but...
He said, frowning. It doesn't mean I don't feel bad for treating you as I did. And I think I get why you're so annoyed, but what I wanted to tell you about that is that I really don't. You owe me no explanations, and I don't want to hear it, said Angela, shaking her head. Whatever happened has happened. There's no point in dwelling over it anymore.
Yeah, right, said Sokka, folding his arms over his chest and turning towards her.
If it's so pointless and useless to try to do anything about it, why are you so insistent on not letting me talk at all?
Because I already know what you're going to say, Angela replied, simply.
You may be unpredictable in some regards, but when it comes to problems between us you're immediately apologizing in the most heartfelt way ever in hopes to get back on my good side. You think I'm just trying to get back on your good side?
Sokka repeated, blinking.
You don't really think I mean the things I say? Whether you mean them or not isn't really what matters, muttered Angela, her gaze lost in the seas that extended towards the horizon. Because you will mean them again next time. And the next time. And then again, on the next time.
Sokka dropped his gaze, feeling even more miserable now.
Angela trusted him in many regards nowadays, it seemed, and one of them was in messing up constantly, apparently. The thought was downright depressing.
Angela, I don't
plan on there being a next time at all, you know, he muttered, sighing. I'm too impulsive at times and I blurt out things without even thinking. And more often than not, those things just hurt the people I care about when I'm being too stupid to notice it. So I'll do my best not to do that anymore.
What a nice resolution.
Such a good guy, who would think the dog has manners of any kind?
Sokka froze and frowned deeply upon the intrusion.
Angela's eyebrow twitched as well, but she hardly reacted when Toph stepped between them, a grin on her face and her arms across her chest. "Seems like you've trained him quite well, huh, Jewel?" she asked Angela, still beaming. "I doubt I have," Angela retorted. "Yet I find it odd that a dirt worm would be able to recognize manners when she sees, oh, right, I forgot it was a blind dirt worm, on top of it all, so she really can't see anything." "Hey, that's not very nice, preying on someone's disability like that," said Toph, reproachfully. "Mind you, I'm not trying to be nice at all," Angela responded, glaring at the girl. Well, what a fun gathering seems to be taking place here," said the other person present on the deck, also approaching them right after Toph had. Angela's eyebrow twitched more now. It wasn't only that she wasn't in the mood to deal with any of these three people right now, it was that she definitely wasn't in the mood to deal with all of them at once. Sokka was already being enough trouble, and keeping a front before him was already quite a tasking effort, but now her uncle came to claim her attention, on top of it all. This wasn't her lucky day. "We could move over to the center of the deck, if you want some tea," said Iroh, beaming. "I just finished brewing it. I believe I have refused all your offers of tea since this trip began, and my stance on the matter remains firm, Uncle. I still don't want any of your beloved tea," she said, slowly, as though she were dealing with a 3-year-old who still had trouble comprehending words. "Ah, but I should still ask," exclaimed Iroh, shrugging. "One day you might change your mind. And why wouldn't you want any tea of mine anyhow? Toph can guarantee I'm a great brewer." "Oh, yep, he actually is," said Toph, nodding. "Mind you, the testimony of a girl who eats mud for a living really isn't worth much, Uncle," said Angela, with an unpleasant smirk. Sokka found himself unexpectedly relieved over not being on the receiving end of that smile. "Heh, first, she thinks I have no manners and now she thinks my senses aren't any good," said Toph, snickering, and placing a hand on Iroh's shoulder, as though that were the most hilarious joke ever told. Angela frowned at that. "Ah, well, don't take offense by that. Angela is always rather harsh with people she's not friends with," said Iroh, nodding. "She's harsh with people she's friends with, too," said Sokka, smiling weakly. Angela glared at him. "And not that I'm saying we're friends or so, I just meant, well." "Shut up," Angela grunted, and Sokka scowled. Fine, geez, everyone gets to talk but I've got to keep my mouth shut." "Ha, as though you were physically capable of not talking for over 10 seconds, Angela snapped, her glare still fierce. Toph and Iroh were rather surprised at that unexpected row between the princess and her gladiator. Toph ended up laughing while Iroh still stared at them, rather confused. "Seems like the dog is right, she's even worse with people she's closer to," she said, chuckling. "Closer? You think I'm close to this blockhead?" Angela asked, pointing at Sokka, who naturally took offense at that. "Wadash! What the hell, Angela? Ahahaha, oh, I'm keeping that one. Blockhead, that's perfect for him," Toph exclaimed, laughing even harder now. "Well, oddly enough we seem to agree on something for once, dirt worm," said Angela, smiling, and Toph beamed back while Sokka scowled. "Sure we do, spicy princess," Toph replied. Angela rolled her eyes at the nickname and turned towards Iroh once she felt his gaze upon her. The man seemed intent on studying her and Sokka, for some reason. "What's so interesting, Uncle?" she asked, irritated. He couldn't possibly have picked anything up about their turbulent relationship, could he have? "I'm simply wondering, how the two of you ever managed to get anything done," he said, making Sokka and Angela frown. "Excuse me," said Angela. "Get what done, exactly?" "Your sponsor and Gladiator, but you're always fighting and arguing, and you seem unhappy around one another," said Iroh, stroking his beard. "Perhaps you both get crankier when you're traveling. Yet, it isn't very good for a fighter to have such an unstable relationship with his sponsor." "Handing out advice now, are you, Uncle?" Angela asked, raising an eyebrow. "I don't recall asking for it." "And we really do get along, sort of," said Sokka, shrugging.
The fact that we fight and bicker as much as we do is just proof that we're not afraid of being who we are in front of one another, see? Ours is a relationship of understanding and, mutual trust. Why, yes, I trust you'll make a fool of yourself more often than not, that's right, said Angela, nodding and making Sokka freeze in the middle of his spirited speech. You know, that's not really helping, he said, scowling at Angela. I honestly don't see why you should judge us over how we handle each other, uncle, said Angela, looking at Iroh with derision. I don't advise you on how to deal with your fighter. I could just as easily tell you not to give her so much tea, to say one thing. For all you know, she'll end up having an emergency in the middle of the fight because you keep asking her to sample your every brew, but see, I really don't care about the state of her bowels. Hence, you shouldn't care about the state of my partnership with Sokka either. Sokka couldn't help but laugh at that while Iroh frowned and Toph shrugged. Well, I can't say the urge doesn't hit me at times in the worst situations, she admitted, rubbing her nose with the back of her hand. Though I figure the royal jewel has to hit the bathroom once in a while too, or are royals exempt from such lowly needs? You know, I think this conversation is somewhat getting out of hand, said Sokka, grimacing as he saw Angela was about to retort. But the princess froze when she caught sight of someone else on the deck, moving towards them. Xian Long was awakened by the sounds of the arguing voices, but he had simply listened to them bicker until he saw Rui Shi had appeared on the deck. He jumped happily to greet the captain, surrounding him with his body and squeezing him before brusquely releasing the man, which made him spin in circles on the deck as he tried to find his bearings anew. Angela rolled her eyes at that, hardly believing the captain of her royal guards had wound up in such a silly situation. The other three also turned towards him, eyebrows raised as he approached them. Princess, do excuse me for that unsightly mishap, he mumbled, gulping and bowing his head before her. Angela simply continued to look at him with disapproval. Is something the matter, Captain? She asked, moving past the other three in order to address Rui Shi comfortably. Yes, Princess, said the captain, nodding curtly. I'm afraid I have some bad news, though I'm certain you must have figured them out by yourself already. Angela frowned, her glare becoming glacial as she regarded her guard with irritation. It wasn't his fault, of course, but any unexpected setbacks to her plans would never fail to be a source of displeasure for her. The barge won't reach Ba Sing Se in time for the event, will it? She muttered, gritting her teeth. Even when we're making better time now. It will take 2 or 3 more days for the ship to reach Lake Laogai as intended, said Rui Shi, nodding. We have only just reached the Serpent's Pass, after all. At this rate, it will be impossible for us to arrive on schedule. Angela rolled her eyes and shook her head in disapproval, her previous irritation near shifting into rage upon the news. So, after undertaking such a long voyage and putting up with 2 more fools than I usually bargain for, you're telling me every effort we have made is useless? She asked, raising her eyebrows. You're saying I'm to return home empty-handed, Captain? Aye. I'm sorry, Princess, said Rui Shi, grimacing. But nothing can be done about the ship as it is, we're going at full speed already. Angela huffed in annoyance and shook her head. The other 3 didn't seem any happier than she was about the captain's report. We're not going to make it. Toph exclaimed, aghast. Well, what the hell? I was stuck in this metal thing for 2 weeks for nothing. I don't get to beat anyone up. Now, Toph, there's no use in yelling at anyone, said Iroh, patting the girl's shoulder. This can't be that hopeless, said Sokka, frowning and stepping towards Angela. What's on your mind now, Sokka? Angela asked, almost sarcastically. I'm thinking we have Xian Long, right? He said, gesturing at the dragon. He could fly us into the city while they take the ship to the lake, can't he? That would be a wonderful solution, if only it were just the 2 of us, said Angela, frowning. But the saddle only fits 2 people, and I rather doubt Xian Long can take off at all with Iroh on his back. Haven't you seen the size of him? Oi, I'm not so fat, exclaimed Iroh, before whispering at Toph. Am I fat? The blind bandit shrugged carelessly, trying to keep Iroh from the truth to spare his feelings. Her response didn't seem to soothe his concerns at all. Well,
but the two of us together have to be heavier than him, don't you think? Said Sokka.
Maybe, but I'm not letting Iroh travel by himself on my dragon, said Azula. According to what I know, he murdered the last one he encountered, so I cannot trust he won't do the same to Xin Long if he's not being supervised, see?
Ah, we are in a different era now, said Iroh, frowning and folding his arms over his chest.
I won't kill your dragon if that's what you fear. Your word on the matter hardly holds any meaning, uncle.
You're not riding him, not now, not ever, Azula declared, glaring at Iroh. He recoiled upon the sight of her angry eyes.
Such coldness,
he said, grimacing.
Well, can't say riding a beast would have made me feel any better about this trip, said Toph, scratching the back of her head.
But if that doesn't work, what are we going to do?
I sure as hell am not going back to the Fire Nation just like this.
But the first fight is scheduled for tomorrow, muttered Sokka, frowning.
And there's no way we can get there on time if that's the case.
I wouldn't quite say that there is no way for us to achieve that, said Iroh, stroking his beard thoughtfully.
Azula turned and glared at him.
What now?
She muttered. I'm not too familiar with this area, I will admit that, but during my journey with Zuko we traveled through these very territories once. And if my memory is correct, if we already crossed the Serpent's Pass, then by heading northwest we should find the ferry station. From there, we could enter Ba Sing Se on train.
Said Iroh, thoughtful.
What?
Azula exclaimed, looking at Iroh in dread.
As a matter of fact, muttered the captain, nodding. I'm certain the ship's captain could maneuver into the station so we can all head into Ba Sing Se, even if just through the train.
Why you're kidding, you have to be kidding, said Azula, staring from one to another in utter dread.
I am not riding on that filthy train ever again.
What, you don't like filth, princess?
Toph asked, snickering.
Indeed, which is why I want nothing to do with you,
Azula responded bitterly, and Toph only laughed harder.
Well, Azula, the train might not be so bad this time, said Sokka, tapping his chin with a finger.
If anything, this seems the only reasonable way to make it there on time without killing your dragon in the process.
I wouldn't have killed the dragon,
Iroh insisted.
Perhaps not intentionally, but your weight would have done it if you didn't slay him with your own hands, said Azula, rolling her eyes before turning towards Sokka.
You can't actually be proposing this. You really don't expect me to sit through another wretched trip on that train?
It's not bound to be as bad as your first ride, you already know what to expect, said Sokka, smiling weakly.
And it's probably the only means we'll have for reaching the Imperial Palace on time, as we planned.
Azula frowned at that.
Not because of what Sokka had said, but because she distinctly felt Iroh stiffening after Sokka talked. There was no reason for her uncle to act with unease when Sokka was agreeing with him.
I still don't like it, muttered Azula, shaking her head. Reaching the palace on a train is definitely not the way I expected this trip to end.
Well, it's either that or turning back to where we came from, said Sokka, sighing.
I know it's a nasty predicament, Azula, but this is the only way.
Though, well, if you decide it's better to go back to the Fire Nation, it's fine.
I'll back you on whatever decision you make.
Azula raised an eyebrow and looked at Sokka with confusion. He looked at her nervously, trying to give her a kind smile, but it didn't seem to appease her at all. Was she thinking he was only trying to get to her good side again?
So, if I decide we're going back, you'll accept it without a hitch?
She asked again.
I'm not very fond of the idea, but I'm not exactly thrilled about joining forces with her, said Sokka, pointing at Toph, who stuck her tongue out at him. And let's face it, our last visit to Ba Sing Se wasn't exactly fantastic even though it started out alright.
That's true, said Azula, sighing.
This one is already beginning badly. I don't even want to imagine what else might happen, at this rate.
You're being ridiculous, both of you, said Toph, shaking her head.
What's the worst that could happen? It's just a dumb city with a bunch of walls and an arena where I'll beat people up.
Quit being so dramatic, it can't be that bad.
Or are you two going to back down just like that as soon as you find the first obstacle in your way?
Azula looked at Toph with irritation, yet also with determination.
And as soon as Sokka saw that look on her face, he knew this discussion was over. Now, without a doubt, Azula wasn't going to let this trip go to waste. Never before had she surrendered without trying her hardest first, and even if her hardest wasn't good enough, she would find a way to succeed on the next opportunity that presented itself. That was her nature, after all. Back down, you call it? She muttered, gritting her teeth. As if, but in a way, you're not wrong. We can't just let this city get the better of us all the time, can we? I guess not, said Sokka, sighing in defeat. So, we're going for it. If she puts it that way, it's hard not to, replied Azula. I'm not faltering because of some train. We will reach the palace anyways, so we should face no problems with this in the long run, or so I hope. Very well, then, said Ruishi, nodding. I shall inform the captain of the change of course so we can head into Ba Sing Se. Not so fast, Captain, said Azula, lifting one finger and making the man frown underneath his mask. Don't tell me. You have decided you won't be taking your guards with you, he said, an eyebrow twitching. Don't take it personal, Captain, it's not the first time I do this and it most certainly won't be the last, said Azula, folding her arms over her chest. I need you to make sure the ship will arrive safely in Lake Laogai. I can entrust that mission to you, can't I? With all due respect, well, said Ruishi, shaking his head eventually. Never mind. I don't know why do I still expect to sway your judgment when I have never succeeded at that in the past. Indeed, said Azula, smiling weakly at him. We will reunite in the palace once again, and this time there should be no setbacks or trouble. If anything were to happen on your way to the lake, send us a message. And if anything were to happen to you, please do the same, Princess, said the captain, sighing and nodding. As much as I am meant to obey your commands first and foremost, my duty is supposed to be to protect you, so please, avoid getting involved in any troublesome situations, if possible. I can't promise much, especially with the lousy company I'll have this time, but I'll do what I can, said Azula, nodding. Lousy company, she says, said Toph, shaking her head. You know we're making your life far livelier than it ever has been. Azula glared at the girl, who simply beamed at her happily. You really seem to have too great an opinion of yourself, dirt worm. I can say that right back at you, spicy princess. Okay, enough with the nickname back and forth, said Sokka, sighing. We've got to get ready for disembarking, don't we? Indeed, said Azula, nodding. Though the trip is bound to take a few more hours still, but we ought to get ready anyhow. The captain was the first to head inside the ship, to inform the barge's captain of their change of course, and Azula followed him, headed towards her cabin. Sokka was quick to trail behind her, and even though Toph was about to do the same, Iroh made no move just yet. Toph stopped by the threshold and placed her hands on her hips. You're not coming, Iroh. I'm simply taking a moment to think about this, is all, he said, breathing deeply. You are aware of what troubles we could find in this city. I am, said Toph, frowning momentarily before smiling again. But I get the feeling we'll be fine, Iroh. I don't know why, but, even if we keep bickering with those two, something tells me this won't go as badly as it could. Maybe your gut is telling you your feet will be on proper ground soon enough, said Iroh, smiling and approaching her. And that happy thought has dulled your intuition, Toph. Oh ho, how funny, said Toph, punching him on the shoulder and making him wince. Now. I'm an old man. Yeah, you're only an old man when I punch you. I only need to remind you of it when you do. Together they entered the ship, laughing, and they each headed to their cabins to gather their belongings. Sokka was the quickest to be finished, for even though now he had more possessions than he did when Azula first hired him, he still had a smaller pack than the rest of them. He returned to the deck and waited there, watching as land finally appeared on the far horizon. Xian Long approached him and hit his shoulder with his head, and Sokka chuckled before patting the dragon's head. Should you join us over at Ba Sing Se, pal? He asked. Might be fun for you to hang out with us there, though it's probably crazy crowded, and I have no idea how these people would react upon seeing a dragon. You still remember how you freaked out everyone in Garsai,
don't you? Xin Long responded with a growl, but Sokka didn't know what the dragon meant to convey to him. He simply smiled awkwardly and continued to stroke the dragon's scales for some time, until the creature leapt away from him and towards his rider, who had reappeared on the deck, a large pack on her shoulder. "Whoa!" said Sokka, surprised as she set down her bags next to the ship's rim. "What are you bringing so much stuff for?" "Excuse you, but the last time we did something unforeseen out here in the former Earth Kingdom, it went anything but smoothly because we weren't prepared for any trouble," said Azula, sighing. "So I'm doing the best I can to be ready for any eventualities that might arise." "That's very thoughtful of you," said Sokka, smiling. "Still, let's hope that all your caution is for nothing." "Which is how these matters go, usually," said Azula, nodding. "When you brace yourself for the worst of the worst, nothing happens." "So you're playing with fate?" asked Sokka. "Hoping to, at the very least," muttered the princess. "The problem is, it's hard to play a game when you don't really know which pieces are on the board." "What do you mean?" asked Sokka, frowning. "Iroh," Azula replied, placing a hand atop one of Xin Long's horns. "He's hiding something." "Huh?" said Sokka, raising an eyebrow. "What do you mean?" "What I mean is that from the very beginning I found his idea of coming to Ba Sing Se beyond absurd," muttered Azula. "Why would my uncle willingly come here? Why would he want me to come along, to top it all off? This is where he failed the army, isn't it?" asked Sokka. "You mentioned something along those lines. And where he lost his son, too," said Azula. "I believed he still grieved him, and returning to Ba Sing Se after that experience would be out of the question, but he seemed to think that dropping by for a gladiator tournament was a good idea." "Why? Maybe he's doing this to get over it?" asked Sokka, shrugging. "You really can't expect me to know what's going through your uncle's head. He's a weird guy, I've always thought so." "He is," said Azula, frowning. "But it's more than that. He hasn't displayed any disapproval or discomfort so far through the trip, and he even seemed disheartened when we thought we wouldn't make it. He proposed our new plan, too, so now we can actually reach the city on time for the fight. Yet he still flinched when you talked, when you spoke of the palace. You were agreeing with him, telling me this could be done, but when you mentioned the Imperial Palace, he reacted, strangely." "Really?" asked Sokka, raising an eyebrow. "Is there something in the palace that could trouble him?" "I don't know, maybe," said Azula, frowning. "Maybe not. You might be looking too deeply into this," said Sokka, smiling at her. "Hopefully, your uncle was just reacting because a bug stung him or so." "I'm not quite fond of being hopeful when it comes to him," muttered Azula. "As you said, you never know what to expect from him. Maybe you're just a bit too tense about the whole train thing," said Sokka, shrugging. "Undeniably so," Azula admitted, an eyebrow twitching. "Yet there should be no cause for concern anymore. I've found a way to resolve that particular problem." "Oh? How?" asked Sokka, intrigued. "I'll just lay down a towel before sitting down," Azula replied simply, and Sokka's face fell before turning into a disappointed pout. "Huh? That's not particularly interesting," he said. Azula raised an eyebrow. "What were you expecting?" she asked, looking at him skeptically. "Well, you could have said you'd sit on my lap or something along those lines, that would have been way more surprising," he said, with a proud and dumb smile. Azula looked at him in disbelief before shaking her head. "In front of my uncle and his pet?" "Yes, of course I'd do that," she said, rolling her eyes. "So, wait, that's the actual reason why you wouldn't do it?" Sokka asked, looking at her in surprise. "You know full well why I wouldn't do it, idiot," Azula retorted, flicking his forehead and making him jump back. "Hey! You didn't have to do that," he said, rubbing the spot she had hit with a hand. Azula shook her head before turning towards Xin Long, communicating with him through her mind. Sokka sighed and dropped against the rim of the ship once more, his eyes set on her. "Well, I had to try, didn't I?" he muttered, gulping. Her response hadn't been as cold as he had expected it to be, though. Testing the waters with a foolish attempt at flirting definitely hadn't been one of his finest ideas, but he'd had to try something regardless. Angela caressed Xin Long's head while telling him he wouldn't be allowed in the city, most likely, and the dragon groaned in irritation. His mood brightened when she told him he was free to roam the nearby mountains, though, and he was almost cheerful thanks to that prospect when it was time for them to part. The barge docked at the ferry station, and once the ferry's staff had been informed of the situation, the sponsors and gladiators disembarked. Angela went first, with Iroh treading behind her and his gladiator following suit. And Sokka almost stepped on Toph when she abruptly dropped on the solid ground, her arms stretched out, her belongings scattering over the rocky landing site. Earth. Land. Oh, I'd missed you so much, she exclaimed, happily. Sokka raised an eyebrow and poked her with one foot, prompting her to push herself off the ground to regard him. What? You won't let me enjoy the feeling of nice, precious earth underneath me? You're kind of in the way, you know, and I'm already carrying enough stuff to carry yours as well, he said, and Toph frowned. She began picking up her possessions, but she turned towards Sokka, confused. Why are you carrying so much stuff, and why isn't the jewel carrying anything? You're carrying her bags? She asked, raising an eyebrow. Well, yeah, said Sokka, shrugging, already accustomed to the earthbender's ability to see even while she was blind. She's pretty miserable about this whole thing, and carrying this crazy huge pack of hers wouldn't have helped improve her mood, so. Eager to please the spicy princess, aren't you? Toph interrupted him, smirking. I'm starting to guess what's going on here, you know. Guess? Guess what? Sokka said, wishing his body wouldn't react upon Toph's words, but, despite himself, his heart was already racing. It's pretty damn obvious and you know it, said Toph, chuckling. This lad is aiming way higher than anyone of his standing should. What the hell are you even talking about? Sokka said, rolling his eyes and resuming his walk, hoping to leave her behind fast enough to keep from hearing her response to his statement. Still, he didn't get too far, for an officer of sorts had stopped Angela and Iroh, writing down information related to their arrival. What's the matter? Sokka asked the princess, raising an eyebrow. Aren't we allowed to enter the city? Of course we are, said Angela. But they have to keep tabs on who enters and leaves Ba Sing Se. This officer here is registering all four of us. Then Princess Angela and General Iroh, said the man who was writing down the information, a nervous-looking soldier who glanced at the gladiators once he was done registering the sponsors. And, may I have their names? Oh, I'm Sokka, he replied quickly, to the soldier's surprise. Usually, masters were the ones that spoke for their slaves. Yet in this particular case, it seemed the slave wanted to represent himself. And it was also the same case with Iroh and Toph, for the soldier noticed that the general wouldn't give away the girl's name. Still, it seemed Toph didn't want to give him an answer at all. The girl grinded her teeth before muttering, almost unwillingly. I'm Toph. Sokka frowned and glanced at the girl with confusion while the soldier wrote down her name and informed Angela and Iroh of where they could board the train. Sokka wasn't quite sure right now, but he had distinctly recalled that, on their first encounter, the blind bandit had introduced herself with the last name as well. The faded memory continued to poke at him as they waited for the train to arrive. Sokka didn't think he should ask the girl directly about it, though. He didn't think she would give him a proper answer. Angela swallowed hard when the train arrived at long last, already uneasy by the idea of boarding it. The four of them were the only passengers right now, for the next ferry would arrive on the next morning, according to what the city's soldiers had told them. Apparently it's pretty late, said Sokka, as they entered the train. You think we'll make it to the palace before the night is out? We'd better, muttered Angela, sighing and laying down her towel before taking her seat. Toph snorted as she sank into the seats across Angela and Sokka's, Iroh next to her. Seriously, how delicate can you be? She asked, chuckling. I thought you were tougher than that. Oh, you want to know just how tough I can be? I have no problem teaching you a lesson or two on underestimating me, dirt worm, Angela snapped back, crossing her legs and glaring at Toph. Heh, well, I already taught that one to the pair of you when we first fought," said Toph, smiling, as the train began moving. "I doubt you'll be teaching me anything of the sort, Jewel. You two are never going to stop, are you?" asked Sokka, grimacing and dropping his head on his hand. "I don't see why you're complaining," said Azula, raising an eyebrow. "I bicker with you like this all the time, don't I?" "Heh, he's got to be jealous," said Toph, and Azula's eyes widened upon the mention of that very word. "He wants to hoard all your arguments for himself." "Huh? That's not something to be jealous of," said Sokka. "If anything, I wish I'd stop arguing so much with her, but..." "You're the source of most our conflicts," Azula completed, smiling unpleasantly. "It's in your nature to find ways to tick me off. In fact, it's in the nature of everyone in this cabin." "Oh, come on, that's true for the dog and me, but Iroh just wants to be nice by offering tea and you think he's trying to poison you or something," said Toph, waving a hand around. "He's not as conflictive as the three of us, right?" Iroh didn't respond at once, for it seemed his mind had been elsewhere for the time being. He jumped when he realized everyone else was looking at him. Well, surely not," he said, smiling weakly. "Is everything all right, Uncle?" Azula asked, raising an eyebrow. "Oh, I was simply on a daze," he responded. "There's nothing to worry about." "I wouldn't quite define what I felt as worrying, but suit yourself," said Azula, shrugging. Azula turned her head around towards the windows behind her, and she watched the landscape with interest as the train progressed through Ba Sing Se's agrarian zone. Toph and Iroh were engaged in a trivial conversation on the other seat, and Sokka crossed his arms over his chest as he looked at Azula. Eventually, his blatant staring began to bother her. "What are you looking at?" she muttered, irritable, and he gulped. I wasn't really," he muttered, before gesturing towards the lands that passed them by down below. "I was just glancing at the agrarian zone and I happened to look at you, is all. See, this is apparently where the city's food is produced. How about that?" Azula raised an eyebrow, and Sokka felt the color rising on his face. "Well, it's easy to tell why you're so interested in the agrarian zone, if that's true. Food is the main priority in your life after all." Sokka grimaced at that before noticing she was right. Food had been the main priority, usually. He should have been interested in the food, in the scenery, in the sunset, and yet he was only staring at her. His priorities had changed abruptly at some point, without a doubt. "Nothing wrong with liking food, is there?" he said, shrugging. "I mean, so long as it's not rhino meat." Azula shuddered at that and shook her head, and Sokka chuckled. "No rhino meat, please," she said, grimacing. "Even after all this time. It's pretty hard to stop thinking about that, isn't it?" said Sokka. "The day I eat any Komodo rhino-based products again will be a very odd day indeed," muttered Azula, folding her arms over her chest. "And it definitely isn't going to happen anytime soon." "Well, I'm pretty sure it won't," said Sokka. "There's no chance that we'll end up in a situation as awful as we did last time, don't you think?" "Don't jinx." "Azula." The princess froze when she heard her uncle call her name in a way that almost sounded nervous, interrupting what she was telling Sokka. She turned towards him, regarding him with a raised eyebrow. "What?" she asked. I know it isn't what we planned," said Iroh, playing with his thumbs and not meeting Azula's gaze with his own. "But I was just thinking about visiting the lower ring. And since we are already on the train, I thought we could go now, if it isn't a problem, of course." Azula frowned. Yes, she definitely would mind in normal circumstances, even more so when said request came from her uncle, of all people. Yet there was only one reason why she imagined Iroh would want to head into the lower ring. And it was the very same reason why she had visited it back during her first trip to this city. She didn't think her uncle had ever visited Lu Ten's grave. Was he hoping to make up for that now? She honestly felt like refusing to his request, and she would have. If only it hadn't been about Lu Ten. Her uncle was one of her least favorite people in the world, but even so, he had been her cousin's father. Lu Ten's grave deserved to be visited by him, Lu Ten also deserved an apology from Iroh, Azula believed, all the same as he had gotten one from her when she had visited him last. "That's crazy," said Sokka, frowning. "Haven't we had enough problems for the time being? Maybe," Azula said, ignoring Sokka's input. Her gladiator froze. "Huh? What do you mean, maybe?" I meant that we could stop by for a moment, that's what," said Azula, sighing in defeat. Iroh looked at her in disbelief, but soon enough with gratefulness. "Thank you, Azula. Mind you, I'm not doing this for your sake," she muttered, and Iroh gulped. I know. It's just going to be for a short while anyways," said Azula, folding her arms over her chest. "Our schedule is already a mess, after all, so this new issue hardly makes a difference. This is the last setback I'll stand for, though. We've had enough unforeseen nonsense happening to us as it is." "Well, that sounds scary," said Toph, smirking. Azula rolled her eyes. "What are you going to do to the next setback we get?" "I'm not bound to do something to the setback, but to the source of that setback," Azula stated, and Toph snickered. "And I don't believe you would really want to know what I have in mind for whoever causes more trouble to us." "Heh, well, whatever it is, it sounds like fun to me," Toph said, smirking. The train halted at the first station in the lower ring, and some people entered it in order to travel to other locations of the city. Azula, Sokka, Iroh, and Toph stepped down into the platform, surprising the people who were waiting for other trains. Not often did the lower ring witness visitors who clearly belonged in the highest class of society. "So, what are we doing here?" Toph asked, raising an eyebrow, once they headed out into the streets. "There's some place I need to go, Toph," said Iroh, biting his lower lip as Azula led the way, for she was the only one who had ever visited Lu Ten's Hill before. "That's what this is about." Azula kept flinching upon everything unsightly that caught her eye as they walked. Which was most anything in the lower ring, actually. At this rate, this new trip to Ba Sing Se would only worsen her opinion of the city. Still, she had no choice but to carry on. The sooner this was over, the sooner she would be at the Imperial Palace. "It's getting late, Azula," Sokka said after a while, struggling to carry both her and his bags. "I seriously don't think we should be doing this. I don't know if trains still take off at this hour." "It is late indeed," said Iroh, grimacing. "And I'm beginning to feel hungry, too." "Ugh, so now you're hungry?" Azula snapped. "Why, you'll have to bear with it. Sokka is right, at this rate we won't make it back to the train station before they close it down for the night." "Well, yeah, but it's not just Iroh who's hungry, you know," confessed Toph, and soon after, a growl came from Sokka's direction, his stomach the source of it. Oops, said Sokka, smiling guiltily. Azula froze and stared at him in disbelief before her expression became indignation. "You three are unbelievable," Azula said, shaking her head. "Fine, then. There's an inn nearby, we can eat something there. I would much rather have dinner in the palace, obviously, but this will have to do for now, since you all seem to be incapable of enduring hunger for a few hours." "How do you know there's an inn?" Toph asked, raising an eyebrow. "I'm sensing it with my own 2 feet, yeah, but you can't do that, and you haven't asked for directions." "I know there's an inn because it's not the first time I've come here," she retorted, before stepping off towards where the inn awaited. Sokka frowned upon that, wondering what she meant, until he recalled their momentary separation when they had come to Ba Sing Se the first time. Azula had ditched him and left him to wander the upper ring, where he had gotten the silly idea of writing haiku. And in the meantime, she had been visiting her cousin's grave. Iroh's son's grave. Was that why Azula had accepted to do this? Sokka had been rather confused by her decision, he hadn't found any sense in it until now. Of course, that had to be it. Azula thought Iroh had to pay his respects to his son. Sokka looked at her, his eyes fixing upon the back of her head. He knew she held her cousin's memory quite close, but her relationship with him was still somewhat a mystery for him, yet it seemed fitting that she would want Iroh to visit his son. The inn Azula had talked about definitely wasn't equipped to receive visitors like them. It was somewhat crowded, but there was enough room for the 4 of them.
Iroh offered to pay for the meals, an idea Azula was quite fond of. Because I didn't bring any money with me, after all, she confessed, shrugging, as she, Toph and Sokka sat at a table they had found at the dining area. Well, that's nothing new coming from you, said Sokka, smiling. I seem to recall you did the same thing back in our first fight. Huh? What do you mean? Toph asked, raising an eyebrow. I forgot the bid's money on my ship during our first fight in the Superior League, replied Azula. Which would have caused us quite some trouble if only Sokka had been as incompetent as most people take him for. Oh? So you're really not that useless, dog? That's surprising to know, asked Toph, smirking and setting her feet on the table. Both Azula and Sokka recoiled at that. Would you behave yourself? Azula asked, glaring at the sole of the girl's feet with utter disgust, for Toph was sitting across her. When was the last time you cleaned your feet? What's it to you? They feel fine like this, said Toph, smirking. Oh, I'm sure they'll feel even better once I set those reeking toes of yours on fire, Azula growled, lifting a hand so that a blue blaze danced dangerously on her fingers. To the princess's relief, the threat served to get the blind bandit to stop being so inappropriate. She lowered her feet, scowling and shaking her head. Such a spoilsport, really, she grumbled. Can't let a girl have her fun, no. Ah, there you were. Iroh exclaimed, approaching the group and settling on the seat next to his niece. Where's the food? Sokka asked instantly, prompting Azula to roll her eyes, yet still smile weakly at his question. It will be here soon, but I have some unpleasant news, said Iroh, gulping. I spoke with the inn's owner, and I found out you were right about the trains. The service stops at 6, and it's already 6:30 by now. So, the train we were on was probably the last one to travel through city for today, Azula muttered, looking at the table in despair. Apparently so, said Iroh, looking rather guilty before lifting a hand. But do not despair. I have already arranged things so that we can spend the night at this inn. We will have a roof over our heads, warm beds, and good food, so we should be perfectly fine. Heh, I'm cool with this, said Toph, nodding in approval. Stay here? Azula asked, an eyebrow twitching. Why, you can't be serious. Well, you can try to cross the entire city on foot, but according to the stories, it took Earth King Yming 2 days to travel from one end of Ba Sing Se to the other one. Said Iroh, shrugging. I know as much, snapped Azula, irritated. My problem is, Uncle, that every plan we had established so far stated that we would be staying in the Imperial Palace by now. And in case you have failed to notice, this establishment in no way resembles a palace, let alone Ba Sing Se's. Well, I should cut you some slack on those regards. You've never even seen what the palace looks like, after all. And neither have I. Toph exclaimed proudly, and Azula rolled her eyes. Ahaha, well, I haven't indeed, but I shall eventually, won't I? Said Iroh, nodding. In the meantime, this place should do for the night. It isn't so bad, is it? I think it's cozy, said Toph, nodding. The only problem is that it's mostly made of wood, but I can deal with that. At least the ground floor is literally a ground floor, no wood involved. Heh, well, my opinion will depend on how good the food is, said Sokka, pouting. I was really looking forward to a grand banquet meal, you know. Well, this is the former Earth Kingdom after all. You shouldn't have your culinary hopes too high, said Azula, folding her arms over her chest. It's never going to be half as good as Fire Nation meals. I thought after our last trip you'd learn to enjoy their food, said Sokka. After almost starving to death, you'll mean, Azula corrected him. After enduring such a catastrophe, any form of food will be perfectly welcome, no matter how lousy it really is. Starving to death, you two had some fun adventures in Ba Sing Se, from the sound of it, said Toph, intrigued. I've never really heard of what happened with you two when you were here before. And you're not going to hear it any time soon, said Azula, determinedly, and Toph pouted. You're damn stingy, you know. She muttered, before looking at Iroh. So, how are we going to split up? Split up? Sokka asked, raising an eyebrow. What do you mean by that? Well, he's got 2 keys on him, I can sense them, said Toph, her feet caressing the ground. I figure they're for our rooms, right? Indeed, said Iroh, nodding and setting them on the table. Angela frowned. Couldn't you possibly afford 4 rooms, uncle? She asked, irritated. Most the inn's rooms were already occupied. Iroh said, sighing. And it was going to be cheaper this way, too. So, as it turns out, my uncle is a cheapskate. Why am I even surprised? Grunted Angela, irritated. Well, seeing as Angela seems to be anything but pleased with me, she shouldn't share with me, Iroh said, gulping. So, it's either splitting by boys and girls or by sponsor and gladiator. I suppose, said Sokka, nodding. And it would only make sense for us to go by boys and girls, of course, said Iroh, nodding. It would be very inappropriate for the Blue Wolf to stay in the same room as the princess. Huh. You think I'd do something to her? Sokka exclaimed, looking at Iroh with a frown. I mean no offense, but can you blame me for thinking that way? Said Iroh, shrugging innocently. A man in his prime like you could have a hard time holding back while being alone with as pretty a girl as my niece. Heh, he thinks you can't be restrained, Toph said, punching Sokka on the shoulder and laughing. That's real nice, though, grunted Sokka, an eyebrow twitching. Hell, even if I wanted to pull something inappropriate on her, I wouldn't get away with it because she wouldn't let me. So if I were as bad as you think I am, I'd pay direly for it. Angela raised an eyebrow and looked at Sokka somewhat skeptically. Considering how several encounters between them had turned out before their latest spat, Iroh's distrust wasn't as misplaced as Sokka was trying to make it seem. Meh, whatever, the princess is a delicate little flower and she shouldn't be near manly men like you, dog, said Toph, mockingly. So, there's a single option left now. We'll be sharing rooms, Jewel. No, said Angela, grimacing, and Toph beamed. Just no. I cannot share rooms with her, of all people. Oh, come on, it'll be fun. It's going to be like a sleepover. Toph exclaimed, happily. I've never been to one, so it'd be my first, hee. A sleepover? Really? Angela said, looking at the earthbender in utter disbelief. Yep. Just us girls, see. Sokka goes with Iroh, so you see, everything will work out just great, said Toph, happily. I think we all have different definitions on what's great, not saying that sharing with the old man will be too awful, said Sokka, grimacing. But I'm afraid the 2 of you will enter that room, and only one will come out of it in the morning. That just might happen indeed. I fear I'll end up chucking her out of the window at some point through the night, snarled Angela, as a waiter approached their table, balancing dishes in his hands. Well, we can worry about windows and sleeping later, said Iroh, happily. For now, let's enjoy our food. With a defeated sigh from Angela, they started eating without a hitch. All 4 of them had been hungrier than they realized, and they dug into their plates ravenously, hardly chatting through the meal. Angela grimaced at the revolting way Toph ate, so revolting that it almost made Sokka seem civilized. And to think she'd have to share rooms with the same girl later on. When they were finished dining, Toph and Iroh decided to order extra tea for them. Angela, naturally, was reluctant to indulge in her uncle's hobby along with them, so she decided to head to her room to check out its accommodations. Sokka tagged along, bringing her luggage with him. I acknowledge it, don't worry. This was definitely one of the worst decisions I've ever made, said Angela when they arrived in the room, sighing and sitting on the bed while Sokka placed her pack next to it. You think? He asked, stretching after having carried the bag all the way to Angela's room. I mean, we could be worse off. I still think we're not doing as badly as we were in the forest. Of course not, said Angela, shaking her head. But as you pointed out earlier, this is only just beginning. We have at least 5 more days left of staying in this city. Do you really think an improvement is on its way? Well, we can only hope, said Sokka, sighing and shrugging. Thank you, by the way, said Angela, gesturing at the pack. You didn't really need to do that, but... It's the least I could do, he said, smiling weakly. It's not a problem at all. Ajala nodded, and Sokka sat on the bed next to her, their gazes falling upon the mattress the blind bandit would occupy later. Ajala sighed. "This will end badly," she muttered, shaking her head. "And I have to endure all this nonsense because of him, huh?" said Sokka, raising an eyebrow. "I never thought you'd accept any requests coming from your uncle." "I'm not doing it for his sake," she muttered, irritated. "I figured as much," said Sokka, nodding. "This is about your cousin, isn't it?" Ajala raised an eyebrow and glanced at him from the corner of her eye. "Quite perceptive all of a sudden, are we?" she asked. "I just put the puzzle pieces together, is all," he said, shrugging and smiling. "The only moment we were separated during our stay in Ba Sing Se in our last visit was when you came to see his grave. Did you stop by at this inn for a refreshment or something?" "The royal procession did. They had endured a very long trip, after all," said Ajala. "They rested here while I went up to his grave by myself." "You expect Iroh to visit him alone as well?" asked Sokka, raising an eyebrow. "It wouldn't make much sense for us or the dirt worm to be there during his first visit to his grave, would it?" said Ajala. "Though knowing my uncle, he might just bring her along anyways even when she didn't know him at all." "You think she might not respect your cousin's resting place?" "I think my uncle should mourn him properly," muttered Ajala. "And having a girl picking her feet on his grave might not help with that." "I figure not," said Sokka, sighing and shaking his head. He looked at Ajala, finding her with crossed arms, a frown on her face. He bit his lip lightly before settling on a different position, his arms supporting his weight on his knees. "About your cousin," he muttered, insecurely. Ajala's gaze flickered towards him before darting away again. "You've never really talked much about him. I kind of figure you got along with him, though." "I did, back in the day," said Ajala, grinding her teeth. "He was a good man. Better than most, better than his father, without a doubt. I constantly wondered how could they be so different and still be father and son." "He was better with you than Iroh, I take it? No dumb dolls as presents for you?" he asked. "No, he actually played with me, and showed me his bending," said Ajala, with a weak smile as she recalled some of her most precious memories. "He also liked to invent titles for me, though not of the sort the bandit does." "Oh? What titles?" Sokka asked, smiling as well. "Once he called me the wielder of the ever-powerful flame," said Ajala, tapping her chin as she recalled with some amusement the moments she had shared with her cousin. "On another occasion he also deemed me the master of lightning. He had just showed me how he did it, and I was dazzled by it. I told him I wanted to bend lightning too one day, and he assured me I definitely would learn how, in due time. He also granted me the title of strongest dragon ever seen, ruler of the Western Earth Kingdom provinces. We hadn't conquered the Earth Kingdom yet, so it was obviously a makeshift title, but he acted as though it were real. Back then I was sure he would be Fire Lord, so I always took his word for fact. I figured he definitely would make me one of his highest ranked officers by the time he started to rule the Fire Nation." "Huh. Well, he sounds like a fun guy," said Sokka, smiling. "I'm glad at least you got along with him, even if not with his dad." "Yeah, so, as you can see, not everyone in my family was born inherently evil," said Ajala, which turned Sokka's smile into a grimace. "Come on, Ajala, I don't think that way anymore and you know it," he said. "Zuko is gruff, your dad is creepy, your uncle is weird, your cousin was fun, so see? I don't blatantly call anyone evil, not anymore." "And, what would you call me, if that's so?" Ajala asked, raising an eyebrow. "Why you?" said Sokka, blushing and swallowing hard. "I think I told you once, didn't I? No 3 sentences would be enough to describe you, so a single word probably wouldn't work either." "No?" asked Ajala, her fists tightening on her lap as she dropped her gaze. Well, this time she was actually looking for trouble, wasn't she? She shouldn't ask him questions of the sort, she should have known better than that by now. She didn't really want to know what he thought about her, especially after what had happened lately. She already imagined what sort of words would be crossing his mind right now to describe her, it wasn't that hard to do.
But if you really want me to tell you, I can try to. Sokka started when he found she looked somewhat upset now. Yet Azula shook her head, stopping him from saying another word. No need to sum it up, I really don't need an ego boost, she said, waving her hand around. We both know you can't help but think I'm absolutely extraordinary, of course. Well, wait, why are you being sarcastic about that? Sokka muttered, blushing, but Azula ignored him. In any case, I hope my uncle will have the sense to visit Lu Ten's grave after he's done with his tea, said Azula. Because I don't plan on allowing more distractions when it comes to this trip. I only accepted this detour because it was about Lu Ten, simple as that. I'm tolerating no more setbacks after this. That sounds about right, said Sokka, smiling a bit. Still, I'm a bit worried about this whole thing. You said Iroh was hiding something earlier. And you said I was just looking too deeply into it, didn't you? Said Azula, raising an eyebrow. But now I'm not so sure, said Sokka, looking at her earnestly. You were suspecting Iroh was hiding something, but now I think it's not just him. Toph only gave out her first name when we were telling that soldier who we were. Why tell him the first one only, when she introduced herself with her full name when she first fought against me? Azula frowned and looked at Sokka, deep in thought. The fact that she has a last name is odd enough already, she muttered. What name was it, exactly? Do you remember it? Beiwa? Buddy, said Sokka, grimacing as he struggled to recall what Toph had said on their first encounter. It starts with a B, I know it does. Well, whatever it is, it really is odd, said Azula. Few people boast about their last names, and I've never heard of a slave who has one, and she's willing to reveal that last name to you, but not to a soldier asking for her identity in Ba Sing Se. It really makes you wonder what that's about, muttered Sokka. Why would she hide her name? And why wouldn't she tell us why she's doing it? Because, for all she knew, we might have remembered what it was and given her last name to the soldier when she didn't. So, what is she up to, and why won't she tell us about it? That's really not so hard to guess, replied Azula, sighing. We don't trust them, they don't trust us. It all boils down to that. And it shouldn't be that way, said Sokka, sighing. I mean, it's just logical that we don't trust each other. We've been enemies all along, so for us to try cooperating when we're all reluctant to do it probably won't end well for any of us. This whole matter is going to pose an issue in the long run, muttered Azula, shaking her head. I really don't like the idea of our allies working with their own agenda. Their business could easily interfere with our objectives, for all we know. Allies you can't trust are as good as enemies. Indeed, said Sokka, glancing towards her. But hey, even if they don't trust us, and we don't trust them, at least we've still got each other, right? That still counts for a lot. We've sorted out plenty of problems together, haven't we? So even if they're not totally trustworthy, at least we can trust one another. I guess so, Azula whispered, dropping her gaze. Sokka looked at her worriedly. It wasn't like Azula to look so upset by those words. If anything, he would have expected her to look at him defiantly and mock him, asking if he was so sure he could trust her. If not that, then she should be embarrassed, though considering their relationship's latest derailment, she should have snapped at him instead, telling him she couldn't trust a man like him. But instead, she seemed insecure. It was as though she wasn't sure that they could trust each other at all. But he trusted her. Even if she thought he was an idiot, for he was, he wholeheartedly believed in her. Long ago he would have never trusted her, of course, but after everything they had been through, he found that Azula was currently the person he trusted most. And no arguments they had could change that. If only he could make her see it. He didn't know if what he was going to do would be any use, but his hand was already moving before he could stop it. Azula was startled when she felt his hand atop hers. She stared at the contact between them, her heart racing in her chest as he attempted to soothe her concerns in the only way he knew how. But Sokka had no idea why his words had struck her as they had. He believed he could trust her, or so he claimed now, after all this time. Could he really be so blind about how selfish she truly was? How could he trust her at all, when she was as unreliable as she was. She accused Iroh and Toph of not trusting them, but at the very least they were bound to trust each other. But she couldn't trust Sokka. She couldn't trust in his apologies, she couldn't trust his touch, she couldn't trust his words, all because she was too scared of being hurt by him yet again. And if she gave the matter some thought, she actually had set everything up just so he would wind up hurting her again. Once they returned to the Fire Nation, Ty Lee would have rescued the slave and Sokka was bound to jump into the arms of the former gladiator, leaving Azula behind. And she would be left wondering what sort of idiot would let go of the man she loves when at long last it seemed he would finally become hers. She withdrew her hand and stood up, and Sokka's breath caught in his throat. That she would reject him should hardly surprise him, but it still felt like being slammed over the head with his club. He swallowed hard as she moved towards the door, without looking back at him. But if we can't trust them at all, how are you supposed to fight alongside the bandit tomorrow? She muttered, hoping to change the subject quickly. You can't hope to win a fight when you can hardly count on your partner. I'll figure something out, said Sokka, sighing and standing up. Even if they do have secrets, we're here for a tournament, aren't we? We all want the points, we all want to win. So, at the very least, we can trust they're aiming at winning the tournament, right? Let's hope that's so, said Azula, though she sounded anything but hopeful as she walked outside the room again. Sokka followed, crestfallen. It wasn't as bad as it had been during their previous trip through the former Earth Kingdom, but it didn't mean they were doing well either. Because Azula didn't actually seem angry this time, she seemed depressed instead. And all he wanted was to change that, to cheer her up again and make her laugh wholeheartedly once more. Toph was alone, sitting with her feet on the table again, by the time Azula and Sokka returned. Azula frowned and approached her, trying to ignore the smell that came from her feet. If you're done drinking tea you should go settle down in our room, don't you believe? She asked, raising an eyebrow. Don't be so fussy, Jewel, I'll get going when I'm done relaxing, said Toph happily, smiling and placing her hands behind the back of her head. Where's Iroh? Sokka asked, and Toph scratched her head before reaching towards her pocket with a hand. He left a while ago, but he left this for you anyways, she said, handing him the key to his room. So you can start sleeping while he's off running errands. Running errands? Azula repeated approvingly, folding her arms over her chest. Do you happen to know what sort of errands? Or is it something private, perhaps? She already guessed where Iroh would be by now, but she still wished to ascertain her uncle would be doing what she expected from him. That Toph had stayed behind was a good sign, for this way Iroh would pay his respects to Lu Ten properly. Oh? Private? Hell, no. He's shopping, Toph replied simply, shrugging and closing her eyes. Azula's jaw dropped and Sokka stared at Toph in disbelief. Shopping? Shopping? The princess exclaimed, aghast. You're not serious, are you? Why would that be a joke? You have a weird sense of humor if you think that's funny, princess, said Toph, raising an eyebrow. Of course I'm serious. He promised he'd bring some clay for me, it's always fun to bend it. Shopping? Azula repeated, with a snarl. Sokka grimaced. There, maybe he just said that to get her off his case, said Sokka, gulping. Oh, no, this is Iroh you're talking about, Azula said, her eyes narrowing. She looked so angry Sokka genuinely wondered if she'd set something on fire. The bandit has it right, I'm sure of it. The witless, idiotic oaf really must have gone shopping. Again, the only thoughts crossing her mind were those of distrust. She couldn't even trust that her uncle would visit his son's grave properly, of course not. His main priority had been to head outside and find souvenirs, the sole thought of it made her feel sick. What was that man playing at, and why did he have to play at it at her expenses? There really was no questioning it anymore, accepting this absurd deal was the worst decision she had ever made. Her hands were balled into fists. Her teeth were gritted, her eyes closed shut. It was already over, but his weight was still atop her. He was unconscious now, it seemed, for he hadn't moved in several minutes. He had been drinking heavily before having his way with her, and whenever that happened he would usually end up falling asleep, unless she attempted to fight back. Then he would turn violent, and she couldn't overcome him while being chained, weak and underfed as she was. But she hadn't fought back tonight. She hadn't fought back in quite some time now. She was chained to a pole by the kitchen, or what these men seemed to believe was a kitchen. Usually, when the worst one wanted to have his fill of her, he would release her briefly, but not today. Today he had been too drunk to even think of what he was doing. But, unbeknownst to him, she was relieved by his inebriation this time around. What the? Ugh, Yang, not again. The other one exclaimed. He had only just arrived home for the day, if a place like this one could be called home at all, for starters. The new arrival, Akira, approached his companion and pulled him off her. Yang groaned and complained, coming back to his senses briefly. See, bitch. I told ya. He said, a hand on her chin, forcing her to lift her head before Akira pulled him away completely. I told ya I'd be good when ya started to behave, bitch. Shut up already and come on, grunted Akira. You fucker, just get into bed. Yang complained more, but Akira ignored him as he dragged him to the next room in the shack. She was left where she was, sitting on the wooden floor, her legs now closed all the same as the rest of her. She had shut herself away from everything, because it was the only way to endure the hardships she had to face. But once she heard the bedroom door closing behind the two men, she opened her eyes. A streak of fury appeared on her violet orbs, and determination coursed through her body. She had closed herself away for weeks now, but it was only for the sake of accomplishing what she should have done from the very moment she had started to be plagued by these misfortunes. She had come up with a plan, and this time it wouldn't fail. This time she would succeed, there was no questioning it. She opened her right fist, and she looked down at the rusty key that sat on her palm. Simply gazing upon it filled her with hope, with unbridled anger, with razor-sharp determination. One way or another, she was going to get out of here. Chapter 74, Pairs Tournament 3. Angela climbed down the wooden staircase, stifling a yawn as she filed towards the inn's dining area. She hadn't slept as well as she wished, for she had found it rather difficult to relax with the blind bandit constantly tossing and turning on the next bed, asking her if she was awake every 5 minutes. Angela spent almost 2 hours telling the girl to shut up in as many different ways she could think of, hoping to get the message across eventually, until Toph finally fell asleep, still tossing and turning every now and then. Her movements were rather brusque, and they startled Angela more often than wished they would. The princess had woken up inexplicably by dawn, and she had been unable to fall asleep once the morning lights began drifting into her room. She tried to sleep regardless, attempting to ignore a grumbling noise outside the room, but she soon gave up hopes of getting more rest and she climbed off her bed, dressed up and left the room. She'd had enough of rolling around hopelessly in bed as it was. The idea of having breakfast in this shack didn't appeal to the princess, but she rather doubted there would be somewhere better for her to eat nearby. Upon reaching the main floor of the inn, she informed the establishment's owner of what meal she expected for her breakfast before entering the dining area to look for an available table. Yet she found a familiar figure amongst the few ones that were occupied. Angela frowned as she approached the table where Sokka was sitting, or rather, sleeping. His arms were crossed over the surface, his head resting atop them. His loose hair covered his face, and he was breathing so unevenly that Angela realized he wasn't sleeping at all. "Are you all right?" she asked, raising an eyebrow and sitting across him. A weak giggle came from Sokka, and he lifted his head to regard her properly. Angela grimaced when she saw the dark bags under his eyes. To her chagrin, Sokka with his hair down was still a rather alluring sight for her, despite the awful look on his face. "I wish I were, hee. I really do," he said, his awkward smile turning into a grimace as well. "What happened? Did Iroh do something to you?" Angela asked, frowning, and looking at Sokka with worry. "Heh, other than not letting me sleep at all through the night," said Sokka, sighing. "His snoring is unbearable, Angela. Every now and then I got used to it, but then he'd suddenly shift and snort so loudly that I'd end up coming back to full consciousness again. And he did that all night, you know? I managed to sleep a few minutes at most before he arrived after his shopping trip." "So you're saying you're completely exhausted?" Angela asked, gritting her teeth. "Sokka, I know, he said, with a grimace. I'm probably going to be useless today at the arena. But it's hardly my fault, now, is it? I came down here after a while, precisely because I wanted to get some sleep while I could, but it really wasn't that helpful. Angela shook her head and looked at him with concern as he regarded her apologetically. Don't worry. You're right, it's not your fault, said Angela, sighing. I should have remembered his snoring. I heard odd sounds outside my room all night long, but I didn't venture any guesses as to what they might be. Yeah, well, it was probably him, said Sokka, dropping his head on the table again. What the hell am I going to do if I'm like this, Angela? You're going to do what you have to do, simple as that, said Angela. Saying, don't overexert yourself, this time seems impossible, because no matter what, you'll end up overexerted anyhow. Still, you managed to beat the Twin Hammer after an entire week without sleep, didn't you? At least I had some sleep before fighting him, said Sokka, his voice muffled. Both at the old lady's house, and then while Xian Long was flying us to Garsai I dozed off a bit. Well, that is true, Angela conceded. Still, you're not alone this time. If you can't fight to your best, the bandit can compensate for your shortcomings. Her sponsor is the reason why you're like this, after all, so she had better make up for it. For some reason I doubt things will work as well as that, said Sokka, sighing and lifting his head to look at Angela through half-closed eyes. You think we can trust Toph to do that? I'm not questioning her strength or anything, but you did say yesterday that you didn't trust those guys, right? I don't, said Angela, rubbing her forehead with the tips of her fingers. But you did say their goal had to be the same as ours. They want to win, don't they? I hope so, said Sokka, sighing before looking at her with some concern as well. How about you? Could you sleep well despite having a wacky earthbender on the next bed? I wouldn't say I slept well, but I definitely slept much better than you did, even though she spent the night fidgeting, said Angela. I'm never comfortable sleeping in beds that I'm not used to, though, so I wouldn't have been fully rested anyways. Really? Asked Sokka, raising an eyebrow quizzically. Really, said Angela, frowning. Why are you giving me that look? Well, just, why you seemed to sleep all right in Ember Island, is all. Muttered Sokka, not meeting her gaze anymore as they both blushed at the memory. Right, said Angela, swallowing hard. Well, that was odd indeed. She had woken to quite an unpleasant headache, but other than that, it had been quite a restful night, much better than those that had preceded it, for they had been haunted by unwanted dreams. Yet Sokka had chased them away single-handedly. Sokka sighed again and dropped his head on a sleeping position once more, knowing he had said something he probably shouldn't have. I'm going to try and sleep again, if you don't mind, he muttered, and Angela nodded. Suit yourself. I'll try not to make much noise while I have my breakfast, then. Heh. Said Sokka, his head rising again upon the mention of food. Angela wasn't surprised by that in the slightest. Breakfast sounds kinda nice. Mind you, I only ordered mine because I didn't know you'd be here already, said Angela, her hands linked and placed under her chin. And you're definitely not going to nick food from my plate. That's mean. He pouted, sighing, and dropping his head once more. Fine, then. I'll go sleepless and starved into the arena. It's really going to feel just like our last trip if I do. How dramatic, said Angela, rolling her eyes. As if you couldn't go a little while without food. Sokka made a harumph sound, but he didn't say another word. Angela smiled and shook her head before standing up and heading towards the kitchens, where she informed the establishment's owner, who just happened to be the cook as well, that he was to double her order. The man seemed to panic slightly at that, for he was already struggling with a single royal meal to add a second one to his to-do list, but he assured the princess it would be done. Sokka had noticed Angela had walked away shortly, but he remained slumped over the table even after she returned. It wasn't until he caught the smell of a freshly cooked meal that he raised his head, his stomach growling. "Hey Angela!" he whined, looking at her desperately as the waiter placed the meal in front of the princess, but the expression on his face froze when he noticed she had pushed the tray towards him. "Wait. Angela. This way you won't have to steal anything from my meal, see?" she said, simply. Don't fret, I ordered more food for myself just a moment ago. Eat now before it gets cold. Tears of despair had seemingly gleamed in the corner of Sokka's eyes, but now they had turned into tears of gratefulness. He gave her a warm smile as he sat up straight, gazing at her as though she had saved his life. Thank you. You're the best, he said, before starting on his food. A compliment of the sort would have been welcome in any other circumstances, but Azula most certainly didn't feel like the best today, even when Sokka seemed to genuinely mean what he had said. She tried not to show how his words had affected her, and it was easy to succeed at that when she could only grimace at his lack of table manners, as ever. Morning, Jewel, dog. Toph declared, taking her seat next to Azula this time. The princess' eyebrows twitched, for she definitely didn't welcome the earthbender's presence. Ready for the big fight? Maybe, said Azula, looking at her sideways. Are you? Sure am, I slept like a baby, she exclaimed happily. Just gotta get some food in my stomach and we can take off to the arena. It's good to see you're that enthusiastic about it, said Sokka, as a waiter appeared to bring Azula her own food. It's weird to see you're not, especially for someone who can't see, said Toph, tapping her chin with a finger. One would think you'd be happier about joining forces with someone who is undefeatable, and yet it feels like you're all gloomy. What's the matter with you, Sokka? The matter is that your sponsor snored all night long, he said, sighing. The food's good, though, so I guess that can compensate for my lack of sleep to some degree, but... Ah, well. Said Toph, smiling innocently and shrugging. The gesture made Sokka frown. Are you trying to say something? He grunted, looking at her with a harsh glare. Well, I'm trying not to say it, actually. Toph confessed. And what is it you're trying not to say, bandit? Azula said, frowning before she started eating. Spill it already. Simply that I didn't choose to share rooms with the Jewel because she's a fun gal, if you know what I mean. Said Toph, with a smirk. You knew you wouldn't have gotten any sleep with all the snoring, said Azula, frowning. Nope, especially because my ears are way more sensitive than his, said Toph, pointing at Sokka. So see? You had to take this one for the team, dog. You know I'm our best bet at winning today, so I had to be properly rested and... You're our best bet. Sokka repeated, still glowering at her. Don't get me wrong, because everyone knows you're as tough as you want to be, but this is a pairs tournament after all. How much sense would it make for you to do all the work? Heh, so that's how you're playing it all of a sudden. Toph muttered to herself as the last member of their group arrived, dropping next to Sokka, who scowled as soon as he saw the man. Ah, good morning everyone. Said Iroh, beaming. Did you three enjoy the night? Not half as much as you did, I believe, said Azula, looking at her uncle with a raised eyebrow. We had already tucked in by the time you returned from your shopping trip. Had a lot of fun, did you? Ahaha, well, it took longer than I expected, said Iroh, smiling. But don't fret, I brought souvenirs for all of you. Oh, yeah, just what I wanted to hear. Exclaimed Toph, beaming. Did you order our food already? Ah, yes, with 2 cups of tea for each of us. 2? 1 isn't enough. Asked Azula, skeptically. You can never have enough tea, Azula, Iroh declared, nodding. One day you will understand, I'm sure. Sure I will, she muttered sarcastically, before looking at him with a frown. You simply went shopping yesterday, then. You didn't. No, not yet, said Iroh, knowing what Azula wanted to ask him. I hope to head out after breakfast is done, if that's all right with you. Azula sighed and nodded, thinking it would be for the best. At the very least, it seemed Iroh still remembered the only reason why they had bothered coming to the lower ring in the first place. Yet, to the princess' chagrin, breakfast took much longer than she expected, for Iroh and Toph had ordered massive meals, and they took their sweet time to eat and drink their tea, talking and laughing while Azula tapped her fingers on the table impatiently and Sokka dozed off on his chair. Ah, well, that was a nice meal, Iroh declared, happily, as he stood up at last. I would very much enjoy a bath now, but you have something else to do, don't you, Uncle? Angela asked, frowning, and Iroh nodded. I do, I must go to the arena, Sokka said, interrupting them. Despite the still prominent bags under his eyes, he looked much better once he'd had a good share of food in his stomach. Have you guys forgotten we're in the lower ring? It's going to take a while to get to the green gates from here. We have to take off now if we're going to make it at all. But, said Angela, freezing. Iroh hasn't done what he has to do yet, Sokka. If we go to the arena now, we'll have to return to this inn again later instead of heading to the palace, as we planned. And what's the big deal? This is a nice place, said Toph, smiling. Besides, what Iroh has to do can wait a little longer. We'll end up being late if we don't go now, just like the dog said. Well, this is unfortunate, said Iroh, sighing and caressing his beard. But you two must be right. We will have to come back later, there's nothing else to it. Angela looked at Iroh in utter disbelief before huffing and throwing her hands up in the air and turning towards the inn's door. Sokka gulped, knowing she wouldn't be in a good mood at all after this. She had been counting on arriving in the palace once their fight at the Green Gates was over with. This is ridiculous, she muttered next to Sokka, once they were waiting for the train at the station. My uncle is merely behaving as an irresponsible idiot, which should hardly surprise me, honestly, considering his track record. We should head to the palace afterwards and leave Iroh to visit Lu Ten whenever he finally realizes that he ought to honor his fallen son. Maybe, said Sokka, frowning. So why didn't we do that in the first place? Angela froze upon that inside, shaking her head. Sokka raised an eyebrow before she replied. I guess I just wanted to make sure he'd visit Lu Ten's hill, she said. Lu Ten deserves that much, after all. But I never imagined Iroh would be so thoughtless about this matter. I thought it would be a priority for him, but apparently shopping is far more important than his son. Now, don't let this get to your head, said Sokka, patting her shoulder. Iroh is a weird guy, we don't really know what he was up to. And getting angry about him being thoughtless won't help you in any way. I suppose, but it's not so easy to control how I feel when it comes to something that actually matters to me, Angela growled. Well, that's not something to feel bad about, said Sokka, smiling weakly at her. That's true to all of us. I suppose it must be. Angela replied, as the train finally appeared. The trip to the upper ring took quite a long time, which only displeased Angela further. The train grew crowded rather quickly, and several people took their seats in spots they didn't quite fit in, squeezing all those who were sitting on the bench at the moment. Sokka tried his hardest to keep a reasonable distance from Angela, but when a particularly fat lady almost sat atop him, he ended up forced to scoot way closer to the princess than it should have been appropriate. Still, Angela was too bothered by the crowd itself to be embarrassed by Sokka's closeness. If anything, it was somewhat comforting to have him beside her right now. Despite her thoughts the night before, he really was the only person she could trust in this chaotic situation. Meanwhile, Toph and Iroh seemed to have no problems at all on the seats across theirs, a fact that only contributed to Angela and her gladiator's irritation. The Green Gates was a massive cylindrical building located in the upper ring. It was quite an unusual gladiator arena, for it bore colors traditional to the Earth Kingdom. The structure was comprised by pearl-white bricks and topped by a green, gabled roof. Iroh stared at it in wonder for a while, and Toph analyzed the area with her feet, sensing everything she could about the building preemptively. Sokka and Angela weren't as amazed by the structure, for they had already fought here once before, and they led the way inside the building through the tall emerald doors that had provided the arena with its name. The vestibule wasn't as wide as the one in the Grand Royal Dome, but it was still spacious enough to host the masses of people who were waiting to take to the stands, hoping to witness the next fights. Angela spotted a pair of counters towards their left, and she walked steadily to them, followed by the rest of the group. A teenage girl sat before one of the counters while a boy identical to her sat on the one beside her. Angela guessed the girl was the one in charge of the bets, given that plenty of people were standing in line before her. Meanwhile, the boy didn't seem half as busy as his twin, for she could only be his twin, was. I take it you're in charge of the gladiators? She asked once she had reached the boy's counter. The boy jumped and sat straight, looking at Angela with slight panic. He had been rather eager about meeting the princess as soon as her entry for the tournament had arrived, but seeing her in person now left him even more awestruck than he expected to be. Why yeah, I am, it's me, he said, nodding awkwardly. You're the princess, aren't you? And that's the blue wolf, and the dragon of the west with the blind bandit. He's new, said Sokka, glancing at Azula sideways. Not the same guy who dealt with us back in our last visit here. No, clearly not, said Azula, as the boy swallowed hard. You're here for the pairs tournament, of course. I'll inform that you're here, then, let me write it down first, yes, what weapons will you be using? Though, wait, I should probably tell you the rules first. Sokka chuckled before telling the boy which weapons he'd bring into the ring with him, and the boy wrote them down quickly. He smiled at Sokka awkwardly before swallowing hard and dropping his gaze, somewhat embarrassed by his behavior. Next to him, his sister elbowed him in the ribs and whispered at him to calm down, which only prompted the boy to blush harder. Well, now that's out of the way, how about you tell us what those rules are? Toph said, stepping forward, her arms folded over her chest. The boy found himself staring in disbelief at her sightless eyes before he shook his head and began answering. Welcome to the pairs tournament, he exclaimed, still nervous. As you know, it will take place here, in Ba Sing Se's own arena, the Green Gates, during the next 4 days. There are 16 pairs of fighters, and you guys are amongst them. Of course, your fight is scheduled to happen after the 2 next ones. You can stay in a waiting room meanwhile, if you want. And, that's all? Asked Toph, raising an eyebrow. And no, of course not, said the boy, gulping. Each sponsor must pay an entrance fee of 10,000 yuans. The sponsors of the gladiators who win the tournament will take all the collected money home, and a trophy as well. Azula gulped, and Iroh smiled approvingly as he pulled out the money for his fee. Iroh finished paying the boy, yet Azula hadn't even made a move to pay her own fee. What's the matter? Sokka asked her, raising an eyebrow. The matter would be that I have no money on me, as you already know, she said, simply, and Toph scowled. You're royalty and you're broke? That's absurd. I'm not broke, I had brought enough money with me on my barge. I just didn't bring all of it with me after our sudden change of plans yesterday, she said, and Toph still looked at her judgmentally. Iroh merely chuckled. Well, fortunately I can afford Azula's fee as well. It's the least I can do for her, she did bring us all the way here on her barge, Iroh told Toph, as he paid the boy another 10,000. Once the boy had placed the money in a safe, Iroh smiled kindly at him. Anything else we should know? Yeah. Your first opponents will be your Doom and Earthbane. Huh? Who's Doom? Asked Toph, with a skeptical smirk on her face. And Earthbane? Who the hell named these pricks? Well, I guess it was their sponsors, I mean, that's not important, is it? Said the boy, swallowing hard. If you two were to defeat your opponents, you would earn the total points worth for both fighters. If you lost, you'd lose that same amount of points from your total score. The tournament's fights will be registered in your record, too. Seriously? Toph muttered, her smile fading upon that. Sokka gulped at the sudden stern look on her face. The fights have set time limits of 20 minutes each, said the boy. So whoever is in better shape by then will be awarded the win. Of course, knockouts are allowed, but there are some conditions to it this time. Such as? Asked Azula, raising an eyebrow. Both rivals must be unconscious for the fight to be over, said the boy. Just defeating one opponent won't do, because the remaining fighter just might be able to make a great comeback and win in the end. Sounds about right, said Toph, smiling again. Still, there is another rule about knockouts, the boy stated. It's somewhat unnecessary if you ask me, but it's a rule regardless. If a fighter were to knock out their own partner, the pair will be instantly disqualified from the tournament, and their opponents shall win the match. Well, that's a really. Sokka was saying, but Toph's indignant exclamation cut him off. What? Hey. That's ridiculous. Well, I think so too, nobody would take out their own ally. That's not it. If I'd get instantly disqualified by knocking the dog out. If so, what? Angela growled, glaring at Toph angrily. The blind bandit fell silent upon the princess's menacing tone. Oh, no. This won't be pretty, Iroh whispered to himself, gulping. A few minutes later, Angela's question was answered once both gladiators and sponsors were in a waiting room. And the answer she got only served to enrage both her and Sokka. So, all along you were planning to do this? Angela asked, glaring at Toph. From the very start, you meant to knock Sokka out and fight by yourself. What's the big deal? Asked Toph, huffing. Do you actually think he could do anything to help me win this fight? He's going to be totally useless. Help you win this fight? Sokka repeated, his fists clenched. What part of pair's tournament do you fail to understand, Toph? A pair is comprised by two people, you know. The point is for us to cooperate in order to win this thing. Oh ho, sure thing, cooperate, said Toph, sarcastically. That sounds about right. What's that supposed to mean? Sokka grunted. You two agreed to join us in this event in hopes to win through Toph's prowess, Iroh muttered, sitting on a green armchair at the opposite end of the room from where the other three argued. Or were we wrong to think so? Wah. That's not it. Said Sokka, though he froze on his spot. That was it, though, wasn't it? Angela herself had said it. If the blind bandit was their ally, they were most likely to win. Mind you, if you believed Sokka and I were simply taking advantage of you two, why exactly did you ask me to join this tournament, uncle? Angela snapped. Whatever he was thinking doesn't matter, said Toph, scowling. Though I doubt he was thinking much anyways. I didn't think it through indeed, said Iroh, sighing. But I never believed you'd accept my proposal. When you did, it became apparent that you meant to use Toph's prowess as a stepping stone to climb your way through the ranking. You're making it sound as if we'd gotten this far by chance. Grunted Sokka. Mind you, I may not be some destructive, crazed and overpowered earthbender, but that doesn't mean you have the right to dispose of me just because you two think I'm weak. Especially considering we're supposed to work together here. Yeah, work together, my ass, Toph snapped. You're free to kid yourself by thinking we'd work together, but it's damn obvious who's going to win this tournament for us. You, dog, would have only gotten in my way whether you want to admit it or not. Well, that's too bad, then, said Angela, shrugging. Because now you know you can't knock him out, whether he gets in your way or not. Ruining your victory streak mustn't be an appealing prospect for you, or is it? Toph shook her head and stepped away from them, unwilling to keep arguing, yet still stubborn enough to add. Doesn't mean I can't keep him out of my way somehow. Angela rolled her eyes while Sokka snarled at the girl. Toph walked up to Iroh, refusing to answer to anything the princess and her gladiator said to her anymore. Well, seems like you were right, after all, Angela muttered, begrudgingly. You'll be fighting 3 opponents instead of 2, from the looks of it. This is preposterous, said Sokka, shaking his head. I already had a bad feeling about this whole thing, but this is just ridiculous. Indeed, said Angela, sighing. I should have seen it coming. It's my uncle, after all. Well, truth to be told, I get the feeling Toph came up with this grand idea all by herself, said Sokka, frowning. Whoever came up with it isn't important, really, said Angela, sighing. You'll be fighting in that sand pit regardless of who the mastermind was. Just make sure to keep your 5 senses in the fight, and don't take anything for granted. Try your best to stay conscious, and to knock out the other 2 if possible. The other 2? I'm sorry, but if she tries to take me out I sure as hell won't accept it without fighting back, said Sokka, frowning. And by doing so you'll only cause us pointless trouble, said Angela, looking at him sternly. Defend yourself from her all you want, but actively fighting against her will only be counterproductive in the long run. Don't focus on fighting her. Get her off your case, try to defeat your actual rivals and make sure she doesn't grind your bones with rocks or something. Easier said than done, said Sokka, with a grimace. Honestly, Angela, we really shouldn't have accepted this at all. I know you like the idea of earning a lot of points, but this is getting out of hand. It would have been safer if we'd just fought a random gladiator back home.
Maybe, said Angela, dropping her gaze. She hadn't decided to do this solely because of the points, of course, but Sokka didn't know that. And she wasn't about to reveal that to him anytime soon. But it's too late now. We're here and we're already stuck in this mess, so we'll just have to make the most of it, whatever that means. Sokka sighed in resignation, nodding weakly. Angela looked at him worriedly before placing a hand on his shoulder, at which he raised his eyes towards her, looking desperate. Just do what you do best, she muttered. That's what matters most. Give this your best efforts, and show her just how wrong she was to underestimate you. The helplessness in Sokka's eyes faded away as she spoke, as he found comfort and support in her words. Maybe this wouldn't go so badly. He had survived Toph on several occasions before, after all. He nodded and gave Angela a determined smile, clasping her hand with his mind set in making her proud of him through the fight up ahead. He wouldn't lose, even against 3 rivals. Not when he knew she believed in him. Sokka seemed reluctant to leave Angela when the staff member arrived to tell them their fight would begin shortly. Nevertheless, he bowed his head towards the princess before taking off to the standby room, Toph treading after him. Angela breathed deeply before starting towards the sponsor's balcony and Iroh followed her, keeping what he hoped would be a safe distance from her. I only want you to know, Angela, that I never intended for matters to escalate this much, said Iroh, once they entered the balcony, another area that sported the traditional green, yellow, and white of Ba Sing Se. Still, you cannot quite blame Toph for believing you only accepted my proposal because it was convenient. And why else should I have accepted it, Uncle? Angela asked, raising her eyebrows as she sank in one of the chairs that were designated for the sponsors. Their rival sponsors had yet to arrive. Did you ask me to choose to join forces with you because you think we're family and we should get along? Why, it's such a remarkable effort coming from you, considering that, from the minute you joined the gladiator business, you did it in hopes to thwart me. Or will you deny that now, Uncle? You don't actually think I'd believe you if you did, do you? Surely not, said Iroh, sitting next to her, his shoulders squared. I didn't quite think things through, Angela. No, clearly not, she said, frowning. You're supposed to be a grand strategist, aren't you? The fact that you chose the bandit for your gladiator says as much. So why did you make the blunder of asking me to join you? Did you think my pride would prevent me from doing so? Your pride almost prevented you from doing so, said Iroh, dropping his gaze. Angela. I wasn't truly interested in the tournament. What I wanted was to visit Lu Ten's grave, surely, she muttered. Yet for some reason I cannot fathom, you decided shopping was more important than that. For some reason, you decided your gladiator should knock out mine even though the tournament hardly interests you. Don't you think you're being rather contradictory, Uncle? I know everything looks murky to you, said Iroh, sighing. But facing Lu Ten's grave isn't as easy as it may seem. I will do it, of course, but I need more time than I thought I would. Of course, you must think that makes no sense. I've had 13 years already, how much longer would I possibly need? But Angela frowned and looked at Iroh. Her immediate thought was that he would be doing this to earn her sympathy, but she wasn't sure if his intentions mattered anymore. Iroh had to visit Lu Ten, regardless of whether he was trying to appeal to her softer side or not. You just have to do it, Angela said, shaking her head. It will always be hard, Uncle, whether you do it today or tomorrow or in 6 years or in 10. It won't become easier, in fact, it'll only be harder. Delaying it will only make it worse. Most likely, said Iroh, sinking in the couch and sighing. But doing this feels like acknowledging that I will never get him back. Angela frowned and looked at Iroh in confusion. You expected to get him back? At this point in time, Uncle? She asked. Iroh sighed heavily again, closing his eyes before smiling weakly. After losing my wife, I told myself I would never lose another person I loved again, he said. When Lu Ten died, I did everything I could to bring him back, to reach him. Still, no matter how hard I tried, it was impossible.
Tried what? Angela asked, genuinely intrigued. There's no way to bring someone back to life, is there? Apparently not, said Iroh. I sought Lu Ten's spirit, I searched for his soul for an entire year, but my search yielded no results. Angela frowned. So all the rumors about her uncle taking a trip into the spirit world seemed to be true, after all. Even so, I always thought that there might be something I had overlooked. Something I don't know about. Some secret method for me to speak with my son once more. He said, before sighing in resignation. But that would be ridiculous, wouldn't it? Is this why you willingly traveled with Zuko for 10 years? Asked Angela, frowning. Either to have him fill the void left by Lu Ten's death, or to search through the world for means to bring back the dead. Perhaps both. The door to the balcony swung open then, and with that, Angela's questions went unanswered. A young, dark-haired teenager, around the age of the twins from the counters, entered the balcony, with a tall, burly man following him. Angela forced herself to stop thinking about her conversation with Iroh as she regarded the two arrivals. Greetings. You must be the princess, aren't you? And you'd be the princess's uncle, said the teen, beaming and slumping in his seat. Are you guys ready to witness your doom? Angela raised an eyebrow and looked at him skeptically, and he began laughing at her reaction. I assume you named him that way simply in hopes to make that joke? She asked, and the teenager smiled and nodded. It cracks me up every time. Do excuse my son, he is rather reckless and he often fails to think before speaking, said the older man, gulping before bowing at both Angela and Iroh. It is an honor that our gladiators will be fighting against yours. Oh, it is our pleasure, said Iroh, smiling at the man. Dad, we should have bought something to eat on our way here, I'm starving, said the teen, and his father sighed, shaking his head before replying softly to him. Angela raised an eyebrow at the boy's request while Iroh smiled. It would not be such a bad idea, having a meal while watching the fight, Iroh told Angela. It would be rather unfair, if you ask me, said Angela. Our gladiators would be beating each other up in the sand, struggling under a merciless sun while we sit in perfect comfort, eating sizzle crisps while the carnage unfolds below. Hardly seems adequate, don't you think? Well, it doesn't have to go as far as carnage, said Iroh, gulping. When it comes to your fighter, it's bound to, said Angela, frowning. Iroh sighed. I should have told her not to plan on knocking out the blue wolf, said Iroh. I'm sorry for that, Angela. It makes no matter anymore, said Angela. Nothing you do or say will change the outcome anymore, but your gladiator had best understand she cannot simply take out Sokka. She won't do that. I believe not, at least, said Iroh, swallowing hard. If she cares about that record of hers, she shouldn't, replied Angela, frowning. Though she shouldn't do it just because of that. Iroh looked at Angela guiltily, despite himself. Usually he could play his cards right when it came to Angela, but this time around, for the first time in his life, he felt as though he were on the wrong side of an argument with the princess. Oh, it's starting! The teen exclaimed, gazing down with excitement as the green doors from the standby room swung open. Sokka breathed deeply, casting uncertain glances at the blind girl next to him. Toph seemed to be in a foul mood after discovering she couldn't simply knock Sokka unconscious, and she stepped forward with a frown on her face once the way was clear for them to enter the sand pit. Don't get in my way, she growled at Sokka. Sokka rolled his eyes and kept up with her pace, his brow furrowed as well. Don't get in mine either, he snapped back. The crowd cheered when they walked into the sand, but neither Angela nor Iroh found the tense gait of their gladiators reassuring. They both knew their fighters well enough to tell by body language alone that they were beyond reluctant to cooperate with each other. Now welcoming the gladiators who will take part in our fifth fight of the day, exclaimed the megaphone man from Ba Sing Se. Our first team is comprised by a pair that came all the way from Jailing for this fight, Earthbane and Your Doom. Ji Gao. Toph muttered, stiffening. Sokka frowned and looked at her warily for a moment before deciding not to inquire about whatever bothered her. It wasn't his problem, was it? And from the Grand Royal Dome, a pair sponsored by actual royals, the Blind Bandit and the Blue Wolf. Now I think of it, The blind bandit sounds familiar, muttered the teenager's father on the sponsor's balcony. Not sure why, but it does. Have I ever fought against you before? Ah, not that I know of, no, said Iroh, gulping. Though I haven't always sponsored Toph myself, of course. Toph, you said? Repeated the teenager, surprised. That name sort of sounds familiar too. Surely you must be mistaking her for someone else, Iroh said quickly, smiling and turning towards the fight. Oh, they're about to begin. The megaphone man counted down for the start of the battle, and Sokka readied himself, studying his opponents intently. One of them looked incredibly brutish, his head was bald and he looked filthy in those worn-out red rags he wore. By his choice of clothing, Sokka assumed he was a firebender. The other fighter had long black hair, sunken eyes, and was remarkably tall. Start. Sokka jumped away immediately when the black-haired one, your doom, lifted his arms brusquely, procuring an array of sand that shot towards where Sokka and Toph stood. Yet even though Sokka had been so wary, Toph scarcely reacted other than by turning on her heels and avoiding the attack almost effortlessly. Her feet sank into sand, and she solidified the grains into rocks in order to steady herself. She lifted her arms swiftly, and, before they knew it, her opponents had sank to their waists in the sand. That's not very nice, you know, she said, sighing. Shooting sand at me like that, you weren't actually trying to hit me, were you? Because either your aim is terrible, or you think I can't take you, and I'm not sure which option annoys me more. Here I thought you'd be a decent earthbender. Your doom scowled, struggling to release himself from the sand trap, but Earthbane laughed sadistically next to him. Toph frowned. Your petty dirt ain't gonna stop me, he exclaimed, and to both Sokka and Toph's utter disbelief, the man arched himself down, and dug his teeth into the sand. What the hell are you trying to? Said Toph, disgusted. Earthbane took a mouthful of sand into his mouth before roaring fire towards Toph. The flames were accompanied by scorched rocks and sand, which posed an actual peril for the earthbender this time. Toph was left with no choice but creating a sand wall to protect herself from the attack. She lost her control over the sand she had been using to keep Earthbane and Yurdoom in place, and Yurdoom soon bent himself and his partner out of the holes they had been in. Sokka darted forward then, his sword at the ready, racing past Toph's wall so quickly that the blind bandit was surprised when she sensed his movements. Sokka targeted the earthbender first, his thoughts set on defeating his opponents one at a time. Yet he didn't quite register he would be attacked by both gladiators at once. He felt quite stupid when he realized that was the logical way of fighting in a pairs tournament. Why would these two fight individually when they could do it together? Yurdoom flung another array of sand at Sokka, which effectively stopped him on his tracks. Sokka could only berate himself for not jumping out of the way on time when the sand slammed against his armor. On top of it all, he had instinctively closed his eyes to avoid getting sand in them, which left him open for another attack from Earthbane, who kicked a flurry of fire towards Sokka. Fortunately, the blue wolf happened to jump out of the sand stream's way just then, yet the blazes still caught his clothes, forcing him to roll on the ground to stifle them. It was no easy task, not when Earthbane did everything he could to spike the flames, intending to burn Sokka. Yet Earthbane soon had to leave Sokka alone when a boulder flew straight to his stomach, rendering him breathless and diminishing his control over his fire. Toph had brought down her wall and attacked the firebender with a nearby rock, forcing him to recoil and gasp for breath. Thanks for being a distraction, dog. Toph snickered, before launching herself into an all-out earthbending combat with Yurdoom. The flames that had danced on Sokka's clothes finally faltered, and he stood up with a start, wary of any potential attacks. He was relieved when he found Earthbane was lying on the ground, coughing, and his relief increased when he watched Yurdoom struggling to match Toph's bending skills. All the people who could kill him seemed to be busy or out of the way, momentarily, of course. He had to do something before they remembered he was there. He placed Space Sword in its scabbard again, for it probably wouldn't be much help right now, and he withdrew his boomerang instead, throwing it at Earthbane. Earthbane roared and cursed when the weapon tore through his clothes and lodged on his shoulder, and albeit the wound it left upon it was rather shallow, it still was strong enough to spill the fighter's blood on the white sand. Sokka grimaced when Earthbane took the boomerang with one hand and tossed it randomly into the air,
accompanied with a blast of fire. And the weapon just so happened to wind up in the middle of Toph's wild earthbending exchange with Yerdum. Toph flinched when she sensed there was something unbendable within the rocks and sand they had been bending. Yet she couldn't see what it was, while Yerdum could. And he took his chance to throw a rock at the boomerang in a very specific angle. Upon Yerdum's strike, the weapon flew towards Toph and, since she couldn't bend it, let alone sense it, the boomerang struck her by its edge on the top of her head. Ow! Toph exclaimed, and Sokka couldn't help but feel somewhat proud to see his boomerang had damaged the girl yet again, but his pride damped quickly when he remembered she was supposed to be his teammate this time. Her momentary distraction almost allowed Yerdum to get the better of her, but the earthbender failed to anticipate what an angry blind bandit would resort to. Sokka had never given much thought to what sort of tantrums a girl like this one could throw, until now. He swallowed hard as she suddenly began stomping on the ground, her arms stretching out and flexing, her fingers moving as though they were dancing. And it would have been quite a sight to behold if only she hadn't been bending everything within the sand pit with her movements. The ring roared with the sound of the earth rumbling underneath it, and the people in the public squealed, panicking as they feared the blind bandit would bring an earthquake upon them. Yet the only ones who had true reasons for concern were the three men within the fighting area. Arrays of condensed sand shot upwards where each of them stood, tossing them all into the air at once. Rocks and more sand shot back and forth, smacking and hurting every one of them. Yerdum attempted to bend the earth somehow, but doing so while in midair proved impossible. Earthbane recurred at taking another mouthful of sand and shooting burning earth back at Toph, but the blind bandit wouldn't fall for the same trick twice. With a flick of her hand she conjured a solidified stream of sand that defended her from the attack. And in the meantime, she continued to use sand bending to toss the three men into the air as though she were juggling them. None of you, is going to mess with me, got it? She shouted, angrily. A trickle of blood was spilling down her face, its source the wound Sokka's boomerang had inflicted upon her. Stop it, Toph! Sokka shouted, and she decided to shut him up by striking him on the head with a rock. I told you to stay out of my way, idiot! She shouted before focusing on her actual opponents. Sokka spun in midair before falling flatly on his back. The world seemed to go round and round after what Toph had done. His gaze was lost in the arena's open ceiling, and he wondered if he was seeing double or if all the clouds had exact copies floating right next to them. Angela gasped upon the attack Sokka had sustained, a hand flying to her mouth and the other clawing at her armchair, while Iroh grimaced next to her. Had Toph knocked her partner out? Because if she had, they were done for. Sokka raised a hand, attempting to push himself up even though he was having a hard time telling which way that was. The megaphone man had been about to declare Yerdum and Earthbane as winners after seeing Sokka take the rock to the head, but he decided to hold his judgment, wondering if the Blue Wolf would find his bearings after all. Damn it! Sokka muttered, forcing himself to his feet and stumbling in the process. Everything felt hazy, but he could still fight, somehow, right? Toph carried on with her intense earthbending trap until she decided she had dragged this out too much. With a quick movement, she bent the sand around both Yerdum and Earthbane, causing them to fly straight towards where the other was. The two fighters collided headfirst against the other and fell with a loud thump on the finally still ground, groaning and whining. Toph proceeded to touch the top of her head, irritated when she felt the liquid sticking to her palm. That stupid thing, it's the last time I'll let it get me, fuck it, she growled, irritated. You two, still alive? The gladiators didn't respond, but Yerdum suddenly stuck his hand in the sand, solidifying it around Toph's feet and pushing it backwards in order to trip her. The man bolted to his feet again after that, and his companion shot an array of fire at Toph, but they didn't expect her to take advantage of being tripped. She extended her arms and used them to propel herself upwards thanks to her bending. The flames cast by Earthbane tore apart the sand Toph had used to fling herself into the air, yet it made no difference. She kicked the solid earth around her feet straight towards Earthbane, striking him in the stomach again, and she landed on her 2 feet without an issue. Yerdum tried to shoot one of the arena's large rocks at Toph now, but she spread her legs, taking a strong stance before overpowering her opponent. She took control of the rock and cast it towards Yerdum, who jumped back. and it would have been the perfect opportunity for Toph to finish him off while he was struggling to keep his balance. But when she tried to move next, an unpleasant thrill coursed through her body, starting right below her navel. Her eyes widened, despite not being capable of seeing anything, and her lips curled into a grimace as a hand flew towards where the irritating feeling had been born at. "Oh," said Iroh, the grimace on his face a perfect mirror of the one on his gladiators. "What is it? What's the matter with her, uncle?" Azula asked. "I fear, it's what you said yesterday," he said, gulping. "I think I've got to pee," Toph muttered, horrified by facing the consequences of drinking too much tea in the least appropriate moment. Yurdoom and Earthbane seemed startled upon the girl's confession, but they both took the revelation much better than Toph had, launching attacks on her now that she seemingly was in no fit condition to fight. The girl grimaced and avoided the attacks, hoping to use mostly her arms to avoid twisting her body in ways that would cause her trouble, but it was hopeless. It didn't help either that the sensation was messing with her senses, for she could hardly focus on her surroundings when all she could think about was running to a bathroom right away. Sokka was finally feeling steadier, probably because Toph wasn't shaking the arena around anymore, which he couldn't quite understand. Why had she stopped dominating the arena so ruthlessly? He decided he'd find out after recovering his boomerang, which had been halfway through sinking in the loose sand Toph had bent. Sokka was busy cleansing it from the blood, his mind only capable of fitting a single idea at a time, when his fighting partner suddenly flew past him, to his utter surprise. Toph had thrown herself back to evade the fire blasts and flaming chucks of rocks Earthbane was tossing at her. Against her better judgment, she stomped hard on the ground, she gritted her teeth when her bladder sent a shot of pain through her body, and she moved her hands forward, sending 2 rocks towards her opponents, but the Earthbender tore the rock in 2, and the Firebender simply evaded the attack. They both lunged at Toph at once, knowing they could succeed in attacking her now. If they took her out, the battle would be as good as won for them. Or it would have been, if they had only noticed the boomerang that was coursing straight towards them. The weapon struck Earthbane on the temple at full power, and his eyes rolled back as he collapsed. The boomerang rebounded on Yurdoom's neck, leaving a dangerous cut across it. The Earthbender shouted in pain and lifted his eyes, glaring at the blue wolf, who was running towards him, space sword in hand again. Yurdoom attempted to throw a rock at Sokka, but the wound on his neck made it hard for him to react properly. Sokka himself wasn't in his finest state either, but he could still make it past the rocks that Yurdoom hoped to finish him off with. In normal circumstances, Sokka might have leapt into the air and finished his opponent off with a grand strike. This time he simply tore through the rocks Yurdoom sent towards him and slashed at his opponent with his sword. Yurdoom bent backwards to avoid being struck, which prompted him to topple and fall over, and Sokka kneed him on the nose now. The Earthbender writhed on the ground briefly, but he soon blacked out upon the pain produced by the last attack. Sokka didn't quite process he had delivered the finishing blow against both fighters. He blinked blankly for an instant, falling sideways right in front of his boomerang as he rubbed the huge bump that Toph's rock had left on his head. This wasn't a good idea. Nope, it wasn't, he said, picking up his weapon and sighing while his ears failed to register the fact that the crowd was cheering over their grand triumph. The winners are the Blind Bandit and the Blue Wolf, shouted the megaphone man, and Sokka frowned before realizing the fight really had been won after all. It's over, he muttered, turning towards where he had last seen his partner, who was already racing past the green doors of the nearest standby room, in hopes to find a restroom as quickly as possible. It's over. It really is. Sokka continued to rub his bump and he stood up as the medical staff filed into the arena, picking up the unconscious gladiators and dragging them away. Up on the sponsor's balcony, Azula sighed in relief, sinking in her chair and feeling her tension receding for the first time ever since their trip had begun. Iroh, next to her, stared at Sokka in disbelief. Your fighter has improved greatly, he muttered, smiling at Azula. Although it doesn't seem our gladiators know how to work together just yet, I'll say. What could you expect other than that? Replied Azula. They've never worked together before, it's a wonder that they managed to win. Drat, out in the first round. The teenager complained. That's disappointing. Ah, what can you do, said his father, patting him on the shoulder.
Sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. That's life.
Yeah, I guess, said the boy, jumping off his chair and turning towards Angela and Iroh with a smile on his face. It was a cool fight. Weird and crazy, but cool. I'll be rooting for you two for the rest of the tournament.
Why, thank you, said Iroh, smiling.
That is very kind of you. It was a pleasure to be your opponents, said the father, bowing down before Iroh and Angela. He placed a hand on his son's shoulder and prompted him to head outside. Let's get the food you wanted now, shall we? After we check on my doom, sure thing. With that, the two were gone, leaving behind the two royals. Iroh watched them leave, a smile on his face, before glancing at Angela sideways. It seemed the princess was still trying to process what had happened, to the point where she couldn't even boast about her gladiator's great deed. The look on her face suggested she was too worried about his well-being to brag about how he'd saved their run in the tournament. Well, the fight had the right outcome for us, somehow, said Iroh, standing up and smiling at Angela. We should check on our gladiators now, Angela. Right, she said, nodding, and standing up. They headed towards the waiting rooms again, finding the one Sokka was in after trying a couple of doors. Angela couldn't hold back a smile, despite knowing he wasn't in good shape at the moment. The gladiator raised his head when he heard her enter the room, recognizing her footsteps instantly. Do not move, please, exclaimed the physician tending to him, pressing a bag of ice to the bump on Sokka's head. Well, you look dreadful, said Angela, smiling at him weakly as she approached, Iroh lingering behind her, looking for his fighter with his gaze, yet failing to locate Toph in the room. But you did it in the end, huh? I don't think I know what I did, said Sokka, but he responded with a smile too. Good to see you again. You make it sound as if I'd been gone for ages, she said, raising an inquisitive eyebrow. Sokka's smile just became goofier as he laughed weakly. Okay, I'm here now. Sorry, but I really had to hit the bathroom, Toph said, entering the room after Iroh, who turned around, startled. Toph. Here you were, he said, looking at her worriedly. And here's the one who gave me one too many cups of tea, said Toph, raising an eyebrow, at which Iroh smiled guiltily. I never expected tea to produce such a crisis on the battlefield, Iroh admitted, swallowing hard. We were very lucky the Blue Wolf managed to secure the triumph despite what happened to you. How is your head? Heck, I haven't got a clue, but I suppose it's not that bad, she said, shrugging as the other physician in the room rushed towards her. Else I would have blacked out or died, huh? Sorry about that, said Sokka, sighing. I wasn't trying to hit you with my boomerang. Yeah, I guess not, Toph replied, taking a seat while the physician began to examine her. Sorry I tried to knock you out with that rock, too. I acknowledge it, I really shouldn't have done that. I'm glad you didn't end up unconscious, though. You pretty much saved the day with what you did, dog. I suppose I did, said Sokka, blinking blankly. I'm not so useless anymore, am I? I guess not, Toph admitted. If I'd knocked you out, we would have flat out lost the fight. So, see, it's a good thing you're such a blockhead after all, huh? Very funny, he said, rolling his eyes as the girl chuckled. I'll need help here, she's going to need a few stitches, said the physician dealing with Toph, gesturing at his companion to help him. You but, said the one who was pressing the ice to Sokka's bump. Go on, I can take care of this, Angela said, gesturing at the physician to help his partner. She took the ice pack, and the medic gaped at her, surprised, before moving towards the blind bandit. Well, this ought to make you smarter. It looks like you're popping out a second head, Angela said, looking at the large bump on Sokka's head and smiling before placing the ice on it again. Sokka flinched when the ice touched his skin. Yeah, but I'll only get smarter if the new head is equipped with an extra brain, he said, with a weak laugh of his own. It felt incredibly comforting for Angela to help him heal like this. So you're going to stay as stupid as you are? And here I was hoping it'd be an improvement, Angela sighed, and Sokka chuckled. If anything, I think the impact from the rock must have damaged my brain all over again. I don't even know how I'm still functional right now. Well, we should be glad you are,
said Angela. Seems like the bandit is right, being a blockhead finally worked in your favor. Sokka smiled and sighed happily, and Angela actually felt content as well, for the first time since the day she had decided on joining this tournament. And Iroh watched the two of them curiously for a moment, surprised by how they were behaving now. During their trip he had believed they didn't get along at all, for more often than not he would find Angela in a foul mood while around her gladiator, but now he wondered if perhaps he had misjudged their relationship. Watching Angela get along with someone else was a bigger surprise for her uncle than he expected it to be. He couldn't quite recall having witnessed her showing any kindness to anyone before. Ultimately, he wasn't sure which question he ought to be asking himself: had he misjudged their relationship, or had he misjudged her? Toph and Sokka were kept under observation for several hours, since their wounds had been more severe than usual. The physicians allowed them to leave eventually, and once they were free to go, the four of them took off to the train station yet again. Soon enough, the team had boarded the train, back towards the lower ring, yet this time around they chose to sit together at the same bench. Toph had talked with Iroh for a little while, complaining about her bandaged head, before drifting to sleep on her sponsor's shoulder. Iroh had followed her lead, his head tilting back as his mouth fell open and he began snoring. It wasn't a very busy hour by the time they boarded the train, and the wagon they were in, the very last one of the train, was empty save for them through most the trip. "So, this is what you put up with through the night," said Angela, as Iroh's snores filled the cabin. "No wonder you couldn't sleep at all. You and I should have shared rooms instead," said Sokka, flinching when Iroh gave one of his loud snorts. "See? Toph has no problem sleeping despite his noise. And I'm sure you would have had no problem sleeping with me either," Angela said, deliberately wording her sentence suggestively. When Sokka blushed, she smiled. "Well, seems like the wound doesn't keep the blood from rushing to your head. That should be a good sign." "I suppose it is," he replied, smiling as well before sighing. "Sorry if I worried you down there. I guess after all the experience I've got I shouldn't make you worry about me anymore." "Whoever said I was worried about you?" Angela retorted harshly, and Sokka winced. Well, I just thought," he mumbled before she smiled at him again. "No need to mumble randomly," she said, her voice unusually gentle. "I'm quite surprised to find you're fine. That rock to the head would have broken anyone else's skull." "Probably," said Sokka, smiling as well. "Still, it went well in the end, somehow. I don't know how I managed to knock those two out, really." "You'll have to be more careful tomorrow, though," said Angela, frowning. "You won't have a couple of weeks to recover from the wounds you sustained. Both you and the bandit need to reach the end of this tournament in your best possible shape, or, well, in the best possible shape you can muster after this mess of a fight. Which might be impossible if we keep fighting against each other through the tournament," said Sokka, sighing. Still, she apologized back there. Maybe she doesn't mean to keep fighting against me from here on. I mean, I did save us from getting disqualified. Those guys were definitely going to take advantage of how badly she needed a potty break." Angela couldn't help but chuckle at his words. Sokka blushed again and scowled at her. "What? You think potty breaks are funny? You do realize how ridiculous it sounds for a fully grown man such as yourself to talk about potty breaks, don't you?" she asked, looking at him inquisitively, and Sokka rolled his eyes. "Yeah, well, at least I'm not being crude about it." "You should be grateful for that," he exclaimed, but his excuses only served to make her laugh again. Sokka couldn't help but smile as well, though, by watching her laugh. It almost felt as though their latest row hadn't even happened. Seeing a cheerful smile on her face instead of tension and displeasure was the best reward he could have asked for after winning that fight. "Oh, what matters is that we survived the first round," said Angela, once she stopped laughing. "Let's hope the next fights end in the best possible way as well." "Yeah, though I'm seriously exhausted," said Sokka, sighing and leaning back on the seat, his eyes closed. Angela gazed up at him before allowing her eyes to travel down his body, finding his right hand was placed on his lap. Yesterday she had rejected his touch blatantly, but now she felt rather differently about the idea of joining their hands together. She still worried over what would happen once they returned to the Fire Nation,
but being unkind to him wasn't bound to help her case. If anything, her abrasiveness might just compel him to leave her as soon as he discovered Kyoshi's heir was safe. Perhaps by not pushing him away so harshly he might not feel the urge to run off with another woman. Sokka had known he wouldn't get any sleep, for Iroha's snores were still as annoying as they had been during the night. Yet he didn't expect something else to keep him awake. His eyes opened immediately when he felt Angela's hand atop his. He glanced down momentarily, finding she was attempting to link her fingers with his, as she had several times before. He was more than happy to help her achieve her goal, naturally, and he smiled weakly at her as he felt his chest aching again, yet not in the way it had when she had rejected him. Now it ached for the exact opposite reason of why it had back then. He ran his thumb over hers, and Angela released a trembling breath when she felt Sokka's hand close around her own. Yet their contact disengaged quickly when a ridiculously loud snort came from Iroha's direction, startling both of them. They had almost forgotten they weren't entirely alone in the wagon. Angela took a deep breath and crossed her arms over her chest, berating herself internally for her thoughtlessness, but Sokka simply smiled and closed his eyes again. Maybe that hadn't lasted long, but it had been a start, at the very least. Neither Iroha nor Toph gave any sign of having noticed the subtle exchange between Angela and Sokka once they woke up, something that helped ease Angela's mind as they disembarked the train and headed to the inn. The last thing she needed, now that she finally felt better about this tournament, would have been for her uncle or his gladiator to pry into her relationship with Sokka. As soon as they arrived in the establishment again, Iroha requested to rent the rooms for a second night and they also ordered their meals. Sokka and Toph devoured their food quite ravenously. Angela figured their raging appetites were as good a sign as Sokka's blush earlier. "Whoa, I sure as hell needed that," said Toph, sighing and dropping back on her wooden chair, a hand on her stomach. "Make sure not to drink so much tea this time, though," said Angela, raising her eyebrows. Toph chuckled a bit. "Don't fret, Jewel. Next time I'll go to the bathroom before jumping into the ring, to avoid these sort of mishaps," she said, smiling. "I hope so," Angela replied, crossing her arms over her chest. "And I also hope we've all learned our respective lessons today. Other than going to the bathroom before starting a fight," asked Sokka, sarcastically, and Toph punched his shoulder. Yeah, that's going to get old soon enough, you know," she barked at him, as he kept laughing. "And yeah, princess, I got it. Even if your dog feels kinda useless, he actually wasn't. Joining forces with him may not have been as bad an idea as I thought it would be. So, this means we will be cooperating properly from here on out?" Sokka asked, raising his eyebrows. "Yeah, but only when you're not being annoying," Toph said, and Angela let out a sarcastic laugh. "Then I'm sure she won't be cooperating with you at all," she told Sokka, which prompted him to glare at her while Toph laughed. "Hey!" he exclaimed, and Angela responded by smirking maliciously. Iroha smiled as he watched the exchange, somehow feeling he had a better grasp of the relationship between his niece and her slave. It definitely wasn't half as awful as he had originally thought it was. "I believe we all had our faults when it came to all our hasty decision-making about this tournament," said Iroha, breathing deeply. "But we can move past them. I'm sure the two of you will make a wonderful team once we all set aside our reservations towards one another." "Yeah, I think so too," said Sokka, nodding. "I mean, if we actually won today and we were such a disaster, we'll wipe the floor with the next guys if we work together properly tomorrow." "And you'd better work properly tomorrow," said Angela. "We can't afford losing fights in an event like this one, and I'd very much like it if we could dine in the palace tomorrow instead of here." "Why are we still here, anyways?" Sokka asked, raising an eyebrow. "We could have just." He fell quiet when he remembered why they had wound up in the lower ring in the first place. It was quite curious that all four of them knew what Iroha had to do, yet they weren't willing to talk about it openly. "I will be back in a moment," Iroha said then, smiling gently, and standing up. Angela and Sokka watched him leave, somewhat worried, yet Toph put their concerns at ease quite easily. "He didn't leave the inn, he just went upstairs," she told them, shrugging the matter off as though it weren't too important. They remained quiet for the time being, and soon enough Iroha returned, carrying a basket with him. Angela frowned when the man pulled out a bag of clay and placed it in front of Toph, who leapt excitedly upon finally having her promised gift. "Yeah. Thanks, Iroh," she exclaimed happily, while Iroh beamed. "I also have these," said Iroh, handing a couple of hardened clay figurines to Sokka and Angela, one shaped as a dragon, the other shaped as a wolf. "They made them upon my request. I figure it'll make a better present than the doll from all those years ago, won't it, Angela?" Angela raised an eyebrow while Sokka stared at his wolf with interest, quite intrigued by the careful carving. "Why, indeed, it is better," said the princess, analyzing the dragon carefully. "Though this dragon has wings." "Say, Angela," Iroh said, interrupting her admiration of the figure. "I would like to ask something from you." "And what is that?" she replied, looking at him with curiosity. "Would you come with me?" He didn't need to say where, for she already knew, but that he would request her company baffled her regardless. Angela stared at Iroh in disbelief for a moment before dropping her gaze and, without knowing if she was following her better judgment or not, she simply nodded. Iroh smiled gladly, almost having expected his niece to blatantly refuse to accompany him. Sokka watched them, surprised, while Toph played with the clay in her hand, bending it into different shapes at will. She continued to do that while Angela and Iroh readied themselves for their short trip, and she even carried on doing it once the other two were gone. "I wonder when they'll be back," Sokka muttered, thoughtfully, still seating at the table next to Toph. "When they're done with what they're up to, obviously," said Toph, shrugging. "I wouldn't worry much about them, though well, I'm not head over heels over my sponsor, so what I'd do really isn't what you'll do, is it?" Sokka froze upon Toph's accusation, not just because of what she had said but because of how simply she had said it, as though she were merely commenting on the quality of their meal. He stared at her, aghast, while she continued to play with the clay. I, what did you just say?" "That I wouldn't do the same things you do because I'm not in love with my sponsor, is what," said Toph, now smirking cruelly. "Come on, Sokka. You really think you can fool me? Just by being near her your heart starts beating faster, and when she talks to you it beats even faster, and if you keep going at that rate, I'm pretty sure you'd end up having a seizure if she so much as touched you." "That's ridiculous," said Sokka, angrily, while Toph chuckled. I haven't wound up with seizures because of her touch. That much should be obvious." "Well, true, she did put the eyes to your head and you're still fine, but you did get ridiculously excited about that," said Toph, raising an eyebrow. "If you're trying to convince me you're not totally in love with her, hell, the evidence really is against you." "I'm not, it's really none of your business whatever I might feel for her, you know," Sokka exclaimed, embarrassed, and Toph laughed again. "It's not funny." "It kind of is, though," she said, smiling now. "You're acting like a 10-year-old with his first crush, really. Not that I'd know much about how a 10-year-old with a first crush acts like, but you hear things anyways." "Why wouldn't you know? You didn't have many friends while growing up?" asked Sokka, surprised. Actually, I didn't," said Toph, shrugging the matter off. "Still, I'm pretty sure they'd act like you're acting now. Come on, you don't have to be so dumb as to cover up for that. It's pretty obvious you're crushing real hard on her. I can see it, and I can't even see." That last argument was the final stretch Toph needed to go to before Sokka finally surrendered. He dropped back on his chair and sighed loudly. "Well, it really doesn't matter whether I'm crushing on her or not," he muttered, somewhat bitterly. "It makes no difference in the long run, because no matter what I feel for her, she can't be with me. I've already pushed my luck too far as it is." "Oh? Have you, now? Gotten a bit too friendly with the princess, dog?" Toph asked, raising an eyebrow. "I sure hope not. From what I've heard, the Fire Nation has some pretty high purity standards." "It does, which is exactly why I haven't gotten too friendly with her," he muttered, sighing. "Heh, so if that weren't stopping you, you would have gone for it," said Toph, at which Sokka blushed, hardly even realizing what he had just said. "You're one daring guy, I'll give you that. Yet you've got some guts to restrain yourself as you have so far."
Not any guy would hold back if the princess offered to spread her legs for him. She hasn't offered to do that. Sokka exclaimed, blushing even harder. Hell, now that's a shocker. I was just kidding with that, but you're lying. I can tell you're lying. Toph laughed, dropping the clay on the table while Sokka still sought to deny her accusations. Hell, no. She hasn't. Not at all, you've got it all wrong. He continued denying, but neither his mind nor his body would stop betraying him. The blood rushed through him hastily as he became more nervous, his head overflowing with memories of that one night in Ember Island. And as Toph continued to tease Sokka over his close relationship with Azula, the princess climbed the way up to Lu Ten's hill along with her uncle. It was a steep hill, yet reaching the top of it posed no issue for either firebender. Azula didn't speak as Iroh prepared a small shrine at the foot of the tree. She watched him pull a piece of cloth out of his basket, and afterwards different fruits as well. Was this what he had been buying at the market yesterday, then? So maybe he had been thinking about Lu Ten, after all. Azula's breath caught in her throat when Iroh also brought forth a painting of his son. He placed it on the cloth, right atop the stones that marked Lu Ten's grave. He lit 2 sticks of incense and placed them before the painting as well. And after taking a deep breath, Iroh finally addressed his son. I'm sorry I took so long, he muttered, smiling weakly. I know I should have been here sooner, my son. I wish I had been, too. And there are many things I wish for indeed, but most of them cannot come true anymore. After that, Iroh took another deep breath. Azula watched him intently, eager to hear whatever he might say next. There are one too many things I should apologize for, Lu Ten, he said, dropping his head. If only I could have helped you, I would have. But I was too late, and for that I'm sorry. I was too busy, and for that I'm sorry, too. I was blind to many truths, and for that I'm sorry yet again. And I didn't know how to atone for my mistakes after losing you, so I sought your spirit. I tried to find you, even though I knew you were gone. And even to this day, I cannot believe you truly are gone, Lu Ten. Still, it is time to let your memory go, isn't it? It is why I'm here, after all. When Azula saw his shoulders shake softly, she turned around, her back towards the tree. She hadn't wanted anyone to see her cry at Lu Ten's grave when she first came here, after all. Surely Iroh needed privacy, even when he had asked her to come with him. I love you, Lu Ten, he said, smiling despite the tears dropping from his eyes. And I do hope I will meet you again in my next life. You will always be my son, even if I wasn't worthy of as wonderful a son as you. Azula's eyes widened when she heard Iroh sing. Her hands balled into fists as she tried to keep from being affected by her uncle's song. She had heard it as a young girl, she was sure of it. Who had sung it? She couldn't quite remember. Yet she couldn't keep from reciting the lyrics in her mind as Iroh sung aloud. Little soldier boy, come marching home. Brave soldier boy, come marching home. Azula took a deep breath once Iroh had finished his song. This had been much more difficult than she had expected it to be. Iroh hadn't quite apologized for what she had expected him to, yet it was clear he felt no shortage of remorse for the death of his son. And despite how much she disliked Iroh, and how disappointed she had been upon his abandonment of the siege when Lu Ten died, Azula actually felt this was enough for now. The man carried enough sadness within himself as it was. It wasn't until then that she finally found something she could do. Up until then, she had been wondering if her company had made any difference at all, but if she wanted to make a difference at all, there was no better time for it than now. Azula stepped towards him and knelt by her uncle's side, a hand on his back. Iroh sniffed, wiping the tears from his face with the back of his hand. I'm sure he'd be happy you came here even after all this time, Azula muttered, not knowing if her words would be any use or not. She had no experience comforting people. You can come by again before we leave the city, if you want to. But for now, I think it would be best if we returned to the inn. Iroh actually smiled at her and nodded, and for once, Azula didn't feel as though his gesture had any ulterior meanings, any secret intentions she had to unravel. For the first time in her life, she truly felt as though he were her uncle, as though he saw her as his niece. For once, she felt as though they were family. Just said Iroh, placing a hand on Agela's shoulder. Just a little longer, can we? Despite herself, Agela sighed and nodded, and Iroh smiled again. You two always got along, didn't you? He said, chuckling. Even though you and I have never been on good terms, Agela, you were with Lu Ten. Lu Ten was always different from the rest of us, Agela muttered. You, me, my father, Zuko, we're always judging, always thinking too much, looking too deeply into what is actually just shallow. Lu Ten wasn't like that, he was kind, and he accepted others as they were. He truly was one of the best men I've ever known. Indeed, he was, said Iroh, nodding as more tears slipped through his eyelids. Indeed, he was. The incense continued to burn as dusk passed them by. And despite knowing they had to go back to the inn soon, being with Lu Ten right now seemed to matter much more than anything else. And thus they remained on their spots, their eyes still gazing at Lu Ten's painting, bonding as uncle and niece for the first time ever by mourning a family member they both had loved dearly. Chapter 75, Pairs Tournament 4. Every day, without fail, Akira would drag Yang to work once they both woke up. At times he'd do it at dawn, but they didn't have a fixed schedule. There was nothing stable about living in Shuwo, in no regards. Suki had learned it quite soon while being slave to the pair of men. Yang was the taller and broader of the two, a man with a nasty temper and a penchant for enjoying other people's misery. He would never bother feeding her. For him, Suki was merely a prop. After only a few days it became clear that he'd only wanted to buy her for the sake of having his way with her, something Suki had resisted in every possible way at first. She had fought back toe and nail, despite the injuries that had yet to heal from her fights with the soldiers back in the capital. But precisely because of those injuries, she had been subdued by her captors more often than not. Still, Yang hardly wanted to risk touching her when she became too aggressive. She had scratched him quite deeply on his first pass at her, and she had left him with black eyes on the next opportunities. Yet her efforts to retain her dignity were rewarded with violent kicks and beatings, and she couldn't quite defend herself properly while being chained to that wretched pole in the kitchen. Akira, on the other hand, was slender and less violent, and he only seemed to want Suki to become their maid. He was a terrible cook, albeit Yang was even worse at it than him, without a doubt. Akira constantly burned the food and he was no good at cleaning either, which was why their hut was so filthy and unhygienic. Yet it was Akira who would give Suki anything resembling a meal whenever he happened to remember that leaving her to starve would be inconvenient. He referred to Suki as girl, instead of calling her bitch, like Yang did, and he had even hoped to call her by her real name, but the former gladiator had refused to tell him what it was. Yet, even though Akira wasn't cruel, Suki had no illusions about him. He may not be as bad as Yang, but that didn't mean he was any good either. Suki had always suspected Akira was an ambitious man, one that was mostly driven by money and hopes to achieve success rather than by the carnal, momentary pleasures Yang seemed to indulge in. And she had confirmed her suspicions a few weeks ago, during a conversation the two men exchanged in their room, when they thought she wasn't conscious to listen to them. "You've gotta stop being so reckless, Yang," Akira was saying, as he tended to the scratches Suki had left over the man's face when he had assaulted her that day. He had returned the favor by yanking her by the hair and slamming her head against the pole. He thought she had been knocked out by the blow, yet she hadn't quite lost her senses, despite feeling as fuzzy as she did. "Keep his up and you're gonna kill the girl, just like you did with the last one, and we ain't got enough money to get a new one this time." "Shut up. We got the bitch for a reason, didn't we?" Yang retorted. "Not to make her your personal slut, we didn't. Don't be such an ass with me, man, work's been rough enough as it is." Suki had slept on the floor that night, still tied to the pole, shivering over the words she'd heard them exchange. These men had killed a slave before already, and the only reason why they didn't want to do the same to her was because a replacement would be too costly. The thought sent waves of rage rippling through her body, and the urge to escape, which had been there since being caught by the soldiers, only grew stronger after that. But if she was to find a way to get out of here, she couldn't do it through brute strength alone. She couldn't continue to fight back as she had so far, for that had borne no fruit at all. Struggling would only make everything harder for her. And thus, on the next opportunity Yang had assaulted her, she had only struggled a little, for the sake of keeping up appearances. She had tried to push him off her, but pretended her strength had failed her. And with that, Yang had been satisfied. That night, Akira gave her more food than usual. It seemed he was grateful for not having to nurse any new wounds on his companion this time around. It had been 2 weeks of letting everything run its course. She had stopped resisting altogether, and in return, Akira had even unchained her from the pole and guided her to a closet where she was allowed to sleep on an old mattress, for once. She was chained to a wall regardless, but having a bed and a pillow for the first time in months was a welcome improvement. Yet she didn't care for these improvements. That wasn't what she was after. She hadn't done everything she had in hopes to be treated more pleasantly, no, she had done it to escape. And she would definitely escape today. Akira woke up at mid-morning and he kicked his companion awake as well. He strolled into the kitchen and looked at her with a little guilt before starting to cook. "Didn't plan on leaving you there, girl," he said, gathering the ingredients for breakfast. "Sorry about that. Forgot to take you to your bed." Suki didn't reply. The fact that Yang had forgotten to unchain her had worked in her favor after all, for she was the one who had the keys to her shackles right now. She simply closed her eyes and kept quiet, hoping Akira wouldn't talk anymore, that he wouldn't ask her why she kept her left hand shut tightly. He didn't. She was given a bowl of oatmeal, the same batch of oatmeal the man had cooked over 5 days ago. The taste had been bad even when it was fresh, and now it tasted even worse. Suki really wondered if being such a bad cook wasn't a talent of some sort. "She locked up good there?" Yang asked, yawning, before the pair of them took off for the day. "Course she is, prick, she's been there all night no problem," said Akira, rolling his eyes. "Come on now, work. I want another round with her, damn." "Not now, you piece of shit." "We've gotta go," Akira growled, grabbing Yang by the collar and dragging him outside without another word. Suki felt her heart drumming in her chest as she started counting in her head. If they just so happened to forget something at home, they'd likely notice and return in the span of half an hour. After that, she would have a window of at least 5 hours to get away, and she had to flee now, one way or another. Akira and Yang would notice the key's absence soon enough, the key she had removed from Yang's pocket while he did what he always did to her. It was a relief he would always get so lost in the moment that he failed to pay any attention to his surroundings. She folded her legs and crossed her arms atop her knees as she waited. Time had never seemed to pass slower than today. She would get away, and she would find another place to stay while she figured out what to do. She really didn't have a plan in mind as she was, for all she really wanted was to get away from here as quickly as possible. She couldn't fathom another day stuck in a place like this one. Staying here would be as good as forsaking her life, and that was something she refused to do, despite everything. Her hands trembled by the time she decided it would be safe for her to leave. She bit her lip as she clasped the key carefully in her hand, and she had a hard time inserting it in the keyhole properly. Maneuvering to remove the shackles wasn't easy, but she managed to do it nonetheless, waves of nervousness washing over her as she told herself to do it faster, to be done with it immediately before the other two could return. She could have cried of relief upon being free, could have, but she didn't. She had no time to spare with sentimentalism when she had to get out of the house right now. She limped her way to the back of the shack, and she pushed a window open with some difficulty. Suki flinched at the weakness of her arms, slightly horrified by how hard it was for her body to move altogether. The soldiers had probably fractured 1 or 2 of her ribs back when they seized her, and every breath she took reminded her of the fact that they hadn't healed, and if they had, then not properly. Her legs were weak, and she had twisted her ankle too on her attempts to escape the marketplace, but the ball and chain she had worn back then had kept her from getting away, and they had given her another bad wound, on top of it all. All in all, she felt pathetic. She felt weak. And she hated it with every fiber of her being. Not anymore, she told herself, she wouldn't accept being reduced to this. She was getting out of here now. This would be over today. With that thought in mind, she climbed the windowsill with some difficulty and let herself fall to the other side of the wall. Being outside should have filled her with relief, yet stepping into the unknown only induced more anxiety in her. They couldn't be nearby, could they? She had no idea what their jobs were, they hardly ever discussed work at home,
so she had no clue where they would be at the moment. She shook her head and tried to focus on getting out of the rotten town as quickly as she could. She had no idea if there would be a better place nearby, but surely nothing could be worse than Shuwo, could it? She took a deep breath before starting to walk, making her way between the houses. It would be best for her to avoid the streets. She had no clue what would happen if someone found her there, so the stinking alleys between the houses would have to do for now. It wasn't as though she weren't used to stench, for Yang and Akira's house had a hideous stink as well. Her nose had almost grown desensitized altogether after being stuck there for as long as she had been. Stealth was no easy matter, not when she felt like she couldn't quite control her body. She grimaced and flinched with every step she took, and she had to crouch under the windows of the houses in hopes to keep anyone from seeing her. She had no idea how long she would have to go before reaching the edge of the town. Was this a bad plan? It probably was. But it was too late to start having second thoughts when she was already halfway through it. Not all houses had fences around them, but to her chagrin, some of them did. Pushing herself up them was no easy feat, and putting her body through such strain prompted her to whimper in pain. She bit her lip hard to keep the sounds from leaving her throat, though, as she hoisted herself over one of the barriers and slung a leg over to the other side. She miscalculated the distance separating her from the ground, though, and she dropped on her wounded ankle. The pain shot through her body, and although she should have been used to agony by now, she couldn't hold back a weak cry upon it. She pushed herself up and rubbed her ankle, closing her eyes to keep the tears from leaving them. She had no time to cry, she had no time to calm down. She only had time to run before anyone saw her. "What did ya reckon that was?" asked a voice from within the house, an eerily familiar voice. Suki's eyes widened when she heard it. "Got a pet on the back, old man?" "And no, I don't, just take your money and leave, Yang." An unfamiliar voice responded. "That ain't enough, old man. That ain't enough. You know what the agreement with the boss was, don't ya? Please, 2 more weeks." "I don't got 2 weeks." "The boss don't got 2 weeks, Yang retorted. "Akira? Come on, help me give him a proper beating. What ya doing by the window?" "That voice." Akira muttered, and Suki felt the blood slow down in her veins. It just had to be her luck, it just had to be, that she would just so happen to fall in the very house these two were being thugs at. It was fitting that their jobs would be related to beating people up and collecting money, but why did they have to be at this very house right now? Why? She couldn't think it through anymore. She couldn't stop to ponder her options. If fortune wanted to be a bitch today, she'd have to fight against it with all her might even if she lost her life in the process. Better dead than chained to that pole for another day. She darted through the garden and raced over the other end of the fence, jumping over it quickly and happening upon a street, for this house was at the end of the block. She almost tripped again when she passed the fence, but she managed to keep her balance this time. The people on the streets glanced towards her just out of the corner of their eyes, as though the sight of a battered slave, with ragged clothes and splotches of dry blood all over her body, were completely ordinary in a town like this. Suki grimaced and started running with all her might, yet all her might wouldn't be nearly enough, it seemed. She could hear the indignant voices behind her, they must have seen her. Akira probably had glanced outside the window and spotted her. Maybe she should have hidden behind the fence, maybe she should have crawled under the windowsill. Oh, why did she had to come up with better ideas when it was too late to put them into action anymore? She didn't know, and she didn't care. She just had to run, to flee, to get away from the two men who had dragged her into this living hell. "There she is, Yang. Come on." Suki heard behind her, and she almost stumbled as she forced herself to move faster. Her ankle pained her further, and she whimpered as she tried to get away from her captors. She lifted her gaze, panting, to find she was actually reaching the outskirts of the town by now. It didn't seem it was such a large place, after all. Yet what use was it to get out when Akira and Yang were giving her chase? Even so, she didn't dare stop. She kept running, wishing the gravel roads didn't feel as unpleasant as they did against her bare feet. Yet she had to put up with it. The pain would be over soon, one way or another. And it seemed it would be over indeed, in the worst way she could imagine,
for a large hand gripped her shoulder just as she was making her way through the paths outside Shuwo. She grimaced and struggled to get out of its grasp, but a kick to the back of her knees sent her tumbling. Suki cried out in pain again, rolling on the ground until she was facing the sky. If only she had her weapons, if only she had her strength, if she had anything at all right now, she could defeat those two, but she had nothing. "Stupid bitch," Yang said, clasping her by the shirt and pulling her up. The sweet slave act was to get away, huh? "Fuck it, Yang, let's just take her back," said Akira, shaking his head, but Yang refused, slamming Suki hard on the ground once more. "Not happening," he said, angry. "She's gonna pay." "Yang." Suki gasped for breath when Yang's hand pushed her head down on the ground, hard. She struggled, trying to push him off her, but she couldn't do so. Her nails clawed at him, leaving bloody gashes on his forearms, but that only served to make him hit her in the stomach repeatedly. Suki cried out in pain, mentally begging anyone to help her, anyone, but nobody would. The townspeople weren't about to come save her, they didn't care for her at all. Why would they? There was no mercy in that town. There was no honor. There was nothing but pain, and soon enough, death. Suki closed her eyes, her ears drumming with sounds she couldn't quite place as Yang continued to assault her. His grip around her head hadn't eased at all, and she was certain she would black out from the pain of his punches any second now. "What the? Get off that girl!" Yang's grip on her head suddenly disappeared, and so did his blows. Suki coughed, tasting blood, and she tried to move but Yang's legs were straddling her. Whoever the newcomer was, Akira was the one addressing them, and Suki could scarcely understand what they were saying. "Mind your own business, pretty girl," Akira said, glaring at the high-class carriage that was anything but welcome in the town. "Get out of here if you know what's good for you. How about you mind your manners instead?" The pretty girl said, frowning, and stepping off the carriage. "That's no way to treat a girl, you're... Oh my, she looks terrible. Get off her, she needs medical attention immediately." "She needs nothing," said Yang, looking at the girl with anger. "Nothing but a good beating. Take a hike." "Don't talk to her that way," said a young man with long hair and an Earth Kingdom look to him, the one who had been driving the carriage. "And do as she says, or you'll be sorry." "Sorry? This ain't your business, brat," Yang growled. "Get your dirty Earth Kingdom ass out of here if you know what's good for ya. You've got no right to tell us how to treat this ho slave of ours." "You're revolting," the girl said, grimacing. "Just get off her. If she's your slave, you should take better care of her than that." "Ah, just shut up, you lady slut," Yang shouted, standing up and turning to face the girl in question, who gasped upon being insulted that way. She didn't quite react by more than gasping, but her companion grew so indignant by the slight against the girl that he struck his arms forward, conjuring a glass pillar from the ground that struck Yang on the face, breaking his nose and knocking him down right next to Suki, who winced and moved away from him with what little strength she had. Akira gazed at his fallen partner with disbelief before turning towards the girl and her earthbender. Okay. That'll do," he said, grimacing as he thought about how costly it would be to find a healer to deal with Yang's broken nose now. "Go about your business and leave us be. You didn't come here to beat us up, or did you?" "Not quite," said the girl, who had been looking at her glass bender with doting eyes before Akira spoke. "We didn't mean to, but you really don't expect us to keep walking when we see guys like you two beating up girls like you just did?" Yeah, whatever, chick. He ain't beating her anymore, is he?" "Get a move on already and leave us be," said Akira, scowling. "Fine, I will, but, not yet," said the girl, frowning. "I'm here to look for someone, and if you'd help us find her, we'd be on our way." "Who's that, then?" said Akira. Well. I don't really know her name. I know a nickname for her, though. Does Kyoshi's air ring a bell for you?" Suki's eyes widened when she heard her gladiator name for the first time in months. It almost felt as though she had blocked away all the memories of her past. It hadn't been such a brilliant past anyways, but it had been so much better than this. And hearing someone say her old name, the one she had proudly taken up while she joined battle in the sand ring,
reminded her that she once had a life beyond this world of pain. Someone out there knew who she was, someone had come to find her. She wasn't as lost as she had thought. She gasped, raising her gaze towards the two newcomers. Her eyes could hardly focus on their shapes. Kyoshi's. Upon the slave's mumbling, Ty Lee frowned and gave her a closer look. She had thought she was only a common slave being mistreated, as most slaves in Shuwo would probably be. Yet it didn't feel like it all of a sudden. There was a spark in her eyes, her violet eyes. Ty Lee didn't recall Kyoshi's heir's features all too well, for they had been hidden underneath a very thick face paint. But now she looked at her carefully, she found those eyes were somewhat familiar. "We don't know any Kyoshi's nothing," grumbled Yang, standing up with a grimace, a hand on his bloody nose. "Just get the fuck out of here and leave us alone, you." Haru glared at Yang significantly, and the man winced. He knew better than to ask for another glass attack. "Never heard that name, really," said Akira, shaking his head. "Got the wrong town, probably." "No, I didn't," said Ty Lee, looking at the girl with wide eyes. It's you, isn't it?" Tears streamed down Suki's face as she nodded, and she pleaded with her gaze for this girl to save her. She had no idea if this new arrival was any better than these two, but getting away from them was what she wanted most. She had almost discarded her life before this savior had showed up. Could she give her a chance at a real life now? Could she get her away from Shuwo? Her. Yang spat, angrily. "What do I want with our slave? She's ours. Bought and paid for." "True enough," Ty Lee said, sighing, before raising her eyes with determination towards the man. "How much?" "How?" said Yang, staring at her, dumbfounded. "Ya wanna buy her from us?" "Yes," Ty Lee said, nodding. "We'll pay for her. Just hand her over and..." "You can't just buy someone else's slave because you feel like it, lady," said Akira, frowning. "Why would you wanna? I suppose I have to appeal to you guys differently, then." "Haru, if you would," Ty Lee said, smiling at him. Haru nodded and climbed onto the carriage again before stepping down, a bag of money on his hand. Akira's eyes brightened upon seeing how large it was. "I'm hoping this will be enough." "That is, yes, said Akira, a greedy smile on his face as Haru handed him the money. "This is good." "This is..." "No." "Akira, ya punk, what do ya think you're doing?" shouted Yang, angrily. "She's my slut. I got her, I bought her, she's mine. And no petty lady's gonna..." Ty Lee rolled her eyes before stepping towards Yang while he rambled. Haru grimaced and tried to stop her, but he couldn't reach her in time before she struck Yang's body with her fists. Yet it wasn't a matter of merely hitting him. Ty Lee struck Yang's body masterfully, carefully, touching the exact spots in his body with the proper pressure to paralyze the man and render him helpless. She finished her attack on him by knocking him to the ground, incapable of moving. "Yang!" Akira squeaked, jumping towards him. "Now, as for you," Ty Lee said, leaning down on Suki and pulling her up with difficulty. Suki winced when she grasped her arm. There. I'm not going to hurt you. Come on, don't be afraid. We're getting out of here." Suki's tears continued streaming down her face as Ty Lee helped her on her feet. She winced and grimaced, an arm slung over Ty Lee's shoulder. Ty Lee surrounded her waist with her own arm, and she led the girl to the carriage. Haru waited until they were both sitting on it safely before climbing on the driver's seat, glaring at Yang and Akira in the process. He shook the reins of the carriage, prompting the dragon moose to turn the vehicle around so they could leave through where they had come from. "Those horrible men," said Ty Lee, grimacing as she held Suki in her arms. "It's okay, dear, you're safe now. Nobody will hurt you anymore. We're off to the capital now, we're going home. You'll eat well, and you'll have a bed, and you're never going to see either of those nasty guys ever again, I promise." Ty Lee's words were meant to be reassuring, but even when they were, on some level, Suki couldn't quite stop crying. She gripped Ty Lee's clothes tightly, unwilling to move away from her and also to engage in conversation just yet.
She had no idea who this girl was, or who her glass-bending partner might be, but it didn't matter to her right now. All she could think of was that she was finally getting out of Shu Wo, at long last. And the winners are the Blind Bandit and the Blue Wolf. Toph smirked and lifted a fist into the air, and the crowd roared upon her gesture. Sokka's chest heaved and he wiped away the sweat from his brow. This time it had been her who had knocked out both the enemies, and quite efficiently as well. Sokka felt as though he had hardly done anything at all, but it seemed Toph was virtually unstoppable when she was in a good mood. After finally overcoming their conflict regarding their partnership, both Toph and Sokka had fought as a team at last. And even though the wounds they had sustained the day before still weighed on them, they had managed to get through this new fight, this time against a non-bender and an earthbender, practically unscathed. "You got a few scrapes there, but it's no big deal, right?" said Toph, when they were being tended to in the waiting rooms. "Nah, not really," said Sokka, smiling weakly as the healer cleaned his superficial wounds. "And with this, we've made it to the semifinals." Toph exclaimed happily, and Iroh gave a jolly laugh at her proud statement. "We have indeed," he said, beaming. "Who knew we would make it this far?" "Well, that was what we hoped for, after all," Azula said, standing next to where Sokka sat. "We should hardly be surprised by this turn of events." "Come on, stop trying to suck the joy out of everything, Jewel," said Toph, smirking. "You're not really a party pooper, are you?" "I'm simply hoping to keep your heads level, is all," said Azula, shrugging, and Sokka smiled at her. "Don't worry. We're not going to be reckless from here on out," he said. "We've got our sights set on that last fight, and we're going to get there, one way or another." "Hell, yeah," said Toph, beaming. Azula raised an eyebrow but couldn't quite hold back a smile of her own. Despite being off to an awful start, the partnership between the four of them was finally working out for the best. Yet again they had an impasse upon reaching the train station. Azula led the way towards the platforms, her mind set on heading towards the train that would lead them the closest to the palace, and while Sokka followed suit, the other pair lagged behind, looking at the princess in confusion. Jewel? Where are you going?" Toph asked, her hands on her hips. "Where do you think?" Azula replied, turning and looking at her defiantly. "Iroh did what he had to do already, didn't he? It's time to go to the palace, just as intended." "Yeah, that sounds neat and all," said Toph, scratching her head while Iroh grimaced and looked at Azula warily. "You see, Azula." "What now, uncle?" Azula asked, frowning. She should have seen some protesting coming, although she had no idea why her uncle wouldn't want to go to the imperial palace. "Do you want to live as a monk from now on, staying in old inns and living as humbly as possible or so?" "Because I assure you, I don't. So if you would like to head back to the inn now instead of going to the palace, by all means, do as you wish. We'll meet again in the arena tomorrow if that's the case." That's not it," said Iroh, a finger rubbing his nose before he smiled clumsily at her. "We simply can't go to the palace yet, can we? We left all our luggage back at the inn." Azula froze cold and looked at her uncle in disbelief. Sokka, who had been backing her in the idea of heading back to the palace immediately, grimaced as he realized Iroh was right. And thus, soon enough, the four of them were riding the train back to the lower ring, Azula's head buried in her hands while Sokka smiled awkwardly next to her, Iroh and Toph simply chatting and enjoying the trip yet again. "We have enough time to take the last train to the upper ring again, though," Azula said, as they entered the inn. "It's not so late this time around. So, we're going to gather our luggage and head to the station again as soon as we do, understood?" "Whatever you say, Jewel," said Toph, shrugging as they all climbed the stairs. "But really, we don't actually need to take another long and annoying trip on the train, do we? I mean, it's just some palace." "Why, indeed, it's an imperial palace," Azula snapped. "And I don't see why you're so bothered by the idea of being in a palace, considering you've been living in one for the past year or so." "Well, that's pretty much it, you know. I'm tired of the royal shenanigans," said Toph, sighing and entering the room she had shared with Azula during the past few days. "It gets old after a while." "Surely for you it does," said Azula, rolling her eyes.
Why did I ever expect a dirt worm to understand the joys of a high-class life? I honestly have no idea. Toph replied, laughing. Sokka smiled at their exchange and entered his room as well, Iroh treading behind him. The man had been unusually silent once they had entered the inn, as though he were in deep thought. Your luggage isn't going to pack itself up, you know, Sokka called out for him, raising an eyebrow as he refilled his bag with all the stuff he had pulled out of it during the last 2 days. Oh, it won't, Iroh admitted, with a smile, and he got down to work. Yet to Sokka's surprise, the old man hardly took any time in gathering his belongings, and he had soon left Sokka to himself in the room they had shared the last 2 nights. Sokka raised an eyebrow when Iroh closed the door behind him, but he simply shrugged, trying not to think that Iroh's actions were somewhat suspicious. Still, why would he keep his pack at the ready? In a way, it made sense, for Iroh should have known they would set out for the palace today. Yet it was fishy on some level too, for Iroh hardly seemed to want to leave the inn altogether. Sokka sighed and assumed he was just making too big a deal out of this, and he finished checking his bedside table for whatever he might have left there, to find a small, clay statue. He blinked a few times when he realized this wasn't his statue. Instead of having the wolf, he had wound up with the dragon. When had they switched statues, and why hadn't he noticed at all? He smiled and placed the dragon within his pack, hoping to return it to Azula once they reached the palace, perhaps. And in the next room, Azula just so happened to make the same discovery. She looked at the wolf with a raised eyebrow, certain she hadn't brought neither the dragon nor the wolf all the way to her room. She had been distracted by heading to Luten's Hill with Iroh, after all. So, what was this about? Azula. Iroh's voice suddenly sounded in the room, just as Toph got ready to step outside. May I have a word with you? I suppose, Azula muttered, pocketing the figure before facing Iroh, who fist-bumped Toph just as she left the room, her pack slung over her shoulder. The old man grinned before stepping towards Azula, looking somewhat nervous. What is it? It was simply, well, something for you to consider, really, he muttered, swallowing hard. Azula turned, her bags in hand, and she gave him a dangerous glare, analyzing him carefully. You're not going to ask me if we can stay here, are you? She muttered, and Iroh swallowed hard. Outside, Toph greeted Sokka with a nod when he finally left his room. He acknowledged Toph with a grin, even though he knew she wasn't bound to notice his gesture. Done so fast? He asked her. It's not like I brought that much stuff with me, really, said Toph. I'm a lightweight kind of girl, unlike your princess. My princess, really? He said, rolling his eyes. Did you switch our animal figurines, by the way? For some reason I had the dragon in my nightstand instead of... Oh, did you, now? That's so curious. Must be some sort of sign of true love or something. Toph said, with a mockingly dreamy voice. Sokka blushed and lifted a fist towards her, which prompted her to laugh. Yeah, you're so funny. He said, as she doubled over and kept laughing. So it really was you, huh? Come on, you don't really have a problem with that, do you? She said, still chuckling. Now you have a pocket-sized clay Azula to carry around with you all the time. Yeah, that sounds just neat, said Sokka, fighting off the blush while Toph laughed. Please stop doing and saying troublesome stuff, though. You could get Azula in a serious mess if people hear you talking about us being in love or whatever. Just Azula? Toph asked, raising an eyebrow. Here I thought you had a better sense of self-preservation than that. You'd be the one in worse trouble, if word was ever out about whatever stuff you've done with her. I suppose, said Sokka, sighing. So if you actually care for my well-being, don't go around talking so leisurely, will you? Care for your well-being, you said? Toph replied, chuckling. That's a new one. Now we care about each other's well-being. While this tournament lasts, we should, said Sokka. We've got to watch each other's backs, don't we? I guess so, said Toph, smiling weakly and nodding. It's weird, really. I never actually thought about getting along with you, let alone with your sponsor. You two always seemed to despise me and Iroh, so I just figured I'd have fun at your expenses and that'd be that.
Now, though. Now what? Sokka asked, raising an eyebrow as he looked at her with confusion. Now, we're friends, I think, she said, still smiling. At least, it sort of feels that way. Even if just for this tournament, we're all on the same boat, aren't we? I guess so, said Sokka, smiling a little as well. Got to admit it's a lot easier being your ally than your enemy. Heh? Then I should definitely make it harder for you, said Toph, smirking. I'm going to run through town shouting that you and the jewel are in love, then, let's see how easy that goes on you. For crying out loud, you're really... said Sokka, an eyebrow twitching as the girl chuckled again. Something kept Sokka from finishing his sentence, though. He frowned as he felt an odd prickle on the back of his neck, the unpleasant sensation of being watched. Yet the hallway was empty but for them, wasn't it? Toph. He muttered, looking at the stairwell from the corner of his eye. I might be imagining things, but, can you sense anyone near us right now? Sense someone? Toph repeated, raising an eyebrow. Well. I really don't have an easy time sensing stuff when it comes to wood, so I really don't. Yet as soon as she'd heard Sokka's words, she knew something was wrong. And when a pillar of earth shot out straight through the inn's wooden floors, right between her feet, she realized something definitely was wrong after all. She jumped out of the way when she sensed the powerful vibrations underneath her, and she pushed Sokka away as well before he could be struck by the fearsome earthbending attack. Sokka's eyes widened and he instinctively pulled out his sword, even though he didn't quite understand what was happening. Who had just attacked? His question was answered before he had enough time to formulate it within his head. From the stairs jumped a man clad in dark green clothes, bearing a hat of the same color. His hands were covered with stones, it seemed, and he bent those on his right hand straight towards Toph, who, at a lack of proper perception of what this new foe was doing, couldn't defend herself from the attack. Sokka jumped between Toph and the hand-shaped rocks and struck them hard with Space Sword, succeeding at cutting the rock and almost rendering it useless. Yet another hand-shaped rock came flying towards him so quickly he couldn't defend himself from it. It struck him on the neck, the cold stone fingers surrounding his throat hard in order to choke him. Sokka fell to his knees as he tried to fill his lungs with air again, but the hand's grip was too powerful. He started seeing black stains as he realized the attacker wouldn't be satisfied by choking him, for he was trying to smash his neck. An array of blue fire, accompanied by a scream of outrage, managed to make the earthbender lose control of the rock he had been bending. Azula's glare was fierce enough to make the earthbender recoil, and soon enough she had shot a wheel of fire towards him, being so quick upon her attack that the man couldn't defend himself from the fire that churned his clothes. When she saw the man was too busy trying to smother the flames to fight properly, Azula turned to find Toph and Iroh helping to remove the rocks asphyxiating Sokka. Azula dropped on her knees beside him, looking at him worriedly. Sokka. I'm fine. He gasped, giving her a significant look and a nod of his head. It wasn't that bad, Another boulder came soaring from the stairs, and this time two more men in green climbed them hastily, both of them with rocks covering their hands. They attacked the group once more, yet this time it was Iroh who stepped forward, and with fire-coated punches, he tore apart the hand-shaped rocks. We must get out of here, he exclaimed. Now. Azula nodded and pulled Sokka to his feet before pushing both him and Toph towards the open door that led to the room they had just vacated. They scrambled towards the window, and Azula opened it violently before pushing Toph and Sokka towards it. Sokka dropped to the ground first, and the earthbender followed quickly. Toph grimaced as the wind buffeted her face, and she was greatly relieved when her feet were finally on the ground, yet regaining her capacity to feel her surroundings also brought some bad news she had started to expect from the moment they were first attacked. They're everywhere, she shouted, just as Azula dropped next to them. There's at least 30 of them. Crap. Sokka growled, when another earthbending attack shot towards them, now in the form of diagonal pillars. He jumped out of the way just in time for Iroh, who had leapt off the window, to fall on the spot where Sokka had stood, shattering the earth the enemy had bent with his weight. That was a pretty good move, Iroh. Azula turned to her right to find 5 of the men in green shooting their rock hands at them. She gritted her teeth before kicking a rays of fire towards them, glaring dangerously at the foes. To her irritation, her counter-attack didn't serve to dishearten them. Perhaps she needed a different approach, then. She moved her hands in circular motions, carefully, as her limbs charged with power. Toph aided her by keeping the men in green busy while Azula composed her lightning bolt, which she cast towards the foes powerfully enough to stun 3 of them and knock out the other 2. Yet it wasn't enough. More agents in green showed up, and despite their hopes to fend them off, it didn't seem they were about to succeed. The people on the streets screamed and fled from the commotion right outside the inn, yet the men in green hardly seemed to care. They continued to attack, and the 4 of them continued to resist. Azula shot another blast of lightning against another of them, but her attack was stopped by a tall wall of earth the group of men had built quickly. "We've got to get out of here," Sokka panted, tossing his boomerang and hitting one of the men on the helmet with it before it soared back to Sokka. "We can't keep this up much longer." Azula grimaced, knowing he was right. Toph slammed a boulder against a pair of the men in green before pulling up a tall wall of her own. "And how the hell are we going to get out of this?" she asked, before shooting the wall forward, effectively pushing away the enemies until they thought about breaking through the wall in order to continue their attack. Azula closed her eyes briefly, a powerful, urgent thought in her mind. When she heard the answer she was waiting for, she unleashed another wave of fire upon their foes, setting more of their flowing clothes on fire while she waited for the right moment. Iroh roared, startling Sokka as he cast blazes through his mouth towards his enemies. The flames spread wider than those he had executed so far, and they were also hotter, which served to keep the men in green away. Sokka struck the boulders and earth pillars with his sword and club, hoping to outlast their foes while it was possible. They were bound to get caught by them sooner than later if this struggle carried on at this rate. "Toph, throw us into the air, now!" he heard Azula exclaim, and he turned towards her with confusion upon her demand. "You want me to what, now?" Toph retorted, shooting more rocks at the agents, who were now jumping down on them from the roofs of the nearby buildings. "Do it!" Azula shouted, after performing a spin kick and striking one of the green agents on the chest with a blast of fire. Toph groaned and flexed her arms before extending them rapidly, and with that, the earth underneath the 4 of them shook and shot upwards brusquely, blasting them up in the air. The men in green were confused by the sudden development, for they found no logic in it. The 4 of them would soon fall down again, and they'd only catch them once they did. They didn't foresee that a dragon would dash through the air just then and there, determined to reach his rider. Azula extended a hand and gripped Xian Long's saddle, settling on it quickly. Sokka was the next to hop on, sliding into the secondary seat and reaching out for Iroh, who had been near him during the fight. Yet Toph and Iroh were starting to drop, and the earthbender had a horrified look on her face as she feared she'd wind up collapsing on the ground. Xian Long descended what was necessary for Azula to grasp Toph's forearm and pull her on board, setting her between herself and Sokka even though the saddle wasn't equipped for a third person to sit on it. Toph still seemed horrified, and she held on to Azula tightly as Sokka leaned down to clasp Iroh's hand in his own. And while Toph's weight had affected Xian Long's flight subtly, the same couldn't be said about Iroh's. Xian Long groaned when he lost his flight's balance, and he leaned on the direction Iroh was dangling on, Sokka struggling to keep his grip around the old man's arm. Toph screamed, despite herself, and Azula snarled before grasping Xian Long's horns and attempting to steer him to find proper balance in the air. The men in green below watched the situation that unfolded above with wide eyes until they realized the dragon would actually remain airborne unless they did something. Their leader commanded them to continue attacking, and boulders soared near Xian Long as he tried to regain control of his flight. Azula grimaced and pulled Xian Long's horns hard, and the dragon groaned in complaint. Nevertheless, he shook his tail and clawed at the air, forcing himself to ascend through the air even though the excessive weight threatened to be stronger than him. "Come on, Xian, come on," Azula said, baring her teeth as they sped upwards, leaving the ground behind progressively. Azula had no clue in what direction they were headed other than upwards, focused as she was in putting as much distance between them and the men in green as possible. They probably were out of their range by now, for no rocks flew past them anymore. Azula allowed herself a relieved sigh as Xian Long continued to climb into the skies, giving them some cover once he drifted through the clouds that swirled high above the city. She let go of Xin Long's horns, thinking she didn't have to steer him forcefully anymore, but soon enough she came to regret doing so. As soon as she wasn't leading him, Xin Long began to drift sideways, towards where Iroha's weight was pulling him. He's going to fall. I can't keep holding him like this. Sokka shouted, clenching his teeth and trying to pull Iroha up, yet the force of gravity seemed determined to reclaim Iroha for itself. Can't you pull him up here? Toph retorted, still clinging to Azula. That won't do us any good, Xin Long can't carry all this weight. Azula exclaimed, as Xin Long stopped ascending and begun descending instead. We're losing height. Damn it! Sokka exclaimed, sweat treading down his brow as his fingers dug into Iroha's arms. I promise I'll start a diet after this is over. Iroha shouted, but his vow didn't mean much to anyone while they were too worried over plummeting to the ground to pay any attention to what he had said. They coursed through the clouds yet again, this time downwards, and Azula grimaced when she realized they were heading straight into the agrarian zone. She clasped Xin Long's horns again, trying to pull him up again, but it was impossible this time. The dragon was groaning and gasping for breath. Either it was losing the excessive weight, or it would be another crash landing, worse than those they'd endured when they had only just met Xin Long. Xin Long tried to fight against the forces that were bringing him down, but despite his attempts, he couldn't rise anymore. His struggle either kept him floating on the same height, or it simply pushed him lower. He groaned again and gave up, and Azula gritted her teeth as she realized there was only one thing they could do before this ended badly. Sokka, let go of Iroha when I tell you to. Azula shouted, and Sokka grimaced. Why you can't just ask me to? It's that or we're all going to crash. Azula yelled, as Xin Long sped his way towards a stream. Oh, Iroha said, grimacing. Can you handle the drop, uncle? Azula asked him, as their altitude continued to decrease. I'll try. He replied, gulping and looking at Sokka worriedly. Then we'll just wait for the right moment and then. Azula muttered, and once she thought they were low enough, she yelled now. Sokka gave Iroha an apologetic grimace as he let go of him, and as soon as he did that, Xin Long was free to control his flight again. He slowed down and made a turn by the riverbank, his paws helping him land as he broke into a gentle trot, still gasping for breath. Azula glanced back at Iroha, who was on his knees, a few feet from where they'd landed. The man lifted a hand towards the dragon, letting them know he was fine. Azula sighed deeply and her shoulders dropped as she finally relaxed, even though she felt relaxing was a luxury they shouldn't afford just now. Sokka struggled to get off the saddle, for with Toph sticking out between him and Azula he couldn't quite climb off as easily as he usually could. Toph ended up having to scoot even closer to Azula before Sokka could jump back on solid ground, and she followed him quickly, dropping on her knees before stretching across the dirt, this time looking even more relieved than she had been after descending from the barge. Ground, nice, solid ground. She whispered repeatedly. Azula climbed off as well and tended to Xin Long, caressing his head and apologizing for calling him on such a short notice. Xin Long apologized as well for his bumpy flight, but Azula assured him he had nothing to apologize for, placing her head against his forehead as she told him to rest now. In the meantime, Sokka helped Iroha on his feet again, and the old man grinned at him and patted his arm as a thank you. For a moment I thought you might let go when I started to bring the dragon down, he said. Yeah, I guess I could have, but it really didn't cross my mind to do that, said Sokka, smiling weakly before moving towards the other two, Iroha treading behind him. Sokka rubbed his forehead and sighed as he looked around himself, grimacing. And we're in one hell of a mess, aren't we? We are, Azula agreed, closing her eyes and patting Xin Long's head gently before moving away from him. If only we knew just what mess we're in, though. Iroha grimaced and dropped his gaze, and Toph stopped caressing the ground lovingly, sitting up, and turning towards where the others were talking. Azula frowned upon their reactions. Just as she had suspected. But I suppose these two can shed some light on the subject, after all, she muttered, raising an eyebrow and looking at Iroha inquisitively. These two? Sokka asked, frowning. The guys attacking us came because of them. Well, I'm quite certain the two of us have done nothing that would compel the Daily to hunt us down, have we?
Angela asked him, before looking at Iroh judgmentally. The what, now? Asked Sokka, scratching the back of his head. The Daily, you said. They're Ba Sing Se's law enforcers, or, well, they used to be. They're not supposed to hold that role anymore, Angela replied. I honestly have no idea what their current business is. I actually thought they had been disbanded, but after what happened just now, I can see I was wrong to assume as much. Seems like it, said Sokka, crossing his arms over his chest. And you think they were after these two, then? No. Said Angela, turning her gaze away from Iroh and looking accusingly at Toph now. I'm pretty sure they were after her. The blind bandit only reacted by grimacing and dropping her gaze, incapable of covering up for her guilt. Angela glared at her, her fists balled. Well, then, start talking, bandit. What did you do to enrage the Daily? I didn't do anything to them, if that's what you're thinking, Toph growled. This is the first time I've come to Ba Sing Se altogether. I'd never even ran into the Daily before. Then why on earth would they come after you? Angela asked, raising an eyebrow. They weren't after my uncle, or were they? Angela, this really is a delicate matter. Iroh said, looking at her pleadingly and earning himself another glare. It is indeed, uncle, I have no doubts about it, she said, looking at him skeptically. Yet I believe I'm entitled to ask why we were attacked just now, aren't I? Angela. Fine, 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 said Toph, sighing and rolling her eyes as she took her seat on a nearby rock. You want the whole story? You'll get the whole story. No point in hiding it anymore. Angela frowned and both her and Sokka, who was massaging his neck gently, stared at Toph as the girl readied herself to answer their questions. As I said, I have nothing to do with the Daily. Not directly, I mean. I didn't attack them or offend them in any way, so if you thought they were chasing after me for retribution of some sort, you're wrong. That's got nothing to do with it. Then what is it? Sokka asked, raising an eyebrow. Toph sighed again. What sort of bone would they have to pick with a gladiator, of all things? Well, it's a bone that has nothing to do with me being a gladiator. Though, then again, it just might have everything to do with that, said Toph, rubbing her forehead with her fingertips. You see, I'm not really like you, Sokka. I wasn't caught and dragged to the Fire Nation so that I'd become a slave. I'm not a slave, I never was one. Heck. I'm actually a Fire Nation honorary citizen. You're, what? Angela exclaimed, her eyes wide. What the? You're in the honorary citizen system. Yup, Toph said, with a nod. Pretty shocking, huh? Wait, but, how can you be an honorary citizen and a gladiator? Sokka exclaimed, aghast. That's absurd. Not really, said Toph, shrugging. They don't ask for your identity documents or anything when you sign up. They don't check if you're a slave, if you're lowborn, if you're highborn, they just add you to the lists if you have a sponsor with you. And that's what happened with me. Never mind if the blind girl just so happens to be the daughter of a noble family from the former Earth Kingdom. If she came to fight, she'll fight. Wait, what? Said Angela, staring at her in disbelief now. What did you just say? That I showed up to fight, and that's all they really cared about. No, what you said before that, Angela said. The daughter of a noble family? You. Yeah. What of it? Toph said, raising an eyebrow as both Sokka and Angela's jaws dropped at once. What do you mean, what of it? Sokka squeaked. You, of all people, a girl of noble birth. That's right, Toph said, frowning. And yeah, I may not be a pretty princess like your sponsor, and yeah, I like swimming in mud way better than undergoing beauty treatments, but that doesn't mean I was born in a gutter or something. This is preposterous, said Angela, still looking at the girl in utter disbelief. Why you, highborn? That's worse than when Sokka claimed he was a prince. Hey, I kinda am a. Sokka started, but Angela silenced him with one look. Cut the nonsense, that's not what we're discussing now anyways, she muttered before turning towards Toph. You're highborn, then? Is that why you have a last name?
Yeah, said Toph, sighing again. I'm the only daughter of the Bafong family, so as a bonus, I get a last name. Such a great perk, huh? The only daughter. Sokka repeated. The only daughter of an old noble family has wound up as a gladiator? Did something happen to your parents or something? Not at all, said Toph, shaking her head. There are few former noble families that can say they weren't so affected by the war. The Bafongs are one of them. After the Earth Kingdom forces protecting Jailing surrendered, my parents were at risk of losing their estate, so to avoid that, they paid a ton of money to the Fire Nation so that they'd allow the Bafongs to retain their status, territories, and belongings. The only condition, aside from the big pile of money, was that the whole Bafong family had to become honorary Fire Nation citizens. And we did. So, you're from Jailing, Sokka said, frowning. Can't remember hearing anything about a Bafong when we last were there. Probably not, but you might have seen one big estate with this flying boar as its sigil. I don't really think. Oh. Sokka said, suddenly recalling the banner. I did see it. When we were on our way to Quan's place I saw that boar. That was your family's home. Yeah, said Toph, nodding and sighing. That'd be the Bafong estate. Alright then, you're a Bafong and you're of noble birth, said Azula, frowning. But telling us that you're an honorary citizen still fails to explain why the Daily were chasing you. Yeah, I guess it doesn't really explain anything, said Toph, sighing again. When I was a kid, long before the Fire Nation showed up at Jailing, I wandered off into this mountain and I happened upon some badger moles. According to what I had been told, badger moles were born blind all the same as I was. Yet I found out they could see through their earth bending, and I learned from them how to feel the earth underneath me, how to bend it and use it as an extension of myself. I hadn't even known I was an earthbender before that. And? Said Azula, growing impatient. I told my parents I could earthbend, but for some reason, they thought I was saying that I wanted to learn how to earthbend. I was given the lousiest teacher in the history of teachers, and I was only ever taught lessons on basic earthbending that I didn't even need in the first place. You see, my parents, they always thought of me as a weak little girl, their frail daughter who couldn't do a thing to save her own life. They never even bothered seeing me for who I really was. Whenever I didn't obey their expectations they'd make sure I started behaving like a proper young lady again, with manners and decency and all that fake politeness that I never cared for. Azula's eyes widened as she looked at the girl in surprise. Oddly enough, she could understand that struggle, on some level. And since I was sick and tired of my parents controlling my life, I started sneaking off from the estate at nighttime to fight in this big tournament, Earth Rumble. Now that same place serves as a gladiator arena, but it used to be just for earthbenders. I joined the Rumble, and I won every time I participated in it. Most people didn't even know the Bafongs had a daughter, and they wouldn't expect her, of all people, to be the blind bandit who was taking out every other earthbender in Earth Rumble. Still, as I said, that was over when the Fire Nation started pounding on the city's doors. It took a while for them to take over, but once they did, Earth Rumble was done for. It became Gladiator Rumble after a short time, but I couldn't join that without a sponsor. So, my one shot at fun within my boring, pathetic life was taken away from me just like that. Your parents never knew about your involvement in those fights? Azula asked, surprised. Nah, they wouldn't have stepped into Earth Rumble in a million years, said Toph, waving a hand carelessly. They never had a clue. And revealing I was involved in it would have only made a bigger mess of things. My father would have been outraged and he would have declared I had been given too much freedom, so he probably would have chained me down to keep me from ever leaving the estate again. So, I just put up with everything for a few more years, enduring a life that just didn't feel like my own, until I left. You left? Just like that? Sokka asked, raising an eyebrow. Well, yeah. I ran away, Toph said, with a guilty smile. Sounds a little more accurate, really. I was done with that wretched, boring life. I was born for so much more than that. So as soon as I turned of age, I gathered some stuff and I got away. I wanted to join the gladiator fights, I heard there were awesome fighters involved in them, but I couldn't do that without a sponsor, and well, soon enough, I discovered my parents had offered a huge reward for whoever dragged me back to the Bafong estate. I had to run as far as I could, fight a bunch of bounty hunters and gold diggers that attempted to seize me and drag me back, and I didn't know what else I could do other than head to the Fire Nation. It was the one place where I wasn't bound to find any wanted posters about me, or so I hoped. Still, one of my parents' hired benders, Xin Fu, followed me to the Fire Nation, where we struck a deal when he realized he couldn't overpower me. It was a simple plan, really. He'd sponsor me and win way more money through that than by bringing me back to my parents, and I'd get to fight to my heart's content. Which I guess didn't work out so well for him in the long run, said Sokka, sighing. He decided I wasn't worth the trouble after I refused to kill you, said Toph, shrugging. So I guess I owe you for ridding me of him, after all. Thanks for not being worth killing, dog. Yeah, no problem, I guess, said Sokka, an eyebrow twitching. So, you're saying that the Daily are hunting you down in order to deliver you to your parents? Azula repeated, looking at her inquisitively. That's it. Well, I can't think of another reason why they'd attack me, said Toph, shrugging. The reward is supposed to be pretty big, so maybe they're acting like bounty hunters now instead of law enforcers. Maybe they hope to buy their way into the Fire Nation's services with the reward from Topha's capture, Iroh muttered, thoughtfully. Maybe, said Azula, frowning. Something still felt fishy to her, no doubt. Even if Toph had confessed everything she still wasn't satisfied. There was more to this riddle, without a doubt. Sokka noticed the look on her face and sighed before stepping forward, looking at the other three worriedly. Well, whatever the situation is, guys, we're going to have the Daily on our tails any moment now. They probably saw Xin Long drop, and frankly, it's weird they haven't come after us yet. Well, what can we do anyways? Azula asked, frowning. Heading back into the inner wall isn't going to end well for us when we don't know if the Daily will find us as soon as we're inside it. They found us once, they can probably do it again. And what do you propose, that we just turn on our heels and run for cover? Toph asked, confused. What's that going to accomplish? Why, I don't know, but maybe it'll avoid getting us killed, Azula snapped, sarcastically. I suppose you don't mind falling prey to the Daily because, if it's true that they're after you for the money, they won't harm you in order to deliver you to your parents intact. Yet when it comes to the rest of us. Oh, come on, said Toph, huffing. You think those guys would genuinely hurt you or Iroh? You guys are royals. They'd know better than to do anything to the two of you. Ah, yes, and that leaves just one of us in the line of fire, doesn't it? Azula asked, frowning. Sokka's eyes widened when he heard how indignant Azula seemed to be. In case you failed to notice, my gladiator almost got his throat smashed by those men earlier today, and while that may not matter to you at all because you only care about your freedom, or your clean record in the gladiator ranking, or perhaps the points you've gathered, I assure you, it does matter to me. I'm not saying it doesn't matter, Toph said, feeling somewhat nervous now. It felt as though Azula was angrier at her than ever before. And while she would have welcomed any conflict with her in other circumstances, she sure wasn't ready to welcome one as serious as this one. I didn't think they'd come for us at all. I actually did everything I could to keep from being identified as Toph Bafong altogether. Which is why you didn't give up your full name when we entered Ba Sing Se, said Sokka. And it's why I wanted to ask you if we could stay at the inn instead of heading to the palace, Iroh muttered. Word of the reward for Topha's capture was spread throughout the Earth Kingdom. We thought we could avoid incidents by staying as low profile as possible, yet. Hard to keep a low profile when you two are a renowned gladiator and a former army general, Azula rebutted, bitterly. Well, whether they could keep a low profile or not, we still have to figure out what to do, Sokka said, looking at Azula worriedly. Else we risk those guys coming after us again. Azula sighed and shook her head. She honestly didn't know what she wanted to do. She was partial towards seizing Sokka, climbing on Xin Long with him as soon as the dragon was ready to take off again, and flying towards her barge, damn everything else. Iroh and Toph had only brought them problem after problem, and it looked as though they were set on making things worse with every moment that passed them by.
She gave Sokka a look that said as much, and he looked at her apprehensively. I'm not putting your life at risk again unless I have no choice, Azula said. Gladiators like you don't grow on trees, even if the dirt worm thinks otherwise. I appreciate that, said Sokka, with a weak grin. But if we stay put, we're going to be attacked again anyways. Well, we just might not be, Iroh said, stroking his beard and looking at the others with determination. I have an idea. Check the description for the links to the author.